my account. I like it down here. It seems bad until you actually show up, and then it's pretty cool. The kind of quests we get are about kidnapped dignitaries or trade disputes. But if the cause is for real clarity, real meaning, the inner workings of the universe, that is worth dying for. It's worth me dying for. And whether or not you agree, it's worth you dying for. Probably first. I am just trying to make the point. If you're seeking forbidden knowledge that can't be obtained with non-occult methods, you don't want to hesitate in the moment with ethics. A wise, long-storied drow philosopher once said, I'm not giving away my shot. If you had one shot, would you take it or just let it slip? That's from the book of Lolth. Lolth is a spider goddess they made me worship for a while.
Nine Witches Family Disruption is a 2D pixel art action-adventure game set during World War II, where the mysterious Occlude SS division is using an evil curse in a desperate attempt to change the course of the war. As you explore over 60 colorful and beautiful pixel art style locations, you will encounter over 40 characters with a range of entertaining, humorous personalities, which can be crude, sympathetic, gloomy, or sarcastic, but always bizarre. It's a single-player game with dual character control. You'll be able to switch between Professor Krakowitz, who is confined to a wheelchair, but able to commune with the dead, and his Japanese assistant Akiro, who are sent undercover to resolve the supernatural phenomena occurring in the rural Norse town. Akiro collects interesting items to store in the inventory and takes notes about objectives and clues. Professor Krakowitz gets goosebumps and a blue aura around his body when he senses the presence of spirits and is able to enter the astral plane, an invisible world between life and death. There he is able to communicate with lost souls to gather further information that will help solve the case. The game is full of puzzle-solving elements that involve sneaking into enemy territory in disguise, solving riddles, finding clues, and missing keys hidden inside mystical artifacts, and many more well-known adventure game mechanics like Western-style standoffs and gunfights.
Should a party member be willing to die for the cause? I think whether they're willing to die is irrelevant. Are they able to die for the cause? Don't underestimate that by itself, because then they can die for the cause unrelated to their willingness, and that is much, much more flexible. I'm not advocating the death of party members before their time. By and large, a coworker is much more valuable when still alive, most of the time. But like so many things, you have to take it on a case-by-case basis. And don't forget, in most cases, a cause is unsympathetic to how it is achieved. if the party's goal was to save someone's life, that person might want to say something about it before the party takes action. For example, if you had to imprison 1,000 people in Avernus to save one person, they might say, "Don't put yourself out on my account. I like it down here. It seems bad until you actually show up, and then it's pretty cool." The kind of quests we get are about kidnapped dignitaries or trade disputes. But if the cause is for real clarity, real meaning, the inner workings of the universe, that is worth dying for. It's worth me dying for. And whether or not you agree, it's worth you dying for. Probably first. I am just trying to make the point. If you're seeking forbidden knowledge that can't be obtained with non-occult methods, you don't want to hesitate in the moment with ethics. A wise, long-storied drow philosopher once said, "I'm not giving away my shot." If you had one shot, would you take it or just let it slip? That's from the Book of Lolth. Lolth is a spider goddess they made me worship for a while.
Nine Witches Family Disruption is a 2D pixel art action-adventure game set during World War II, where the mysterious Occult SS division is using an evil curse in a desperate attempt to change the course of the war. As you explore over 60 colorful and beautiful pixel art style locations, you will encounter over 40 characters with a range of entertaining, humorous personalities, which can be crude, sympathetic, gloomy, or sarcastic, but always bizarre. It's a single-player game with dual character control. You'll be able to switch between Professor Krakowitz, who is confined to a wheelchair, but able to commune with the dead, and his Japanese assistant Akiro, who are sent undercover to resolve the supernatural phenomena occurring in the rural Norse town. Akiro collects interesting items to store in the inventory and takes notes about objectives and clues. Professor Krakowitz gets goosebumps and a blue aura around his body when he senses the presence of spirits and is able to enter the astral plane, an invisible world between life and death. There he is able to communicate with lost souls to gather further information that will help solve the case. The game is full of puzzle-solving elements that involve sneaking into enemy territory in disguise, solving riddles, finding clues, and missing keys hidden inside mystical artifacts, and many more well-known adventure game mechanics like Western-style standoffs and gunfights.
Should a party member be willing to die for the cause? I think whether they're willing to die is irrelevant. Are they able to die for the cause? Don't underestimate that by itself, because then they can die for the cause unrelated to their willingness, and that is much, much more flexible. I'm not advocating the death of party members before their time. By and large, a coworker is much more valuable when still alive, most of the time. But like so many things, you have to take it on a case-by-case basis. And don't forget, in most cases, a cause is unsympathetic to how it is achieved. If the party's goal was to save someone's life, that person might want to say something about it before the party takes action. For example, if you had to imprison 1,000 people in Avernus to save one person, they might say, "Don't put yourself out on my account. I like it down here. It seems bad until you actually show up, and then it's pretty cool." The kind of quests we get are about kidnapped dignitaries or trade disputes. But if the cause is for real clarity, real meaning, the inner workings of the universe, that is worth dying for. it's worth me dying for. And whether or not you agree it's worth you dying for, probably first. I am just trying to make the point. If you're seeking forbidden knowledge that can't be obtained with non-occult methods, you don't want to hesitate in the moment with ethics. A wise, long-storied drow philosopher once said, I'm not giving away my shot. If you had one shot, would you take it or just let it slip? That's from the book of Lolth. Lolth is a spider goddess they made me worship for a while.
Hi everybody, welcome to our PAX online panel, Passion to Profession, Interning in the Gaming Industry. My name is Stevie, and I am joined by Rachel and Ron here. We'll go by and introduce ourselves in a moment, but I did just want to introduce this panel a little bit. So we're going to be talking about our experiences interning in the gaming industry. We all have a bunch of different experience, both making games and working in esports or in marketing for games. And so we're going to touch on those experiences as well as give some tips for applying for your own internships. So without further ado, I'll introduce myself and we'll get started. But as I said, my name is Stevie. I am a film production student at the Rochester Institute of Technology in New York, and I was previously the esports intern at PlayStation, and this past summer I was a social media content intern at Corsair. So we'll go on to Rachel now.
Hi guys, my name is Rachel. I am a rising senior at Carnegie Mellon University, pursuing a double major in biology and statistics. Last summer I was the events intern at Epic Games, and this summer I was the partnerships intern at Corsair.
And hey, I'm Ron. I am a first-year grad student at RIT. I did game design in my undergrad, and I have served doing teaching with IT Tech camps, as well as doing UI interning at Muse Games over the past couple of years.
Cool. Yeah, so now that that's out of the way, our first topic is going to be actually finding the internship positions and getting started on those applications. So when I started looking for internships, it kind of just fell onto me. I wasn't planning on interning in the gaming industry at all. I was actually planning on looking for film internships more related to like working on sets for different like shows and movies. But back in 2019, I was in a Discord server called Woman of Esports because I was a part of my esports club. I'm a woman, and so it just made sense. And someone actually posted the PlayStation esports internship job opening there. And I kind of just applied on a whim. I had no intention of really going forward in the process. And a similar thing happened with Corsair. I found out about it through Twitter. So both these internships I kind of found through unusual means. Usually you kind of expect to like go onto like a job posting website or knowing someone beforehand and getting the job that way. So that's how I found out about my internships.
Yeah, for me, when I was applying to Epic, I think I was just kind of searching around online. I was a sophomore at the time, so I wasn't really sure if I was like going to really go hardcore into pursuing a career in the gaming industry, or if I was just going to stick with bio and statistics. But I was just looking around online. I saw Epic Games had an events position, which I thought was really cool. You know, I had played some Fortnite, so I definitely knew what Epic Games was. And then they also came and had a recruiting event on my campus where I was able to talk with the recruiting coordinator and even give her my resume, which she eventually forwarded on to the events team. And then with Corsair, actually last summer, I had already gotten my offer with Epic. Like that happened in like February or so. And then I saw that Corsair posted about their internships last year around March. And I knew that if I, hadn't already had a job, that I would have really liked to apply for those as well. So I knew coming into this year that I really wanted to apply for Corsair's program. So I saw it in their Discord. And that's how I found out about that. But I definitely do a lot of searching on Twitter. Hitmarker Jobs is a really great spot. Even like LinkedIn and Indeed can also be great, but Twitter and Hitmarker come in handy when looking for jobs in this industry.
Definitely touching on that last point. LinkedIn and Hitmark are huge, especially for like esports startups. Um, and so definitely keep those in track. Like Stevie said, Twitter is super important. If you're looking to work in the games side of stuff versus like community or esports or higher ups, definitely try and make contacts with a lot of indie studios. A lot of them do job postings through Twitter, even. So definitely, like if you're following a lot of people who do game stuff and you're communicating with them frequently on like cool projects they're working on or you're working on, things like that using social media, making those kind of connections can make a lot of things happen. I know for me, with Muse Games, they were looking for a bunch of interns for the summer because they do a lot of high school events. And so I was friends with a couple of people who worked on the staff. And so I was like, hey, I need an internship this summer in UI. Do you guys have any room on board? Or are there any projects that aren't getting worked on right now that could use an extra hand? And I was able to kind of like not necessarily make that job for me, because it was an idea that they were already having, but I just kind of pushed the envelope. But making sure those conversations are like benevolent and open. Social media is a huge, huge help in games.
Awesome. Yeah. So if you don't have a Twitter or social media for like esports or gaming or your gaming projects, definitely recommend that. But moving on, we're going to actually talk about the application process that we went through, and some tips that we have for that. So back in 2019, I think I applied to maybe 3 internships. Like I said, really was not planning on going into the gaming industry. So they were kind of just like random. But this past year, I applied to more like 5, 6, 7 different internships. Both summers, I only heard back from one. But don't get discouraged if that happens to you, if you don't hear back from companies immediately. There's always going to be something that will something will work out eventually. And I know in my case, the PlayStation job, when I looked at the application, they said they were looking for business students, and I'm a film student, and so it was kind of really random that I actually applied for it. But when during the summer, they're like, "Oh, we actually hired you because we liked your major a lot, and we liked that you had this creative background because we're actually looking to do content-oriented things for esports." And so something that I thought would never come in handy for that internship actually was the reason I got hired. And it was actually the same for this past summer. During my internship, my manager said that one of the reasons I was hired was because of my screenwriting experience in my film program. So once again, something I thought I would never get hired for in the gaming industry actually ended up coming in handy. And so keep your head up. And sometimes these random little skills that you have will actually be the reason you get an internship or get a job. And I know that another point that came across a lot during both my application process and my actual internship was the fact that my club experience at school, I was part of I was a part of RIT Esports for almost 3 years. And so my experience on that production team and doing esports content really helped me get both of my internships.
Yeah, so similar to Stevie, last summer, when I was applying for Epic and all of those, I actually only applied to 2. I applied to TESPA, which is like the collegiate esports like subdivision of Blizzard Entertainment, and then I applied to the Epic Games one. And I kind of wasn't sure if I was going to go into this industry, so I was kind of like, whatever, if I get like rejected from both, I'll go home and work at GameStop or something like that. To which once I got accepted at Epic, I was like, why was I so relaxed about that? I'm like, whatever. But then this summer, so when I was working at Corsair, I kind of knew like, okay, I have a previous internship under my belt this is more of a reality for me to go into this industry. So I definitely took it a bit more seriously. I personally started looking in September. So I really started looking early for those internships, and I probably applied to 5 or so. And with hearing back from those, I had 2 interviews. One went through a few rounds and then I got rejected. And then the other one was Corsair, and I went through all the rounds of that and eventually got an offer. So on that note, some will get back to you after months. Like some of them took like 3 months to get back to me, to the point that I was like, I guess they forgot about me. And they eventually got back in like, I don't know, if I applied in the fall, they got back in like January, or if I applied like in the winter time, they got back in like March, and they were like, sorry, we're not taking you. And then some just never responded. And that will happen. So it is really important not to get discouraged. A lot of these companies, I think, also are looking for like rising seniors in college. So if you're in high school, you might not hear anything. If you're not a junior, you might not hear anything. And I think that's like completely normal and totally okay. And it's really important not to let that deter you. So yeah.
I will say AAA game internships are very hard to get right off the bat. I know through my undergrad, I applied to maybe 40 or 50 positions during my 4 years, and I got one. There are lots of folks in my major as well who did like 200, 300 applications. But the idea, both Rachel and Stevie said, don't get discouraged. The thing that will get you a job is perseverance. And not necessarily giving yourself do or die cut lines. Be very flexible, be very open, especially with COVID. There are lots of places that are doing internships kind of more freeform. Whereas like Epic Games and Corsair are very rigid. Like during the summer, it's a summer co-op, whatever. There are lots of like different esports teams or indie studios or what have you that are doing internships that are kind of like freeform around the clock. So, always be applying, always be hunting. It's always better to get your resume in the door earlier if you can. So if you can, keep your eye on some key jobs, like turn on LinkedIn job search notifications, things like that. So you're always kind of getting, as soon as a job comes out, you see it and you throw your resume at it. That's a super good way to do it.
Yeah, I know personally I have hit marker jobs Twitter notifications on, and kind of whenever I see one pop up on my phone that might interest me, I try to either look at it or apply. But yeah, so now that your application is all sent in, let's talk about the interview process. So when I was interviewing for my first internship, the interview process was the one thing that I had the most questions about. It was really scary. I had never done a interview for an internship or a full-time job before. I was terrified. But after it actually happened, I was a lot more relaxed. So my biggest tip for interviews is to just be yourself. A lot of times, you'll be talking to who your manager would be, and you really want your manager to get a good idea of who you are as a person, because it will definitely help grow that relationship. You can kind of casually talk. I know when I had my interview at PlayStation, I talked to one of my coworkers for about 10 minutes just about like Pokemon and like League of Legends esports, Overwatch esports. We just kind of had a casual conversation, and then he was like, "Oh yeah, I have to ask you questions." So, just be yourself. Like I said before, talking about my club experience, and kind of relating that experience to what the internship would be. Talking about, I actually made a lot of points about how my major would influence my internship experience. So a lot of times the interviews will just have like hypothetical questions like, oh, what would you do with this? For me, it was, if we gave you 8 terabytes of CDL footage, what would you do with it? And so I kind of just talked about different content that I would make, or other things that I would do with said footage, and that's kind of what I did over the summer. Yeah, so take it away, Rachel.
Yeah, so I think being yourself is super important. Basically, all of your qualifications they're going to get from your resume. So it's really important, with your resume, you might have like a lot of previous experiences, and you should definitely make sure you highlight experiences or key things from previous positions that you did that makes you a better fit for the company. And that's like where they get all of that qualification, and they see like why you're a good fit, or why you're qualified. And then the cover letter a little bit, and mainly the interview, they get to see like, does your personality like mesh, and will you fit in like working here and working with your team? So it is super important that you be yourself. It's okay to like laugh or make a few jokes. I know for my interviews, also like if any of my previous managers are watching, I'm sorry, but before the interview, I like, if I knew who it was gonna be with it, like look them up on Twitter or on like LinkedIn, and I want to get a feel for them. Like, okay, what are they tweeting? And I knew that like, okay, my manager at Corsair, like he is really into like D&D and like streaming and stuff. So I was like, okay, this is gonna be like chill, like we could talk about games, like he seems like I can make jokes, I don't have to feel like I need to be super like reserved or anything. It's okay to do that. Like a lot of people look up their interviewer on social media, and they will look you up, so like it's okay. And that's like how I like kind of feel out like what the interview is going to be like. It's also super important to research the company. Like for Corsair, I use Corsair products, so it wasn't that hard for me. It's like, okay, well, I use your headset, like I use the Void, like I use your K70 keyboard, so I know a bit about your products. I know about your student program because I'm also very involved with my esports club at my school where I'm the president, so I knew a lot about what they do for collegiate, and I knew about their products. But I was applying for the partnerships position, so it was important that I also knew, like, okay, they have partnerships, like their partnerships, like do these kind of things. And you won't know everything because you're going to learn that on the internship, but like you have to know some things about their company. If you're going in there and you think Corsair makes games and you say that during the interview, they're going to be like, huh? Like, do you even know the basic things? So it's really important to definitely be aware of that. And also on an interview, if they ask you a question and you don't like necessarily know what the answer is, I would say just take your best stab at it. I think one of the worst things you can do during an interview is just kind of being like, I don't know, and not having an answer for them, because during that interview, I think not only do they want to see like what you know, they also want to see like how your mind works and how you think about things when you're answering those questions.
As said before, being yourself, being confident in the things that like you're good at or are learning, and being personable are super, super important. Knowing, having a baseline knowledge about the company you're working at, the projects they're doing is super important. Sometimes they'll be hiring you for a project that you don't know about, which is fine. There's lots of stuff that doesn't get spoken about publicly in lots of different places. Lots of games are secrets for a long time, so don't be afraid about that. And at this point in time, if you've gotten an interview, something on your resume or your cover letter kind of piqued an interest. A couple of my interviews with Insomniac were kind of like, why is a game designer doing graphic design? And why are you applying for a game lighting position? When your resume just has a lot of esports graphic design and some level building. And we got to talk about what my passions were about gaming and things that I've been learning and things I've been pursuing. And being able to kind of talk about those skill sets. But again, they got you in that interview because of those hard skills that you demonstrated. And so the things you always got to remember is that, like Rachel and Stevie said, you're going to be a part of the team. You're going to be, see if your personalities mesh. And so that's always super important, is like, they got you in the interview because of your hard skills. And now that you're in the interview, you got to sell your soft skills. So like, how easy you are to approach and talk to, how you handle tasks, how much of a team environment experience you've had in the past, whether it be leading teams or being a part of a multi-talented, multi-factor team, things of that nature. So always talk about, how you think you would fit in, and don't be afraid to ask questions. They're there to grill you with questions, but they're also there to answer yours. And so if you show a breadth of how to learn as well in your interview, that's also a super sought after skill. A lot of games nowadays, and especially esports, is you have to be multi-talented. I know if you're trying to be an editor in the space, you got to know how to edit in After Effects and Premiere, as well as 3D model, as well as VFX. And it's kind of a rough thing. So showing that you are eager to ask questions and eager to learn is also super, super vital.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. And so when they ask you if you have any questions, like, always have questions. Even if, like, I know back in, like, February or March when I was interviewing for the Coursera position, I know I had one logistical question, which, would there be travel involved? Which now, thinking back to it, that was kind of a silly question. But of course, I didn't know what the state of the world would be in a few months. But I also, like, even if you don't have that, like, one or two questions, like, oh, is there, like, relocation support, or, like, is there housing, or whatever, you can ask those. But also, like, if you don't have those questions, don't say you don't have questions. I think you can always ask your interviewer, what led you to this position? Why are you doing this? Why do you like working at the company? To get a feel of the company, because they're not only interviewing you, kind of as Ron said, but you're interviewing them and you're interviewing the company. You kind of want to, even if this is your only interview, your only offer, you have to see if you would fit in the company as well. And no one knows yourself better than you do. So I think asking those questions about, like, what it's like working there, or what the position is like, or even just, like, why your hiring manager is, like, interested in that kind of stuff. Like, asking all of those are all really easy questions to, like, have ready. Just, oh, why are you in this position? Or, like, what is, like, your favorite part about your job? And then you're asking those questions, and they know that you're interested and, like, ready to learn.
Yeah, that was actually one of the greatest pieces of advice that was ever given to me. That normally people really do enjoy talking about themselves. So asking questions about, like, what led them to their job, as Rachel said, stuff like that, usually leaves a pretty good impression. Anyways, we're going to be moving on to our biggest takeaways from our internships. We don't want to spend hours talking about every detail from our actual internship, but we do want to talk about the advice that we have after the fact. And so I'll start off. The biggest thing from my PlayStation internship that I took away was actually learning about corporate culture. I had never worked a corporate job before, and so I was kind of thrown into a whole new world, and I got experience that honestly probably you can probably only get by working in one of those corporate positions. I could sit here and talk about it for a little bit, but that was something that I wasn't expecting to learn, but coming back from it, I had a really great understanding of how everything worked over there. So it was so coming from a upstate New York small farm town, going over to San Francisco and working for the first time was a really big difference, and so I learned a lot about that. However, my Coursera internship was a little bit different. It was all remote. I was working from this very room, and I actually learned a lot about teamwork and different pipelines of communication and working working online was also a learning experience in its own. So I think each internship I've done has given me different skills to work with, and I'm grateful for both of those experiences. But we'll move on to somebody else now.
Yeah, so I would agree with Stevie. When Epic was my first kind of like paid internship, my first like job that was like really at like, you know, a big company like this. So working in that professional environment, even though like it's a bit, I would say, laid back in like the gaming industry, like I did not have to show up to work every day in a suit. Like I could wear sneakers to work if I wanted. Most of the people there wore t-shirts, so it is a little bit different in the gaming industry, but like learning how to work in that professional environment, you know, going to meetings, like, you know, working that like kind of like 9 to 5 whatever, that was definitely an adjustment, and just understanding like how you work in a team in, you know, a working environment versus like your college club. Like there's going to be a difference, and learning that was a huge takeaway for me from Epic, and also just you know, working in that team with events. There is a lot of teamwork. You have to coordinate a lot of moving things and a lot of different things all at once, so working in a team is really important for that. From Corsair, it was a bit different. I was working also from this very room. My commute to work consisted of getting out of bed and walking to my desk. So it was a little different. From Corsair, I definitely got to learn a lot about adapting to new circumstances. I think with this pandemic, we've all had to really learn how to work from home, and just really be flexible, because so many things are changing. It's new for your entire team because they've never done this work from home during a global pandemic thing. And so just, you know, being able to shift and accept that those changes are going to happen. You know, for my summer was going to revolve around a lot of live events. That didn't happen. So instead I got to do, you know, a lot of like marketing stuff as well, which was really cool. But being able to shift and adapt is like really important. I also learned a lot about independence. You know, you're not going to see your boss or your coworkers around the office every day. Instead, it's going to be a Discord DM every so often that's like, oh, hey, can we have a quick chat to like talk about this project? Or a DM that's like, hey, can you work on this for me? Here's the file. So definitely learning how to be independent was also really good. And also one of the really nice things about the Corsair program is they had these things called like lunch and learns. So we got to go and talk to different people from different areas of the company. So we got to learn like about, say, like research and development, which like on a marketing side of things, like I had no idea about, or like stuff about legal. And companies like want the interns to learn, so they'll provide you a lot of opportunities. Like we got final presentations where we got to present to the CEO of the company. So like I got to talk directly to the CEO of the company, which was like pretty cool. And just like taking advantage of those opportunities is really important, because they want you to learn. So they'll offer you so many opportunities to be able to learn, and it's really important to take advantage of those.
Yeah, so I realized I only said I had one internship, and that's technically true. The second was kind of a job, but only over the summer. So, if anybody has heard of ID Tech camps before, they're a kind of national summer camp company, and they do tech camps every summer at college campuses across the country. And they like to take a lot of first year, second year college students as their educators. So it's like a summer gig that you can get. And because of the breadth of their program, they take a lot of people in. So I can highly recommend it. But not only for like it being a good program to get you your foot in the door for game stuff, but also just because of how much you can learn by being a teacher. Nothing is going to make you more of an expert on a topic than being the person who has to teach it. So you can always learn a lot no matter how skilled you are, was one thing that I kind of really took away from that, because you're going to go there and you're going to have kids ages like 12 to 18 taking your class for the summer for like 5 weeks. And you need to adapt your course to what they need and what they want. And you got to always be bringing their creative ideas into the mesh. So always being flexible, being super open-minded, and being really caring to anybody you work with or are interacting with in the industry. And then when I was interning at Muse Games, communication is like super, super vital, especially in like a smaller game studio. So always be giving and taking input. Like never get upset about criticism, and always be seeking for someone to critique you. Like constantly on every sort of thing you make. Like you can be confident, like, oh, I made this super cool thing, and then you show it off, and they're just like, yeah, well, here are small tweaks that we could think, and maybe I don't necessarily like the overall flow of it. It's like, okay, they didn't say this is garbage. That's good. Or if they say that's garbage, take that and be like, okay, my thinking was wrong, and move forward. How can I get better? So the internships are your opportunity to grow and to learn. And so take everything that you are told into account for how you can grow yourself. Because if you take their feedback and you improve upon it and you show that you're listening and that you're adaptable, that's the stuff that makes you want to get hired back. And also, one super great thing to aid in communication, to get that break the ice done, play Smash over lunch. That was every day at Muse, was 8-player Smash over lunch. The studio was in New York City in the fashion district on a food corner, so it was different restaurant every day. And then come back in for Smash. And if you're yelling at all your coworkers, how dare you downbeat me? It'll be a lot easier to talk to them about like, hey, I built this tool. What do you think? So, yeah.
Awesome. So our next topic is the aftermath of our internships. Not necessarily like the skills we took away, but just like maybe what we did immediately after they ended, going back to school or continuing to work with the company. I know for myself, I went back to film school and working, this was specifically after my PlayStation internship. I just started school 2 days ago after my Corsair internship. But after my PlayStation internship, I went back to film school and had to make films in film school, obviously. And so working in that corporate environment kind of really helped me go back to school and work on sets a little bit easier, because I struggled with like interpersonal communication before, and working in that environment all summer really helped improve that. And so I went back and was able to be on sets without feeling like I was useless or feeling like I was being left out. I could really like put myself out there and get my job done efficiently, which is something I haven't been able to do before. And after my Corsair internship, the aftermath of that was actually getting a contract to be a freelancer for them. So I am fortunately still able to work with them now after my internship is done, which is really awesome. And we'll, after I graduate in May, going to be looking to work at either of those two companies again. So
yeah, so I think after working events at Epic Games, my biggest thing, how that kind of shaped like my thoughts of like this career. Well, first of all, it was like super validating, because I was like, okay, well, I can do this career despite, I have a major in biology and statistics. Like originally I wanted to go for a PhD in like microbiology. I wanted to do disease research. Like the summer before I interned at Epic, I was staying over the summer at my school, taking additional classes, and like researching starfish. Like the summer before, I worked at like the company that made Fortnite. I was like feeding shrimp to starfish because we had to do research on them, which is like two extremely different things. So my takeaway, like my Epic really helped give me that confidence that like the gaming industry like was a viable career path. But it also showed me that even though I really like planning events, like in my like college club for like, you know, college events, doing large scale events is exhausting and probably not what I actually want to do long term. I remember when I was working there, we had one event, and that week I worked 70 hours, and then it immediately went into E3. And so the week of E3, I worked another 90 hours, and I was exhausted. And I think I realized that, you know, the fast paced bit of it was fun. I really enjoyed that, but it just was really tiring, and it made me kind of rethink that I wanted to do events. Then when I went to Corsair, so that definitely helped shape my applications for this past summer. I did apply for the events internship at Corsair, but I applied to the partnerships one because I really want to explore kind of other areas of, you know, the gaming industry that weren't necessarily game dev. And I really enjoyed partnerships. And then since there was all of the live event cancellations, I got to work a lot on some like go-to-market strategy. And I thought that was really fun. So now I know that, okay, now I want to actually look more into marketing, which is something that originally I didn't think I would ever do in the gaming industry. I originally kind of thought, you know, okay, I'll do like esports because I have all this club experience. So I'll do like esports management or like player management or like team management on an esports team. Or, you know, maybe I'll do events at like a big company, or I'm not really sure. And I never really thought about just straight marketing. But after working on marketing at Corsair, I discovered it's something that I actually really enjoy. And I think it's super interesting. So it was, I got a lot out of both of those. I also definitely, it kind of helped shape my perspective in that in the gaming industry, a lot of times they're not going to pay you. And, you know, there's a huge debate on like the whole unpaid work in the gaming industry. And I know that the spring of my sophomore year, so right before I started interning at Epic, I actually interned at an esports org in Pittsburgh, and they did not pay me anything. And I think that can be a good way to get your foot in the industry, but it's also really important to like know your worth. So it's like if you have skills that are of value, do not hesitate to like ask for money, make sure you're getting paid fairly, you know, like talk to the other interns at the company, you know, make sure that like you're getting what you deserve, I think is also something that's really important. And also the gaming industry is like super cool as someone who came from not really ever thinking I would be here. So I guess like one of the biggest things that those internships did is like, it's so cool to be able to tell people like you're working your dream job and you're also working like a lot of other people's dream jobs. So it's like so cool to be able to say that. And it's really awesome.
For me, coming out of my internships, each one just kind of helped me develop like what skills I had and where I wanted to go. When I went to college, I wanted to be a level designer. I loved Unreal Engine and Unity, and I was like totally all about environments. And then, you know, teaching game modding in Team Fortress 2 and Dota 2 and Unity, C# and all that sort of stuff at ID Tech Camps. I started to learn, okay, so scripting is fun. You know, I'm getting down with that. And then I also enjoyed all these modding tools. So like the level stuff and the lighting was also super fun. So maybe I'll try a lighting internship or a level design internship. And then I did the RIT Esports stuff and started to find graphic design and UI, and did my internship at Muse Games doing UI. And I took every one of those skills to build upon my knowledge base and to continue taking those things and making things with that knowledge. Because one of the biggest things that gets people noticed, especially on social media, is making your own stuff. I took the knowledge I had doing UI and Unity, and I said, okay, how can I reinvent streaming for esports using this tool set. And so that's for me doing that. But I know that there are tons of like character artists and level designers who are on Twitter every portfolio day throwing their stuff out, getting 30,000 likes and retweets, because their stuff gets shared around. And one thing that people don't tell you is fan art will get you noticed. Like if you're a huge Star Wars fan, like making your own Star Wars project should hopefully get you noticed by people at Star Wars. It's like people kind of say like, oh, critique you, how dare you just make somebody else's IP your art. But if you really want to work on something, like work on Halo or work on Star Wars or do whatever else, like tailor your projects to that. Say like, yeah, I'm your guy because I've already done it. So that's all super, forge your own path sort of stuff like that.
Yeah, and as we kind of mentioned earlier, going back to the company that you internshiped at, make sure if you do an internship, make sure you ask for a return offer. It's never going to hurt. The HR team that is running the internship is going to tell you to do it. Everyone's going to tell you to do it. I know myself, I was like, I don't want to seem like a bother. I don't want to put them in an uncomfortable situation. And then just do it. Like, it's not going to hurt you. At PlayStation, they should have told me, they're like, yeah, we don't hire interns for a second year, but you can come back when you're done with college. I was like, okay. And then Corsair actually really funny. I was going to ask for a return offer, but the very same meeting I was going to ask for it, my manager was like, yo, we got something for you. So it literally doesn't hurt at all. The worst thing that can happen is they say no, and then you just move on. It's not going to change their opinion of you at all. That's kind of what I thought. I was like, oh, they're going to think I'm being bothersome or needy or whatever. It's just me overthinking this. And I know a lot of people feel the same way that I do. But just do it. Just ask for the return offer. But yeah, and no one else has anything to say. Rachel?
Yeah, I think going on to Stevie's point, definitely ask for a return offer. It's really scary. It's terrifying asking for one because you're like, oh, what if they didn't actually like me? And what if they say no? Or oh, what if I ask for a return offer and they laugh at me? What if they just laugh that I would ever have that notion? No, most companies which is also why they prefer people who are going into their senior year of college, is an extended interview. They're spending 3 months basically training you so that you can potentially come back. It really all comes down to assuming you did a good job and they're happy with all the work that you've done, which they probably would be. It really just comes down to do they have a spot? Because when you're brought on as an intern, the kind of thought is we're putting all of our resources into you so that you can come back to us and be a really great worker. So asking for a return offer is always really important. And sometimes it will lead to contract work throughout the year, especially now because remote. So it's pretty easy to transition you from remote to still remote, but located at your school instead of your house or something like that. So that is definitely super important.
Yeah, I would say indie games. Just one last small point. It's easier, I guess, for those larger teams like PlayStation and Corsair to be able to offer those. I know from Muse Games they weren't even tracking it until I brought it up. So yeah, the whole thing of just do it. If you felt like you left a good impression, like no is not a bad answer. Like, so.
Awesome. Yeah, so our time is coming to an end, but we do just want to talk about a couple cool things about the companies we worked at, in case you were curious, and some fun stories we have from our internships. But I know, so unfortunately, Rachel and I were unable to actually be in the Corsair office this past summer, but we are planning on visiting, hopefully, once this whole world-ending situation is over, if it ever ends. But back when I was at the PlayStation office, it was, if you ever looked up pictures of the San Mateo PlayStation office, it's really cool. I recommend looking it up. It's sick. But other than working in the office, they were really great, and they had really frequent intern events. Most notably, we got to go to a MLB game. We were given food credit so I could eat all the baseball game food in the world that I wanted. And it was conveniently placed on my birthday. They didn't plan it that way, but I like to think they did, maybe. And it was just really cool because, you know, like the San Francisco, don't hunt me down, but I don't remember the name of the San Francisco baseball team, even though I went to that game. 49ers, is that it? No, that's football.
Is it the Giants?
Giants. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right. Okay,
I'm a huge baseball person, but yeah, I could be.
I'm gonna get roasted. I only know esports. I'm sorry, but we went there, and the stadium is actually sponsored by PlayStation, so it was really cool to see our company's logo big on the screen, and then like have all of us in our PlayStation gear sitting there. That was a ton of fun, and my birthday was actually happening that day, and my team got me a cake and all sang to me, and it was really cute. But those are some fun memories from my time there, and yeah, working at Corsair was also really fun, even if it was remote. The HR team did a really great job of bringing all the interns together no matter what, and we're all still really great friends even after the internship. We all talk every day, so it's really fun.
Yeah, the Corsair intern crew definitely got really close, even though you're remote. So, which is a good point into the internship is what you make of it. Like, if you take advantage of those opportunities, you're going to learn a lot. If you don't, you're not going to learn a lot. If you try and make friends with the other interns, you will. And you'll have some really great friends. Like, we all still play, like, Valorant, like, every night. So we're all, like, still really close. At Epic, it was in person, which was nice, which meant we got free breakfast and free lunch every day. There was, like, a ton of free food. There was just snacks everywhere. It was pretty amazing. Like, I never had to, like, buy food. It was awesome. They also had a slide and a rock wall, which not all companies have that, but it was a nice perk. I went down the slide once. It's pretty terrifying. You actually go down, like, really fast, and you, like, kind of come to a really abrupt stop. It's kind of scary, but I did it. I didn't do the rock wall. And then Corsair has, we never got to see the office. I watched an office tour video when I was getting excited about the idea that maybe I'd get to go. But they have a game room with like a bunch of like really good PCs. I mean, it's a PC company. Of course they have really good PCs in their game room. But they have like a really cool game room. And even though we didn't get to go in, they did offer us like a nice discount, which was very nice because I could stock up on all of my Corsair components. So that was super nice.
I don't know if I have too many funny stories. I think I said it, but the Muse office was on the corner of a food street in New York City, so that was always super fun. Just strolling down, getting walk to walk with the guys, and then come back up to play Smash. ID Tech Camp has lots of funny stories. Anybody else who's ever taught knows how adventurous and how ridiculous diploma night is. I think my team actually, one of our guys who was doing like Minecraft programming, he built a dip machine, which is effectively like you have a Google form and you're like, okay, kid name, kid project. It was like effectively a Mad Libs. for your students' diplomas. None of us used it, but it was a really funny project. But yeah, that.
I have one story.
Ooh.
Well, it's not really a story, but this is why going to gaming conventions and events is really kind of helpful and important. Not mandatory, because obviously, like, not everyone can make it out. But I actually got to meet my coworker and my manager at PAX. So I met my coworker in 2019. He was going to West Virginia University. I was in Pittsburgh. We both flew home on the same, like, really late flight. And I saw someone in the airport, like, I was waiting for my Uber, and I saw someone in the airport, like, with, like, Corsair stuff on. So I was like, oh, you must have been coming from PAX. And he was like, oh, I was. And we, briefly chatted. We added each other on Discord. We were both active in our esports clubs. So, we chatted briefly and whatever, went on our way. Then when I was interviewing for the partnerships position, someone who had been an intern the previous year was like, oh, do you know this person? He went to West Virginia and he works there now on that team. And I was like, well, I only know one person from West Virginia. Don't really remember his name. Met him like a year ago. And so it couldn't be the same person because I only know one person from West Virginia. And then they were like, oh, it's this guy. And then I checked Discord since we had added each other. And I was like, oh, I do know that guy. That is the one person from West Virginia that I do in fact know. So I messaged him and we talked about, kind of what the position was like. He actually, my coworker interned 2 years prior. And so he got to told me a lot about like what his internship experience was like. And that was really nice. And then I also got to meet both him and my like hiring manager / boss at PAX East in 2020. So they were both working at the Corsair booth. I was in the internship process. I also really liked Corsair. I knew the person who did the collegiate programs at Corsair. So of course I'm going to stop by the booth. I knew a lot of their student ambassadors. So I have a lot of friends over there. So I was like hanging out at the booth all the time. And I got to see my coworker again, who I met a year prior. And I got to meet my boss and actually talked to him. And I was still kind of in process, but he told me there that, that I was going to like what I was going to hear. So I got a little preview of what was to come. And I got to actually have like an in-person interaction with them because I go to gaming events. And I think also just gaming events in general. I've been going to PAX East for 8 years. I've been to PAX West once. They're a really great way to like network and meet people, and those people might end up hiring you one day or working with you. So it's really nice to get to like meet all those people at those gaming events.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk too long on it, but I had a similar event happen when I went to PAX 2019. I hung out with Rachel. It was fun. We went to the Corsair PCMR PC building event, and I didn't know at the time, but I met most of my coworkers there, and so I included it in my cover letter, and they're like, oh yeah, we were there. We were working the event. So that was a lot of fun. But we are coming to the end of our time, so we do want to thank you for joining us on this panel. As you have seen probably, we are in Twitch chat, answering questions, chilling out. So thank you guys so much for joining us, and we wish you all the best of luck with applying to internships in the next year. Hopefully we are able to go back to work normally so that you can have all these really great in-person experiences. But yeah, good luck, and have a great rest of your PAX Online experience.
Thanks for watching!
own a VR headset and are interested in asymmetric VR games? We at Full Bean Studio have the game for you! Come try out Operation Armstrong! Sneak around our lunar facilities while your friends keep you hidden from enemy robots. Hopefully. Don't own a VR headset? Find a friend with one and then go play Operation Armstrong. You can direct them through the facilities. Tell them to go left, go right, duck, perform a U-turn where safe, or any combination of senseless noise till they pass out from motion sickness.
You gave me those directions, guys.
Then log in with your smartphone or other device and become the hacker you always wanted to be. Open doors, close doors, distract enemies, crack locks, turn off alarms when your clumsy agent inevitably triggers them. Don't have any friends with VR headsets? Check out our community Discord where you can join other community members or us devs while we play Operation Armstrong. Also feel free to drop by if you just want to talk game dev, VR, or how the weather is in Australia. Don't forget about our Operation Armstrong level editor. Make entirely custom maps to share over your Steam workshop and screw your friends over. Alright, enough talk. Let's play.
Hello, welcome to this walkthrough of Operation Armstrong. Up here we've got the TV screen, this is where our agent is. We've got a mobile screen where I'll be doing all my hacking, and we've got the VR view where Halen is sneaking about. So let's get right into it. Let's go. Alright, so we're going up to door 4. I'm going to open that, get round behind the obstacle there. Yep, okay. Yep, you're good, keep moving, go into the vent.
Oh no, he was a fast turner.
What? How do you... Okay, go straight there. Just go into the next vent.
Ooh.
I've got the lockdown. Or I'll mess up the lockdown. That's fine. Okay, I'm going to open door 10, releasing the crawler into the level if you want to get round to that next next pillar across. I'm choosing when I open this door. Yep, just stay there. It should kind of just wander right next to you. Why not? Just stay. Just Okay.
Is he coming around?
Leaving you. Go.
Jesus. Alright. What's the code?
Okay. Door 9 is yellow, blue, red. Oh, don't go yet.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, alright.
Close that door in his face. I'm just going to open door 10 as well, so the crawler...
Hello PAX Online, I'm Will Schick with Atomic Mass Games, and today I'm here to show you how to get your miniatures assembled. So let's dive right in and take a look. You'll notice that our miniatures don't come fully assembled. So when you get in a Marvel Crisis Protocol miniatures product or any hobby miniatures game, you're going to see them come on a frame or come in pieces like this here. This is our Thanos from the Marvel Crisis Protocol game. Now, the core tools that you will need in order to assemble your miniatures are, very simply, a pair of clippers and a hobby knife. You can find either of these things at any hobby store or local game store that carries hobby miniatures products. The last thing you're going to need is you're going to need some kind of adhesive glue. There are two different options. There is plastic miniatures glue, which you can find at hobby stores and works great on hobby products like Marvel Crisis Protocol. There's also classic super glue. Super glue will also work just as well. Each has their own strengths and weaknesses. I like to have both on hand. In order to start with this assembly system, we need to clip these parts off the frame. Now, every miniatures kit typically comes with instructions that shows you how to do the build. You'll notice that each part is numbered, and that helps you identify which part you need to stick to which part. So the first thing to note is that you need to separate each part from the frame. In order to do that, you're going to take your hobby clippers, you're going to hold them in your dominant hand, and you're going to find where the injection ports are for the pieces. So you'll see like the injection ports are here on the bottom of the feet or here on the back of the shoulder pad. The best approach when clipping these off in order to minimize any damage to the piece or any excess material coming off when you clip is to make sure that the flat of the clippers, you'll notice how they're divoted, so they come down at an angle. You want to have the flat of the clippers pressed up as close as possible against the piece that you're about to clip. So you're just going to simply come in here, you're going to clip, and you're going to let it go. So now that I've clipped out my Thanos boots, I need to assemble them. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to take my hobby blade, and I'm simply going to look for any excess material that's left over from clipping the part off the frame. And I just simply want to clean this off. In order to do that, I'm going to put my thumb against the flat of the blade like this, and I'm simply going to use a slight scraping motion as I push against the material. The best practice when assembling the two parts is before you put glue on them, always dry fit. So fit it twice before finishing it off. The next step is to add glue. I'm simply going to run the glue across the edge of the part. Then I'm going to take the other half. Using the dry fitting that I just did, I know how to guide it up. I'm going to put the two parts together. I'm going to press firmly for about 10 seconds. Let's go to the next one. We're simply going to clean. We're going to take our glue. We're going to run around the edge. We're going to continue this for each different part until we wind up with a fully assembled Thanos. And as you move through the different parts of the miniature, you'll start to see the character come together in fantastic fashion. All of it is the joy of the miniatures hobby itself. Once your character is assembled, the last step is to attach them to their base so that they are ready for the painting table. And there you go, guys. A completed Thanos, the Mad Titan miniature, all put together. And that, PAX Online people, is a quick tutorial on how to assemble your own hobby miniatures, starting with our Mad Titan, Thanos. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. Be sure to check out more content coming your way during PAX Online, and we will see you on the next one.
In Boyfriend Dungeon, you spend a summer in Verona Beach, California, fighting monsters for money. Except the swords you find in the dungeon can also transform into beautiful men, women, and non-binary people you can befriend or date. You try to get as far as you can in the dungeon each time, but dying's okay, because you can level up too. You need to get stronger to go further. To do that, you'll need a closer relationship with your weapon. You spend the game alternating between fighting in the dungeon and hanging out with your weapons around town. I personally get bored if there's only fighting, but also I get restless if there's too much reading, so we wanted to make a mix of the two. Here, I'm dating Sunder the Talwar, and when we spend enough time together, we'll discover new abilities we can use in combat. Each weapon has a different set of upgrades to find, with choices to make along the way. Different weapons have different preferences for where they want to go on dates, how they want to flirt, and what kinds of gifts they want to receive. They might give you a gift too. There's a variety of different kinds of people/weapons to date in Boyfriend Dungeon, so it's up to you who you want to wield and level up your love. But watch out, there's someone out there kidnapping weapons. We're getting closer to finishing Boyfriend Dungeon now, and we hope people will love it as much as we do. If that sounds like your kind of game, wishlist Boyfriend Dungeon on Steam now.
Hi everyone, this is Parkosaurus, and it is one of the Indie Showcase winners for PAX, which we are very happy to be part of. Wash Bear is made by a two-person team called Wash Bear Studio, and one of those people is me. I'm Chris. Hi. The game itself is a dinosaurus tycoon simulation where you obviously take care of your dinos and expand your park. So let me give you a quick look into the game. We could do a customized game, but let's go to the world map instead. And I'm going to do one of the missions, which is Toronto, and let's start that up to have a quick look. And the first quest pops up, Dino Appeal. And this is our park. This is the one we're starting with. So this is where we're going to have to do the quest. So the first thing, we need to get 500 Dino Appeal, have 4 dinosaurs, and unlock 2 science. Okay, so various ways we can do all this. The first thing I'm going to do is see what the quest gave me. So I have a hat, and hats can go in your dinos or your employees, and I have an Ankylosaurus. So I'm going to hire some people to help me first. I'm going to go to the office and go to resumes. I'm going to get a vet. I'm going to hire a janitor. Looks pretty good. And a scientist, because I will want some science. And a security. And I'm going to, you know what, I'm going to move this over here. Because I want to build my exhibit where this all is. Let's build an exhibit. I'm going to use some concrete walls first. So these are cheaper, they're pretty strong. The only catch is guests can't see through them to see the dinos, which is okay, because we'll add some other fences. And I'm going to make it just this big for now. And why don't I add some wood fence. And these will allow the guests to see in. So I'll just add some path here. And you know what? Let's drop our egg while we're at it. And if I fill this up with grass, most of this is already grass, so let me fill the rest with grass. There. So this exhibit now I can click anywhere on the wall or on the ground and it'll pull up the exhibit pane. And there's a lot of interesting information here. And we're trying to get the taiga biome. So you can see we have to add some ruggedness and some wetness. So let's go ahead and add water. And you can see it's transforming, and there we go. We just got over to the rainforest. But we need to get up to taiga, so we wanna add some ruggedness. I'm gonna do that with the train tool. Add a mountain here. There we go. Now, let's hatch our dino. No, let's make a perfect exhibit. So now you can see here we need some bushes, some trees, and some rocks. So I'm going to go ahead and add those. Okay, you can see the meters filling up. I want some bushes that are meant for grass tiles. And you can see biodiversity is filling up. And I want to finish it off with some rocks. So granite. Perfect. Biome looks pretty good. Let's hatch our dino. There we go. This is Olive, our first dino. And people are going to start watching Olive. Pretty cool. And gotta get some donation boxes for them to give money. There's a lot more to do. We have to get food and a door on the exhibit so the vets can inspect the dino. And yeah, there's lots to do. So, but I just wanted to give you a sneak peek into how this game works, and there you go. Yeah, so I hope you enjoyed this, and if you have a chance, check out Parkosaurus. You can get it on Steam currently. Yeah. Alright, thanks.
All right, get this going here. All right. Well, welcome, PAX attendees, to the future of VR, gaming, medicine, psychology, and beyond. I am Dr. Ryan Kelly, co-founder of Geeks Like Us, a psychologist based in Charlotte, North Carolina, and I use VR in particular with my clients. I have an amazing set of panelists today, one of which who couldn't join us live, Sarah Tico, but we will be having her come in through a pre-recorded session. And with me, I also have Dr. Walter Greenleaf and Dr. Jessica Stone. We'll start with you, Jessica. or Dr. Stone, if you could give us a brief introduction and tell us a bit of your background with VR.
Sure. My name is Dr. Jessica Stone. I'm a licensed psychologist in Colorado, and I have been talking about using digital tools, including virtual reality, for about 10 years now, writing about it, using it, and having great success with my clients in a mental health private practice setting. I'm also the co-founder of Virtual Sanctuary app, and we have that for tablets and for virtual reality.
Awesome. And I'll be asking you a lot of questions about Virtual Sanctuary, which I know I love that app, but you guys are always advancing. I have no idea what you've added. And Dr. Walter Greenleaf, a bit about you and your background in VR.
Well, I'm a behavioral neuroscientist, research scientist working at Stanford University at the Stanford Virtual Human Interaction Lab. I'm also a director of technology at the National Mental Health Innovation Center in Denver, Colorado. And I also work with a number of the early stage companies that are developing VR applications for medicine. My focus is medical applications of VR. And to your question, Ryan, about how long I've been doing this, it's been quite a while. I got involved in 1985, 1986 era in VR. I was actually part of the original discussion about what to call it before we had the phrase virtual reality.
Wow.
I voted against that term. I thought it was a little too glib, but I lost the argument.
What, if I can ask, what were you hoping it would be named?
I had something very complex. I'm a scientist, so I wanted to call it 3D, simulated 3D interactive environment or something like that. But the term did not stick, which is probably just
probably good, or it'd be the future of whatever acronym that would be. That's pretty cool. Now I don't think I recognized how long this had been out. I mean, it's older than I have lived. And I remember one of your videos where you were talking about that it was so heavy back in the day, you had to use a brick to balance the headset. And I was like, what? It's hard for me to even wrap my head around. I assume that was only in like laboratory settings that those were used.
Yeah, the technology was very expensive back in the early days. We had to use very, very expensive computers. Silicon Graphics were the ones that we used. And the head-mount displays were these big contraptions. Sometimes we'd have a chain holding them up to counterbalance them, or sometimes we'd have something in the back of the head to keep our heads from falling over. But we were able to do basic research and understand the power of the technology.
That's so cool. Yeah, I try to imagine. I like to think I would have the similar innovative insight to know where it could go, but I don't know. I think it's so cool that you guys had led it there.
Well, I don't think we knew where we were going, but we knew it was going to be useful and important. And so we were just, pioneering, trying to explore some of the pathways.
That's so awesome. Well, I know that I and pretty much everyone at PAX is very thankful. At PAX, and I'll play this video as I chat here. At PAX, I mean, so for those who have been, you of course have seen the presence of VR skyrocket. There used to be a few booths around that would have a few things, Richie's Plank experience type of stuff, things that almost seemed gimmicky. And it's like, okay, so VR is kind of a gimmicky novelty in gaming, but it'll never pick up. It's too expensive. And then as time has gone on, now you go to PAX, and there's a 3 to 5 hour line to play the newest 10-minute demo of a VR game. We had Talon Beach as the event manager of Oculus, and he's always there. He couldn't join us today, but I think that speaks two things to me, and we'll chat a bit about it. One is how much people want VR and like VR and see it as something, at least with gaming, see it as something so extraordinary and innovative and futuristic. At the same time, it shows that as accessible as it is getting, it still isn't quite to where these gaming companies want it to be. You have that line that's 5 hours because a lot of people might not have the money. Only recently have we had decent with like the Oculus Quest that are somewhat affordable and don't require this pretty high performing computer. But you see these new titles. Valve, of course, came out with the new Index. The most powerful commercial one yet, doesn't have wireless, but We're at 130 degree panorama, 120 hertz refresh rate, same resolution as the HTC Vive Pro, and with their launch game of Half-Life Alyx, which you were just watching. With games, there's of course these first-person shooters and crowd favorites. We also have ones that we know can just help with meditation and state of flow. This is Beat Saber here, which has been known to show to give people into a state of flow. Hot Squat, there's VR exercise. A number of Twitch and YouTube stars have been using VR to show how they stay in shape. Talon Beach is also one who does that, so you should check him out. We have 3D art that's been very big. Tilt Brush is perhaps the most popular sandbox for this. In here, obviously I'm a psychologist, so in my practice I'm using it to draw big brains for psychoeducation and for therapy. Sarah Tico will be talking about her company, Hatsumi VR, and how she has incorporated art into VR and ultimately to improve well-being. For art therapy here, Sarah is also kind of at the forefront of that pioneering, and a lot of us are using it. The next biggest foray is, this is the client's experience here. So down in the bottom right, as you can see what the client is seeing, is social. So this is a very simple social app called Rec Room. It's free, like VR chat. But in here, people can go in and have their avatars. I'm playing ball with a guy named Billy. Just making friends with him. You just hold their hand like a handshake, adds them to the friend registry. You bump fist, you'll join their game. It's very cool. It's like these very early steps of Ready Player One, which will actually, kind of when we're looking at the future, Oculus 7 is going to be very exciting, because I know they're going to be talking a lot about Facebook Horizons, which is basically their entry level into the Oculus world. And for therapists like myself who don't have a big lab like Dr. Greenleaf, or have the ambition to make an app like Dr. Stone, we have third-party ones that are available that we can be using for like exposure therapy, like this flight one, like the speech one before, this plank experience, where as you can tell, we are mapping a 12-foot by 8-inch long board, plank to walk on, that then is mapped into the game and can be used to actually elicit a fight or flight response, and in real time be able to try to use skills to decrease those. Now, when we look at gaming alone, gaming has been the big focus. The reason it is it needs to be interesting and it needs to be marketable. So Oculus and Vive have had many discussions on, this has to be our focus. However, that is by no means the extent of VR. Of course, we have some VR healthcare experts with me today. It can be used for retail. It can be used for a number of, again, health and social, a number of these other avenues. But for now, it's been gaming, but it's exploring into these other areas. The projection in gaming alone is that in 2027, it's going to be a $92 billion industry for gaming alone. We've seen a massive spike during COVID of sales in headset wearers. And in addition, with funding, we are seeing more and more funding going to VR initiatives, which I'm so glad you all have been able to get your hands on some and do the amazing work that you are doing. If it is all right, what I'd love to do is, Sarah lives in Brighton, England, and I would love to share a brief 10-minute interview with her, and if that's all right, Dr. Stone and Greenleaf. Is that okay?
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Sarah's fantastic. Let's hear her.
Absolutely. Okay.
I'm the founder of an organization. Sure. So hi, my name is Sarah Tico. I'm the founder of an organization called Hatsumi, which means to see something for the first time. So we've kind of broadly expanded into almost a design studio that work at the intersection of virtual reality arts and healthcare. But predominantly we're developing a tool that looks at how we can adapt an existing form of art therapy known as body map storytelling into a virtual reality experience. Alongside that, I also work as a producer on a game called Explore Deep, which is a meditative VR game controlled by breathing that we developed in collaboration with the Games for Emotional and Mental Health Lab over at Radboud University in the Netherlands. And then in my spare time, I'm also the healthcare lead for Immerse UK, who are a sort of central network for supporting people working in immersive here in the UK.
That's amazing. Why that slogan? Why Hatsumi? What does that mean to you?
I ended up studying anthropology in Japan. I came across this word Hatsumimi, and I just really liked how the words sounded, but also what it meant. This idea that there are certain words that perhaps we can't translate into our own languages, but that there's new information that comes into our spheres all the time. And with what we're doing, because it's really about visualizing invisible experiences of pain and mental health conditions, I kind of adapted the word, because mi can also mean to see, and hatsu means to do something for the first time. So that's where the idea came from.
That's incredible. Now, you had mentioned body map storytelling. How do you use art in VR?
So I guess I've had a real interest in the arts for a long time. I first started working in the NHS and then left that quite quickly and started to work in contemporary art. It was through my own experience of mental health that I became really frustrated with how we can communicate experiences to doctors and clinicians. And I had what was later described as a psychotic episode, but I remember having like this sort of first sit down with a psychologist and them just trying to prescribe me lithium like straight into our first meeting, and I was like, I kind of feel like I'm okay. Like, I know that this is a concerning situation, but I don't feel particularly listened to. And so I decided that I wanted to actually start doing my own projects and wanted to create a film or a short story about what that experience was actually like, and talk about like what had happened for me, rather than trying to fit this kind of, standard criteria of what boxes to tick. And so that's where I first came across like virtual reality, was just, seeing the different ways that it can be used from sort of 360 storytelling. And I've done projects like that before. I did one called Wonderland X, that was an adaptation of Alice in Wonderland, but looking at through the lens of mental health. So thinking about the white rabbit and where our anxiety comes from. But I think the real interest, from my interest of the arts in VR, and especially around exploring mental health, is that it can be interactive and participatory, and how we can have it as a sort of two-way conversation between people. And so this is where I became really interested in body map storytelling, of using this idea of 3D drawing in virtual reality for people to actually say, this is what it was like for me, and this is what it looked like and felt like, and how can we use these creations that people make as a sort of catalyst for a conversation that can ultimately help people perhaps feel better seen and heard, when sometimes language can be quite limiting.
That's amazing. And body map storytelling, if you were to give the elevator pitch of what it is, how would you describe it?
It's a really cool tool that's been around for some time, and it involves basically tracing around a person's body to create a life-size outline, and then you fill it in through this creative and reflective process. So you go through a mindfulness sort of onboarding experience to get you thinking about the connection between your brain and your body. And then you start to think, for example, like, what does my anxiety look like? Where do I feel it in my body? Do I feel this kind of sickness in my stomach? Do you get a tightness in your chest? Like, I always go really red, especially when I'm doing public speaking. And, how can you think about what colors and textures and words may be associated with that? Usually you just get a massive piece of paper and use whatever drawing materials that you have. Well, actually, like, my crappy drawing doesn't really convey how difficult and painful this is. And there is something really powerful about being able to float through space and paint with fire, and also just create an environment where you can just think about that experience and not be distracted by the world.
I love that. You're right. It's so powerful. And that's something that really inspired you.
Huge, yeah, absolutely.
Oh my gosh!
Being able to have this playground of imagination where you can pretty much make anything, and just sort of the detail that you can go into. But I think that like sense of awe as well, of just feeling empowered to create this whole sort of landscape of your mind, I think is like, when do we get opportunities like that in the rest of our lives?
That is so cool. You had mentioned deep a moment ago. I love the kind of quote that is at the forefront of your advertising for Deep, at least on the website, of art meets science. And the app itself is gorgeous. The artwork is gorgeous. And we were talking a bit before this. I don't know if I personally view you as an artistic scientist or a scientific artist. You do both so well. And I think some people would say, well, those are polar opposites. Art is emotional expression through some sort of skill-based medium, and it's largely subjective, inherently subjective. And then science is the crux of critical thought, and it is defined in its objectivity. And so how could you possibly have both? And yet you've come here and seen that they can exist beautifully together. How would you, that naysayer who was like, those, you can't have both, how would you say absolutely you can?
I think for a long time, people definitely have seen it as two separate things. But I mean, first of all, from an engagement perspective, at the most sort of simple level, like when we're talking about things like understanding complex ideas, understanding like difficult ideas as well, then I think the arts is a fantastic tool for like translating knowledge and making it more appealing. In fact, the researcher that first introduced me to body mapping, she's called Professor Catherine Boydell. So she's based at the Black Dog Institute in Sydney, and she did this incredible piece of research about lived experience of psychosis in young people. And I could be a bit incorrect in the specifics of this, but basically she was like kind of disappointed that she'd done this fantastic research that could ultimately benefit the world, but no one's going to read an academic publication. And so she worked with a local dance company to translate her research into a dance piece that could make this information accessible. And I think it's about, the arts is such a valuable tool for reducing stigma, starting the conversation. And I think that's why I'm quite enthusiastic about with Hatsumi and this VR adaptation, is that there's the opportunity for this to be used in clinical context, for patients to understand their own experience and communicate it to other people. But if they're willing to, like, how can we use this as a tool to engage the public and go like, listen, like 43% of the population live with chronic pain. Like, here is a visualization of what that's like and how it affects people every day. That's why I really fell in love with Deep, because I think it's a rare example of something that was actually an idea by an artist. Co-founder and director Owen Harris, so it's led by him and Nikki Smith. And he originally created the game as a way of sort of managing his own anxiety, and then he came across another artist, Smith, who's based in the Netherlands and is now our sort of artistic director. And so they started working on the game, and then it was just them meeting with Dr. Isabella Granick from the Games for Emotional and Mental Health Lab. And so that introduction was facilitated by a festival curator, and just saying like, there's something interesting here that we could measure and prod at. And that's how that collaboration started of working together. And it's been really interesting joining the team and just seeing how closely the art and science team work together. And yeah, I think that the arts has always been like our way of existing and continuing to make sense of the world. Think of all the films that have completely changed how we understand the world.
Absolutely.
Or have helped us get through difficult times.
Oh my gosh.
Same with music as well. I think that the power of audio and immersive experiences in games should not be underestimated.
Oh, I agree 100%. And it's so cool to see teams like yours develop, where it's filled with musicians and artists and game designers and mental health professionals and consultants from a variety of fields, creating this wonderful project, especially for psychology, trying to understand these abstract concepts of what my experience with my father is. And it's like, well, let me give you a standardized explanation. It's like, no, that won't be a thing. Like, we know even projective measures are incredibly hard to do in a standardized way. And so why not create something where it's specifically designed to try to, as mental health professionals, understand what they're going through and get a somewhat quantifiable idea of what is your experience, what are you feeling. I think that's amazing what you're doing. If I could ask, when you are looking at art and VR, which very naturally has led you to a therapeutic world and well-being, if you are imagining where we're going to be in 15 years, where are we going?
I do hope that the medical world has a more holistic understanding of what health and well-being does mean. I think in the sort of industry that I operate in, I hope that there is more support for more interdisciplinary collaborations, being able to bring in the artists and the creatives, as well as the doctors and clinicians and the academics, and like really importantly the patients as well, actually making sure that we are, you know, co-designing these experiences and saying like, is this actually what you want? Like, what do you really need right now? I love the idea that, you know, perhaps in the future you could go to your doctor and say, hey, I'm having a really tough time. And they go, all right, well, there's like a variety of options available. But one of these things could be that we prescribe you a video game, that there's, you know, in your local library, then we have a whole like VR suite set up and you can try all these different games. But yeah, I think I'm really excited for a future that doesn't rely on pharmaceuticals, perhaps making things more personalized and participatory. Thinking of how we can use these things as a form of preventative care.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for being here, and I hope to talk to you very soon.
Oh, thanks so much for having me. Sure.
Okay. Well, my only regret is that she couldn't be here, so that because she is like the easiest person to talk to about VR. She's amazing. I have a few questions, but actually I want to start by asking, is there anything that really stuck out to you from what she was saying, or anything you wanted to comment on in particular?
You can go ahead, Walter.
Oh, well, sure. From my vantage point, one of the heart of what Sarah was saying is that the importance of a narrative story. And one of the problems we have in healthcare is that healthcare is difficult, healthcare is boring, and it's hard to be the hero in your own quest or journey and to really understand the whole experience. And it's also hard for the experts, the clinicians, the specialists to understand your story, understand your experience, and to also convey the guidance along the pathway. So the more we can develop tools to take the subjective experiences of the individual and make them more objective and give people the power to do that, the better work we'll be able to do. And also the more engaged people will be in their own healthcare. If it gives people need to have a feeling of agency, that they're part of communicating their story and it's being heard. So I really appreciate what Sarah's doing.
Absolutely.
I think two main things popped, well, a lot. I just wanted to, I wish she was here as well, because I just wanted to talk to her and have a chat. But two main things that came up for me is that I think one of the things, at least in mental health, that frequently happens is that people are worried and nervous, I think, about the impact on their work and their clients and all of that. And for me, I think of it, I want to say the opposite. I'm not sure it's exactly the opposite, but I think of it in terms of the treatments and the methods and all of that we've been doing to date. Some of them have been fantastic, but a lot of times they're limited in some way. And the amazing thing about VR, one of the amazing things is that a lot of those limitations can be removed because you can create an environment or create an experience or something that allows us to take away. For instance, you were talking about exposure therapy, you know, with Rich's Plank experience. And there's a clinician in Australia, Dr. Les Posen. I was on a panel with him a couple of years ago, and he was talking about how he used to, in the olden days, take his clients to an airport, put them in an airplane, go up in the airplane and do exposure therapy, like actually in an airplane. Well, not everybody can do that. There's a lot of limitations in that scenario for someone to really, truly have the experience of that exposure therapy. Whereas in VR, you don't have to rent a plane and have a pilot and go up in the plane and do all those things. You can, I mean, you will have that in the VR program. I mean, you don't have to do that in your real day-to-day life. So that's one thing that popped in my head, is just how much virtual reality can really broaden the horizons of what's possible. And then the other piece is that cross-disciplinary piece. And I think it's so important that different fields, different disciplines come together and we start to work together in really powerful ways to further our treatment in mental health and the medical world.
No, I think that's exactly right. Go ahead.
Well, and Jess, I was going to add to your comments, which I agree with completely. I think with exposure therapy, if we're just relying on someone's imagination, they don't want to think about uncomfortable experiences. And it's hard to evoke cravings if you're trying to work with people to manage their reactions to and practice resisting peer pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And the great thing about VR is we can have it be dynamic and adjustable. So we can have something that might be very fearful, such as walking out at the end of a plank. We can have that become something where it's easy the first few times you do it. And whereas if you're doing it in vivo, in real life, there's not adjustable difficulty.
Exactly. You can titrate your treatment in ways that you wouldn't be able to do it in real life. Yep.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, I know in my personal experience, when I make these fear ladders for systematic desensitization of slowly, I know you guys know this, slowly exposing people to a fear or phobia or an anxiety they may have, starting with something manageable, working your way up. But I'd always have this gap, right? Like if I'm doing a 1 to 10 scale and you're like, all right, spiders. So 1, think about it. 2, picture of a spider, right? Like you go, and then there's that gap between like 6 and 10 where you're like, well, I guess I need to get it's this or a spider now, and VR allows you a few more stages. You're like, oh, okay, sweet. This is great. Yeah, it's absolutely incredible.
Now, and again, you can gamify it and make it interesting and a challenge and dynamic.
Yeah, that's a good point. Even to the gamification of therapy in a way. I think that's a very, very good point. She had talked about the idea of trying to, and you had mentioned this a bit, Dr. Greenlee, trying to allow people through art in VR to be able to give you a meaningful projection of their feeling, or to try to give a narrative, a 360 narrative that more accurately says, this is what I'm going through. That's a little more than circling bubbles on a sheet. And I think that alone, whether it can be standardized or not, that's amazing. I mean, that is so incredibly helpful. My question for you guys is, do you see that? Do you see it in labs or in the future being able to standardize certain things, whether it be through biomarkers with it, or what are your thoughts?
Well, I think the way of doing assessments will change completely from a very subjective experience right now to something that will allow the individual to show how they're feeling in much more dynamic and creative ways. But also, one of the it's really hard to measure a system statically, but with VR we can evoke different experiences. We can have something that might be relaxing. We might have something that's a little bit focused attention in order to complete a task. We might have something that's a little scary. We might have something that's evoking a social response. We might have puppies, but we can evoke different emotional states and perturb the system and see how people react. And we can measure eye gaze, head position, heart rate, respiratory rate, heart rate variability, and we can use some very powerful tools to look at the individual and come up with a predictive model of what therapeutic experience is going to work best for the individual, because we have this data about what works for them, how they react to a stimulus. So the ability to evoke a cognitive state or an emotional state in a reproducible way, it's just very a powerful thing. And it's something that we've been relying on imagination heretofore.
Right. Yeah.
And one of the other issues with imagination is that if I'm imagining something, even if I try to explain it to you, I might not be able to explain it to you in words in a powerful way that I'm actually experiencing it. Whereas in VR, and things like what Sarah was talking about with the body mapping work and all of that, you can actually create that so that the clinician can also see it and hear it and have the biomarkers and more to go by. And it's more of a complete package than tell me what you're imagining.
Right.
Try to explain to me what you're seeing in your own mind. And that's amazing to have ways to get past those limitations.
Absolutely. Now, I'll tell you, from a private practitioner who uses as much VR as he can get his hands on, the extent of that I get is we use the Polar tent for the heart rate that does it through Bluetooth through the game and can affect some of the games like guided meditation VR. And we use the Muse, which is the brain waves that can actually affect some games. It's pretty cool, right? I don't know how accurate it is. It's at least pretty cool. If I can ask this specifically, you, Dr. Greenleaf, but Dr. Stone, please chime in. What is VR medicine? I mean, is this something that's a large part of it? Like, how would you simply define VR medicine?
Well, it's the clinical and wellness applications of medicine are emerging really, really fast because it's very powerful technology. So not just in psychiatry, psychology, behavioral medicine, but for surgical planning, for stroke rehabilitation, for helping with autism and Asperger's and attention deficit disorder and treating addictions. There's a whole spectrum of applications that are escaping from the research lab, escaping from the startup zone. And now the larger medical product companies, the larger hospital networks, and people as individuals are using them for health and wellness applications. So it's moving along pretty fast. We're projecting a $5 billion industry within the next few years. And it's going to be really fantastic. Some of the greatest applications now are addressing, as Sarah was describing, addressing chronic pain and distraction from acute pain. So it's going to become its own. It's hard to say it's going to be its own sector because it's really going to be very horizontal across all sectors of health and wellness and medicine.
And if I were to ask specifically, thinking of future med students, and I sort of think of the Children's Hospital of Los Angeles that has the VR that I believe is now a required part of their training program. Is that correct? Am I remembering that correctly?
Well, in the pediatric emergency department, they don't let any of the residents even into that department until they've gone through skill training on how to handle a resuscitation emergency, for example. So it's starting to become a requirement as part of their training.
That's awesome. If we were to sort of maybe speculate a little bit, maybe this is an unfair question, but what med school will be like in 5 to 10 years in a way that might use VR, what might that look like for a med student going in? How is VR going to be a part of their training? Loosely speculating, of course.
Well, for one thing, some of the complex structures like the spinal tracts and the neuroanatomy is going to be a lot easier to see in a three-dimensional interactive manner. For another thing, we have virtual patients and virtual cadavers. So I think you'll be able to do learning at your own pace with your own style because the material will be dynamic and adjust, pick up where you left off. Also, I think the big part of learning anything in healthcare is learning how to be empathetic and how to have a good rapport with not just the patient, but with your team members. And the virtual reality allows us to have scenarios and rehearsals in a way, much like a flight simulator, where you can see what it's like to be the other team experiences like and what their challenges are. So it's going to change medical education and making it a little bit more of a off-site learning, learn at your own pace, learn the psychomotor skills you might need if that's what you're doing. You're becoming a surgeon, or learn the interpersonal skills and practice those if you're learning to that part of the curriculum. So it's going to become a much more, I think, less book-oriented, less PowerPoint-oriented, and more of an experiential learning at your own pace type of system.
That's all so exciting. And what about for a patient, in particular the ones that are most vulnerable, who are younger or have anxieties or have you? within the next 5 years, what might be their experience be coming into a hospital that utilizes VR?
Well, just one example is the project we did at the Stanford Children's Hospital, where we tried to do stress reduction, stress inoculation by having people be able to do a walk through the hospital, starting in the parking lot, going to the waiting room and check room, but we green screened in other kids to serve as guides along the way. So the idea was to reduce the anticipatory anxiety by having people have an experience before the actual day of the surgery. And that served to help reduce the anxiety, not just of the patients, but also of their family members. A very powerful way of reducing anxiety.
You know, it's something. I really like that. You know, I think my wife's in medicine and my brother's in medicine, and I was a competitive athlete for years. So I've been in MRI machines and CAT scans, and they've seen it all, and you get desensitized to it a bit. But it's very scary. I mean, for people who are not in medicine or have loved ones around them who they're familiar with the stuff, you hear that big, you know, magnetic resonance sounds, and you've got these people that scare you and you have no idea what's coming. And it's sort of the am I going to get a shot at the pediatrician extrapolated by 10 to 20. So to see, you know, like Project Braveheart, and to see some of these third party apps where you can buy, you know, we've got some of these, but where you can have it where here's the MRI experience and you can map in a table. Here's a CAT scan experience, you can map in a table. I mean, it's so remarkable relief I've seen it with people, both personally and watching you guys, seeing all the great work. That's fantastic. If I can ask both a question, and then Dr. Stone, I want to mention a bit about branch rate, but there's a quote that I've heard many times, and I've heard both of you use it in some context, and it is, wherever the patient is, that is the point of care. As providers or academics, or just in general, VR healthcare experts, what does that mean when we have VR?
No, it's an extension of telemedicine. It allows us to do more powerful things we can meet each other in VR. And now, right now, a lot of the multi-user virtual environments, you look like a robot, and the non-verbal communication isn't there yet. But soon we'll be able to have anonymous meetups, for example, where you show up, but you don't look like yourself. If it's important to show up anonymously because of confidentiality reasons. Perhaps you're in a town and you don't want people to know that you're going to virtual AA.
Right.
It's just going to be it's going to give more powerful tools to the clinicians to reach out to underserved populations using technology, a way to do it in a more robust. Well, how about you, Jessica? Have you had a chance to use VR in a telemedicine manner at all?
I have, and actually in just 2 weeks, I'm starting a group with somebody in a state for children ages 10 to 15 who have ADHD, some aggressive issues, and we're all going to meet in our VR headsets for group therapy. So yeah, it's really broadened horizons. The thing that I popped in my head when you were talking, Ryan, the concept of meeting your clients where they are in terms of in telehealth way we're doing now and and beyond, but also in their interest areas and in their culture. And so we've talked a little bit about like the gamification, and Sarah talked a little bit about using games and video games as treatment and whatnot. And I'm preaching to the choir at the PAX community here for sure, but I often go to locations where people don't understand the power of video games and the uses. And I think it gets a little bit of a rep and doesn't need to. Yeah, there's so much more to it. And so I spent a lot of time talking about that.
I wanted to show you something real quick. So I work with a lot of amazing people who endearingly call themselves geeks, and we relate very much on those things: technology, video games, Magic the Gathering. Dr. Greenlee, a number of backgrounds that I was a big fan of. My clients would all be very big fans. your virtual background out here on Zoom. One thing that's kind of cool is for the gathering, and this is the client's view right here. I have it where I'm talking about what the brain is and a bit how it works and a bit about CT. It's not really a battle, but it's more of like a friendly competition of Magic the Gathering with the brain, and trying to give this concept of this universe they see is the universe of you, and memories and fears and dreams and hopes and all your abilities, all of your limitations, your strengths. Your brain is in you, and it seems like this incredibly powerful force because it is, but it's not the most powerful. The most powerful is you, the metacognitive architect, who is looking at all this, and you're in a friendly game sometimes if you're depressed or anxious. Your brain is trying to say, I am the controller. Actually, you are, and you're playing a friendly game of Magic the Gathering, and it's so cool to see people click, right? Where if it was on a piece of paper with me drawing with a pencil and I don't know their interest, it's going nowhere. He drew kind of an oval, and there was a small oval in the oval he drew. Like, they're not gonna. But in this one, it really latches. I'm sure you guys have seen similar. Oh gosh, what do I even want to call them? I mean, for me, it's
a powerful way of
yeah.
communicating, and and in a way it's culturally appropriate. We have to, as Jess said, we have to be where the patient is, more than just physically, but we have to meet them in terms of their background, their interests, in order to communicate.
I just wrote a whole book on that.
Yes,
yeah,
you
did.
Just came out a month ago, digital play therapy, and that's pretty much the message of the entire book. What you just said, Walter.
Fantastic.
Congratulations, by the way. That is very, very exciting.
Can people get it on Amazon?
Absolutely. Yep, they can get it on Amazon, and it's not a hard read. It's anybody can pick it up. You don't have to be a clinician. So, yeah.
That's awesome. Well, and I love that you both clearly have an initiative to disseminate these findings and these advances in a way that is digestible and applicable, as opposed to coded in academic talk and almost inaccessible. That's something I've really loved about the community. So Dr. Stone, actually do want to chat because you have written a number of very good books. The one I'm more familiar with, because I haven't gotten the new one yet, is Integrating Modern Technology into Therapy. I said that right, didn't I?
No.
It's modern technology into modern therapy?
Yes. Integrating technology into modern therapy. Yep.
It's in my top shelf right there. I should have just pulled it down. But you, from my perspective, it seems like you were a psychologist and you already had a passion for helping people improve their well-being, and then something led. Whereas Sarah, I think, kind of got pushed as an artist into well-being, right, into VR, and then into well-being. You kind of got pushed from psychology into well-being and into VR, and you did it in a way where, as opposed to I'm sort of doing the hackneyed shortcut approach of let me just get a big room and get everything I can get my hands on and just read as much as I can. You're like, nah, I'm going to make my own application for what I need. Can you talk a bit about that process and about your virtual sand tray?
Sure. I'll try to make it a short story. So basically, I've been in this field for, it's just under 30 years now, which I can't even believe that I'm saying. I'm glad that the screen is a little hazy. But I basically wasn't a person. I'm not a technophile. I call myself a techno-necessist, that I understand that there's importance here. And I'm entering into the world as somebody who didn't grow up in it. I'm not a digital native. So I haven't been the one standing in line for the newest anything ever. I even resisted getting a cell phone years and years ago. So I started watching my children. My oldest is 23, and I started watching them with their interests in all of this. And then I said, I want to know more about that. So I entered into their world. I started playing RuneScape. I became the chicken lady. I spent a lot of time killing chickens and giving and selling feathers, and just started realizing the power of that, the communication I could have with my kids, because I entered their world. And I started thinking, if it's this powerful with my own kids, can you imagine what it could do with my clients? And that really just started me on this journey. So let's fast forward. Then in 2011, a friend had a plea out because there was a tsunami that hit in Japan. And I said to she didn't have materials to work with people because so many things had been destroyed. So I said to my husband, this really needs to be, we need to have some tools that are really portable. And sand tray is an important projective tool used in a lot of therapies. It can be used with all ages. There's lots of studies coming out with using it with older people, and then anybody in between, and then younger people. And it's basically a projective technique. If any of you know about the Rorschach, so you have the ink blot, and people say, "Oh, it looks like a butterfly. Oh, it looks like a butterfly. Oh, it looks like my mother killing so and so." Whatever it is that people see is a projection of the experience they're having on the inside, and their emotions and their cognitions and all of that. So they're projecting it out onto something. So basically, traditional, you have a box of sand, and you put items in it, and you create a world, and it's the therapist's job to understand what they created in context of what their experience and what their needs are and all of that. So when this whole thing happened in Japan, I said, oh, how are they going to do sand tray? It's such an important tool, and it's very popular in Japan. And so long story again short came to, oh, it should be on an iPad. Oh, we should be able to create this and carry it around and expand it. Then in a little ways into it, I said, oh, you know what? I really think iPad is probably where a lot of people can start, but VR is really where it is. And so I said, my husband, we need to have this in VR. So what we're watching behind us right now is the virtual sand tray program in VR. And basically you can be up in God mode looking down, or you can go down into the tray and walk among everything that you've created. And you can dig down and you can paint the sand, you can build up the sand, which is what's happening right now. Obviously, this is just a really quick demo video. Then we're gonna have parts in here where we're gonna put some animals in there. You can make the animals bigger and smaller. You can move them, turn them around. So there's all sorts of things you can do. You can even blow things up. You can change the background. So all of it is designed so that a person can create their world, which will project out those emotional and cognitive experiences, and then be able to not only create it and look at it like you can in the traditional and that you can in the iPad version, but in the VR version, now you can interact with it. So you can walk in your world and interact with that. You can blow things up, you can knock things over, you can create things, you can bring in helpers. Whatever needs to happen can happen, and the therapist can watch it while it happens. The client can create it all. It's just the first time I went into VR, and we had a dragon standing next to me, and he was breathing, his chest was heaving. Literally all the hair on my arms and the back of my neck just stood up because it was such an overwhelmingly amazing experience.
Now, how do your young kids do with this?
You mean in my clients?
Yes,
or my
yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
My young kids.
Your clients. I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, no, my clients, they absolutely love it. And they will really do a variety of things in it. And just like we're doing right now, we're coming down onto the sand in the video. So perfect timing, didn't even plan that. What I was gonna say is a lot of times they start up in that God mode and then they come down into the world and interact with it face to face, if you will. And they are children who are digital natives. They not only have experience that most of us adults don't have with these kinds of things. So they go into it with some experience already, but even if they haven't, what I've really noticed across the board is that children often have a different approach to things. They say, let me touch it, let me try it, let me do it, and figure out what it does. They don't seem to have the worry about failure in the digital world as much as adults do. Adults are like, oh, I don't want to touch it. I don't want to break anything. I don't want to ruin anything. So it's a very interesting dynamic and a different approach. And I'm very curious to see if I'm alive long enough to see how that manifests as these young people become older. But in this virtual reality, virtual sand tray, they just go. They're just like, oh, let me play with the controllers and let me see what it does. And oh, look what I just did. And then, they just go on. It's amazing.
Well, you did an amazing job. I mean, it's an incredible game. And, it's pretty cool that you did start off with iPad. I think with my younger clients, the ones that tend to do really well is the one that have multi-device capability or multimedia platforms. So I know one that I used before yours for breathing was, I believe it's called Breathe Peace World, which is the Panda. Very simple app, teaches you diaphragmatic breathing. The kids love it. They always want to hug the Panda. It's adorable. But what's great is it's also on the iPad or the phone, so the parents can recreate it. And there's a children's book, right? So it really hammers it in. I think a big part of VR is to, at least for people like us, professionals like us, is to increase accessibility, is to try to allow for greater means and diversity of treatment. So I think it's great, and I've seen it both. I've seen your virtual sanctuary on both iPad. One of the first times we did a panel together, gosh, 1 or 2 years ago, and you showed it to me. I was like, this is fantastic. And I love to see how well it's doing in VR. It's so admirable that you just took the approach that both of you kind of just take the approach of like, we're going to truly be pioneers and just sort of pave new apps and new methods. And we're all very thankful that you put this all out there. If I can ask, so we have a bit of speculation. We have books like Future of the Mind by Mikio Kaku that speculate on what the future of the brain will be and brain to computer to brain interfacing. Of course, Musk last night just talked about his neural unit, or I forgot what he called it, but the thing in there that just for right now for pigs that it can detect their snout and stuff like that. We watch movies and hear stories that sort of like Ready Player One about the Oasis. Right. And I can't help but sort of take a step back and look at our environment of like, technically we have the technology. If I needed a checkup, I could probably pipe into a VR not so far from now and have my heart rate monitor and all that. And a doctor's standing there for me. How are we doing today? And I'm in my own house and he's checking vitals. He or she is checking vitals. I can then go say, I want to look at the house down the street, pop in the VR, go through the house, check out the things, be talking to a virtual real estate agent, play with my buddies, go into a virtual world. Facebook Horizons coming at Oculus Connect 7. Do you see something like the Oasis and Ready Player One? Are you both of you familiar with that, by the way? Probably should. Of course. Okay, I'm just making sure. I figured. Do you see that being a realistic future?
Not as depicted. Certainly, simulations and interactive virtual worlds are going to be a very important part of how we recreate, how we socialize, how we work, and how we do clinical care. That's a given. But I don't think it's, in clinical care, for example, we only need the fully immersive HMDs for certain situations. For work, we may get out into our smart car, which is parked in the driveway, and have it drive us to someplace for lunch. And on the way, we may have a cab around us that is projecting things and capturing our facial expressions and voice tones and body gestures. And we'll be doing our work with our colleagues, and maybe we'll be designing something, or maybe we will be demonstrating something. Interactive 3D environments are going to be part of our world, but it's not. But the real world is going to still be there, and it's much more interesting. And tactile sensations, smells, those will be in virtual worlds too. But I think it's going to be much more engaging to be out there in the real world. But we'll go to the digital world to do some powerful things too. So I think we'll have a blended environment, but it's not going to be the head-mounted displays and suits that people are envisioning. It's going to be much more lighter duty than that.
Gotcha. What about you, Dr. Stone?
Ditto. I think that I think we're just on the crux of so many things, and COVID has been tremendously awful in so many ways. I don't want to minimize anything for anybody in any of that, lives that have been lost and impacted. So I don't mean it in that way at all, but I do think what it's thrust into the forefront is a lot of different kinds of thinking and openness to different platforms and mediums. And my hope is that this is really going to open up a lot of different industries to the amazing things that VR can hold and bring. And not just VR, but I want to say XR, you know, because we have so many other kinds of devices that are, I just think they're just, you know, like right on the tip of our tongue. It's so exciting to think about what's coming. And it's not all going to be as Dr. Greenleaf said with the, you know, the head mounted display, but also with different smaller devices that we can use, and mixing different kinds of ways to do things. So I'm just so excited to be part of, I think I've said the word excited about 5,000 times tonight, but I just am. It's so great to be part of this, even in this little tiny town in rural Colorado that I'm talking to you from. And I want to continue to be involved in as many of these projects as I possibly can, because it's invigorating. And how amazing is it after 30 years of being in a field that you can feel so invigorated that you can't wait to wake up and see what the next possibility is. And I hope that that is what Dr. Greenleaf has experienced. He's kind of smiled when I said that, but you know, he's been on the forefront of so much of this along the way that I'm sure that you're super excited to see what's coming next too.
It was really amazing when I was back when we were doing this, when I was walking through the airports and went into a Hudson's News, and I saw on the magazine rack a display where you could buy a VR headset right there. You know, it just we could not have envisioned that even a decade ago. So the cost of the technology has allowed us to have a very powerful, the drop in the cost of technology and the increase in the analytics and integration with wearable sensors and predictive modeling now allows us to have a very powerful therapeutic and very powerful assessment platform that, you know, now we just have to catch up with the technology and build out some great protocols and some great uses for it, that, as you're doing, Jessica, and as you're doing, Ryan. So it's an exciting time.
You know, the earliest memory I have of VR, I don't even know if you guys remember it. I was maybe 6, no, maybe 7 or somewhere around there. The Nintendo Virtual Boy. Do you remember that kind of hackneyed? Sure.
Yeah.
As a kid, I was like, well, this is great. It was Mario Tennis, or no, Wario Tennis, I think. And it was a Blockbuster. You could demo it. And then it's like I just didn't see anything for years, you know, at least because, again, I was just a gamer at that point. You know, what am I going to do? And then I knew it came out, but it was so inaccessible, so expensive. But now I have clients come in, and most of them have something, whether it be the Oculus Go and with a kind of decent computer or something. It's so great to see the accessibility increase. You know,
I think in the near future we'll have a home health hub that will be prescribed to us, perhaps, or something that we get provided by our health insurance group. And part of that home health hub, which will be able to do pathogen testing and a bunch of other things, will be a VR system that allows you to have a telemedicine appointment and also do therapeutic interventions and wellness, preventive medicine. So I don't think we're too far away from that.
No, that is amazing. And then just on a private practitioner side, I know the next bit of technology, it's been out for a while, but I think for folks like us, it feels more accessible is, you know, what I would do in Tilt Brush, oftentimes I would do a very terrible 3D scan of my client, put it in, and have them talk to themselves, right? Or something to that effect. But it'd be pretty poor. It's done with a phone, with a Scanly or something like that. But now they have these 3D, I forget the word, but basically it's a mirror and you stand on something, you rotate on the device and it gets a 3D full .obj that you can throw in. And, you know, Sarah talked about body mapping, and it's this whole other, you can just sit there and talk to yourself. It's not quite leveraging mirror neurons like some of the stuff you've talked about, Walter, of, you know, I know there's that one video you have of your colleague where the face moves amazingly. So obviously it's so different, but it's so cool because even as a gamer and as a private practitioner, it already feels like so much is at my feet. So I look forward to seeing what else you guys put at my feet so that I can continue trying to replicate, you know, in an affordable way, some of the things you've done. Well, if I can ask, if people wanted to find you, where could they find you? I'll start with you, Dr. Stone.
Oh, okay. I was going to let Dr. Greenleaf go, but where can they find me? So I have a website, jessicastonepHD.com, and it has the books and all sorts of other information on there if you're looking for any of that. You can also email me through that, so that's a great way. And then on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram, and it feels like everywhere, Virtual Stand Tray app is there, so you can also look up what we're doing and then also reach me through those ways. So that's probably the easiest and the best.
Perfect. Dr. Greenleaf?
Well, there's a website with some information, greenleafmed.com, MED, greenleafmed.com. But really, a great resource is to go to the Stanford University Virtual Human Interaction Lab. And there we have a lot of descriptions of how we're using. Jeremy Bailenson is the founder and director of the lab, and a wonderful group of research scientists doing great work exploring how VR can be used for social good.
I love the updates that come out of there. Well, thank you so much for being here. I can be reached at drrkelly on Twitter if you have any questions about this. This will be posted after it goes live on Geeks Like Us. Again, Geeks Like Us, a community-based media company that supports, fosters unapologetic enthusiasm and teaches how to turn your passion into a career. Thank you so much for coming, panelists, and thank you so much, attendees. And look forward to connecting with you again.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Thanks, Ryan. All right. Bye-bye.
Everyone, this is Ollie Hill from Kaizen Networks.
Our first game was a student Paradise Killer, first-person open-world murder mystery set on a bizarre Paradise Island into a secret society of dead alien god worshippers.
You play investigation freak Lady Love Dies, out of exile to solve the murder of the Rural Council.
The monically possessed crime suspect found the murder weapon outside of a locked-door crime scene. Is the official story correct, or do you suspect a conspiracy centuries in the making is at play?
With Paradise Killer, we want to make you feel like a real investigator. There are no narrative tests to pass. You simply investigate the crime in any order you want and come to your own conclusions.
When you think you've got enough evidence, you can go to the judge and start the trials, accusing anyone you want so long as you've got the evidence to back it up.
We're very excited to be part of PAX. We've been to the show before and had a wonderful time. We hope that one day in the future we can do it again in person.
Paradise Killer is out now on PC and Switch with a special 20% launch discount.
We hope you're ready to breathe life back into Paradise.
Hello, PAX Online. Dallas Kemp, creative director of Atomic Mass Games, back at you again with some painting and some fun for PAX. I hope you're all having a good time. I know we are. So, of course, painting miniatures, you got to paint the face, right? It's an old adage, you got to paint the face, you got to paint the base. So, I want to talk about painting faces. And we're going to do a very cool, very quick face paint with not quite washes, but we're gonna have fun and we're gonna let's just get to it. So let's try it out. So as you can see, I got a black widow here. Now I left the arms off so that because her arms on the miniature come straight out and gets in the way of the camera. And the next step I want to do, and this is what I normally do, is I take some of my base color, that base skin tone, and I mix a little red into it. I usually find like a nice brickish red, and I thin this down with a little bit of water, but this just adds that nice warmth that we like to see in faces. Now any skin tone you do, you want to follow a lot of the same rules I'm going to be talking about here. So even if I were to go darker, I would still add a red undertone. If I was going to go lighter, like a very light pale skin, I would still add a bit of a red undertone. There's no one recipe to painting skin. Now I'm going to mix some water, and I just got a little palette over here. And this time I'm going to use a forest green, like a nice olive. I'm going to mix that once again into the base color that I chose. Now while I'm waiting for that to dry, I'm going to take the green and the red without the base tone, mix them together, and I'm going to make like a really nice brown. Just a nice red brown. If you don't feel it's dark enough, you can add a little red, you can add a little green. Nice. So all that did was define those deep recesses. But now I want to define the top. So I'm going to take a little bit of my off-white. I like good off-whites. I don't like pure whites typically, unless I'm highlighting white. So I'll take off-white, mix it into my base tone, and I'm just going to pick out some highlights. Right there where the hair part meets, tip of the nose, just under the lip where the chin is, just to give it a little highlight. And this just defines the face much better and sharpens all those features. And once again, I'm just using the tip of the brush. Let me see if I can focus in just a little bit. There we go. So very quickly, I was able to achieve a great face to get on the tabletop and just to get playing. So hopefully that was helpful and informative and something that you can practice and try at home and get your miniature painted up and get it on the tabletop. So thanks for joining me, and we'll catch you later. Keep having fun at PAX, and we'll catch you later. Bye, heroes.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the world right now. Thank you so much for joining Chess to Cults. Say that 3 times fast. Chess to Cults, How Life Experience Shapes Narrative Voice. We'll be discussing how we use our backgrounds and personal experiences to inspire our narrative design and how you can do the same. Before we give you our definition of narrative design, we're going to introduce ourselves.
Hi, I'm Kat Manning, she, her, and I'm a writer at Riot Games. Previously to that, I've done narrative design and writing for indie games, including on Pathologic 2 and Where the Water Tastes Like Wine. In general, I'm interested in procedural narrative and emergent storytelling. I came from academia and with a background in classics, and I still, even to this day, get a little bit too interested in Greek tragedy and drama.
Oh, is it my turn?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Oliver Nelson Jr., he, him. You might know me from my work on Skatebird, We Are the Caretakers, An Airport for Aliens, currently run by Dogs, Hypnospace Outlaw, or some of the dozens of other games I've worked on over the years. I'm a narrative director and writer, and I've definitely found that a range of unique life experiences has contributed to being able to have the ability to touch as many genres and titles as I have.
Hi, my name is Nessa Cannon, she, her. I'm an indie developer. I have a focus in branching narrative as well as horror. And I have a background in chess, which I believe influences my passion for branching narratives and nonlinear narratives.
Hi, I'm Cece, they, them. I am, I was recently nominated for the IGF Excellence in Narrative Award for Lion Killer. I'm currently working on the theory, and I have shipped Signs of the Sojourner for PC. Worked on a bunch of other projects that I'm not sure if I can really say yet. And I have a BA in history, and a lot of my projects tend to revolve around history, mythology. But I'm also I've also done a lot of branching narrative work, but mostly I just really like digging into old stories and see what I can harvest from the bones. So that's what I do.
And I am Toya Kristen Finley, she, her. I am a writer and editor in general. In games specifically, I am a game designer, narrative designer, game writer, editor, and diversity consultant. I co-wrote a book called The Game Narrative Toolbox, and I edited and contributed to a book called Narrative Tactics for Mobile and Social Games Pocket-Sized Storytelling. I am on the executive board of the IGDA Game Writing Special Interest Group. I have worked on everything from AAA to indie, and I use a lot of my personal experience from everything from major plot lines to mundane details in my narrative design. And what do we mean by narrative design? It can mean a lot of different things depending on the studio or the narrative designer. When we're talking about narrative design, we're not talking about game writing. Game writing is a story. Narrative design is more the story delivery or the myriad number of ways players can interact with the story across all the game's features. Narrative design includes world building, branching, and dialogue systems, but it's also in the UI, the mechanics, the music, the art, any part of the game. So the UI in Mass Effect looks like it could be the UI of an actual spaceship. Why? Because the player character leads a spaceship crew. The first Life is Strange is heavily influenced by its narrative design as it reflects the player character's inner world. The font in the game's UI and menus is the player character's handwriting. The art in the UI and menus is in her sketching style because she's an artist. Even the soundtrack is the music that she listens to. Narrative design is story delivery and the ways that the player experiences the story, world, and characters in any facet of the game. So with that, let's look at how we use our backgrounds to inform our work as narrative designers. So using past experiences to inform storytelling is something that filmmakers, novelists, comic writers, novelists, academics, and animators do all of the time. Why is using our past or personal experiences so valuable to us as storytellers?
I think this kind of goes back to something that Cece started with, right? Which is that you can look at history, you can look and harvest the bones, because God knows colonializers have been doing it long enough. Harvest those bones yourself and use them to create new stories, new foundations, new worlds on top of the foundations that are almost inside of us now, these familiar ones. When you do that, when you take that approach to your own life, not ignoring your own humanity or capacity to operate, but instead saying, here's the number of ways in which my life experiences can give me a unique way, or even just a cool way to look at the world, to approach my work and my life, and improving my relationships with others. it's a perspective that not only improves your narrative design, but your life in general.
Yeah, to add to what Xavier and Cece were saying, I think there's something really valuable in a multiplicity of perspectives on the same subject, right? That we all sort of bring to the table our own different life experiences, and being able to put that down into a story and offer it to other people who haven't necessarily had the same lived experience is so valuable for bridging gaps, for figuring out what we have in common, but also hearing what we're missing because we haven't had that experience ourselves.
So, Kat, would you say that pulling from life experiences, pulling from your background is innovative in a way?
I would, yeah, absolutely. I think it lets us tell both new stories and what we might think of as old stories in a new way. Going back to mythology and looking at it through lenses that we have now, especially given what we as individuals or as people from our own, individual cultures have come through, gives us a way to reshape and interact with our history and our past in ways that are really fundamentally reparative, at least from my perspective.
Yeah, I wanted to touch on that. When you said the word innovative, I really liked it, and I've been interested in narrative design for not that long of a time, but I've always found myself really drawn to branching narratives and to how to, make unique branches and stuff like that. And what does meaningful mean in terms of choices? And I had this really wild moment with I was talking to my chess coach, the man who taught me how to play chess when I was about 4 or 5, and he was asking me about narrative design and what makes it different from novel writing. And I was like, you can write these choices and you can have all these storylines and there's just like endless possibilities. And he was like, wow, that's wild. It's almost like you grew up playing a game with more possible outcomes than there are atoms in the universe. Like, it's wild that like you've taken chess and what you've learned in that and have put it towards something else. And that was like such a huge moment for me. It was, really validating, like, wow, I am, let's kick this imposter syndrome out. I'm doing things. And I have these past skills that, have really helped me figure out what I want to do with my games and how I can make branches interesting.
Okay, now I feel nervous about going last because my reasons for incorporating personal experience is not really that deep. My reason is because making games is really hard. Like, it's so hard. And unless it's a client project, like, I take a different approach with clients. But personally, if I'm making a personal game, I better be willing to grind at that computer for, like, hours every single day, every single week. And like for months on end. So personally, I'm like, if I have to put that kind of investment into a video game, then better be something that just will not leave me alone. Some story that really buried itself inside of my rib cage and just would not get out until like I forced it into a game. So I'm just like, if something gives me a brainworm, then I'll make a game out of it. That's because I think people really like don't talk enough about how hard it is to motivate yourself sometimes when making games is such delayed gratification. It's like the ultimate delayed gratification. So that's kind of where I come from with this.
I think making things easier is totally valid. Making games is very, very difficult. So anything that makes the process easier, I would say is really important.
Kat,
did you want to jump?
I was just going to say, even when you're writing, like dialogue, actors already talk about, they pull upon experiences to make themselves cry. Mm-hmm. It makes perfect sense that a writer or narrative designer would do that for looking at how a UI moment could perhaps touch on imagery in their past or that they know is shared among their culture to create an emotional moment.
Something that I've... Oh, sorry, go ahead, Kat.
I was just going to say, I've definitely in my own work thought about like, oh, what did this feel like to be in this situation? And how can I reflect that in UI? Like, how can I really make the player experience that, in the same way that I did, like casting back to like an actual physiological sensation. And, I think without that, I shouldn't say without that, but with that, it's a lot stronger.
Something I've always found really important, whether it's something that I live through, whether I'm pulling something from something I studied, I think using what I know is really important because it makes what I'm writing or designing more believable. It's authentic because it happened to me. Even if I'm working in a genre setting like fantasy or science fiction, there are those little mundane or real world details that make everything so much more believable. You don't have to prove that something you went through is authentic. You're telling the story of yourself, and therefore it is believable. So we talked about like multiplicity of perspectives, innovation. What are other ways that pulling from our lived-in experiences, our past histories, important to narrative design? How do they make our narrative design better?
Okay, so I am really, really have a strong focus on lore because I was a history major. And it's actually really different from being, say, like an English major or a drama major because I think compared to some other fields, I've had to handle a huge volume of information. Like when you have to learn about 20 different historical actors in one course across several decades and all the things that happened, you really have to cherry pick what's important and try to keep people's attention. Because if you think about the example of the ghost instructor from Harry Potter about how history is the most boring course, it's that's the challenge we have to face in communicating our ideas of here's all the stuff that happened, please don't fall asleep. And I think that kind of perspective really helps me create games because lore heavy games are really dangerous in that they can make you feel like you're studying for a history exam. And I think it's really important for lore heavy games to not do that. So I personally, I'm always taking an approach of trying to relate information to the player, trying to figure out what their their knowledge level is instead of just assuming that they're completely up to speed. So just having that background of having a very dense academic field and knowing what information to pick out of 500 pages, just knowing which information needs to be spoon-fed to the player, it's really valuable experience. And I find that not everyone necessarily has this kind of academic training.
And I would say that this can also apply to a developer working in a different genre entirely. So talking about past experiences or backgrounds, if you're not someone who likes making a tactics game, a JRPG, a open world title, a first person shooter, looking through the prism of your own experience and background, saying what doesn't appeal to me here? What could appeal to me in this setting that I'm not typically interested in, even in terms of the game mechanics that are used and produced, can have such a powerful effect on not just pulling in others like you, but giving people who do love that genre a unique perspective on something that they already really enjoy.
And there's something I think really important about that ability to do research as well. At least from my personal perspective, it's given me kind of a unique background on it because in the way that classics works, everything is fragmentary. You only get bits and pieces, and you kind of have to assemble a picture from a bunch of disparate sources. There's no one real main version. Once you sort of start digging down, there's a bunch of little small versions. And I think that really influences how I sort of do narrative design and how I like to present story to players. Because it's much more fragmented. There's never sort of one, here is the real canonical story. Here is a bunch of things that you can amass to make a pretty good picture of a canonical story. And it's sort of up to you about how far you want to go with it. And I think there's something really useful about, at least for me, about getting the player involved with that kind of active, reparative, going back to the past and actually seeing what's there and seeing what isn't and figuring out what you can assemble and what you can extrapolate that's really meaningful.
Do you find that especially useful working on large IP where what space you do have to define one answer is limited?
Yes, very much so. And it's very good in the sense of going back to things that sort of have been defined before as hard canon or as soft canon, and sort of looking at them and saying, okay, like what has been established? What is, what do the players know? How have they responded to that? Is there something here that I can take and make pay off in a way that feels really good for everybody involved? And that's really satisfying. But then there's also the feeling of like, okay, what haven't we defined yet? Where are the open spaces to play? That's also very useful on the flip side of that coin as well.
Okay. Yeah, I was really sympathetic to what Kat said about assembling random pieces together, because that's very much history. Like, you have to take someone's lunch receipt and figure out what information you can pull from it. And like, just like knowing how different pieces come together is kind of like a huge kind of like an advantage in designing for narrative.
Research. I'm a person who can get stuck in a library for hours, look for old books, stay at a computer looking for just the right source. And research is extremely important to any kind of design, any kind of writing, because just in the act of researching, you get so many ideas. It's like you get so many jumping off points. But research can be extremely intimidating for people. So, for those of us who have been in the academy and who have escaped the academy, what are some quick tips about how to do really good research? And then knowing, well, maybe this is really cool, but I don't need to go down the rabbit hole looking at this. I can come back to this later in my own time because I find it cool.
My best tip on this is the book review. Find a book you like and think is interesting, and instead of reading the entire book, see if you have access to JSTOR. There's a whole rant about institutional technology and the way we are barred from it that I have that I'm not going to get into. But if you have access to... Sorry?
Oh, that's next year's PAX talk.
Yes, exactly. If depending on whether or not I get my JSTOR access back. But basically, if you can find sort of somebody else, another academic writing on the academic text you are looking at, that will save you a lot of time, and it will also give you a perspective of where this text fits into the field. Is it a good summary? Is it particularly innovative? And is it what you're looking for? And then honing in on the sections that you think are going to be most useful to you, and then flipping to the back, going to the bibliography, seeing what's most useful, repeat the process. I would not recommend anybody do a thesis this way. I would recommend people do research on a deadline this way.
Any other tips?
Oh, yeah.
If you don't...
Actually, this is specifically about writing for fiction games. Sorry. Lag.
Go ahead.
Okay, so this is specifically for writing fiction games because I'm actually writing, like, right now I'm working on a Minotaur game that's, like, queer and, like, obviously very ahistorical in that the plot is very ahistorical and, like, just straight up, like, made up. But when you're making fictional games that are just happen to have a historical setting, you don't have to be accurate. And I think that when you hold yourself hostage to, like, accuracy, that's when you just... because, like, the point of creating fiction is not necessarily to like educate the facts, it's about educating themes. So I think as long as you can pull out the themes, like immediately, I think when you would like after a while, if you've like been sifting through enough information, if something just looks interesting, then you could just grab it and use it. You just immediately should just immediately ask yourself, like, would the audience find this interesting? Or is there an interesting way for me to put this in the world building that would be interesting on a meta level? And just immediately, I think it's very easy to make snap judgments of this is good, this is kind of like not as useful, or like people might not just like care about this, and just like start compiling a collection. Because what I do when I look up like Wikipedia articles is literally just like bullet point stuff that I think might be useful later, and just like throw out the rest and don't think about the rest. Or I do think about the rest, but it's just like in terms of like just collecting quick like pieces of information to use can be very good for production schedule reasons.
So the title of this talk starts with chess to cults. So we've heard a little bit about the chess. I'm guessing we're going to get to some cults in this next question. But what are the ways that you have applied your background knowledge or your lived experiences in your work? Like, are there some specific examples that you can give that aren't under NDA?
I mean, my first thought on this is really broad, which is the fact that I'm a narrative designer at all is because I was a classicist. When I started off learning about classics, I kind of thought that, the people who translate these plays that I love, there's like 5 of them and they all sit in the ivory tower and I can't become one of them. And I, took an intro mythology class, and that's when I found out that no, I can do Greek. And it was incredibly difficult, but, I started from this place of I have no idea what the subject is, and ended in a place where I knew what I was doing. And so when I realized that narrative designer was a thing that I could be, I was like, oh, I have a model for how to get from I know nothing about the practicalities of what this means, but I love it, to I am actually very good at this. So that I knew that I could do it because I'd already done it, if that makes sense.
You overcame imposter syndrome by saying, hey, I've actually already done this before.
Exactly. And it felt just as scary back then. And I had no idea that I was going to make it through that, but I did. And I have, the external feedback to prove it. So what's stopping me from just doing that again? It doesn't feel that different.
Yeah, I think my very first Twine game was really chess inspired, and I didn't really know it. It's got this really early split. Twine is really choice based and nonlinear, and I didn't have an idea for this game I had to make for a class. And I just had this, I was playing chess, and I had this big idea that was well, what if the first decision that you make changes the whole course of the game? And I was really excited about that idea. And so I made this whole game where one side, you make this decision at the very beginning, and one side of the decision you play as a human, and the other side of the decision you play as a monster. And that felt really... it's like opening a chess game. You can move the E pawn up, or you can move, the A pawn up and be really wild. And so that felt, looking back on it, felt really chess based.
I'm the person who was the cult part of the chess to cults equation. We moved to a town that was controlled by a cult because the realtor decided that was something that you should absolutely leave off the listing. I ended up not joining the cult, but unintentionally working for them as a lawn landscaper and finding remnants of I wouldn't say crimes, but children's ribbons torn on compounds where the people didn't have children, and bunker entrances and other such things. I was abducted at one point and taken to a windowless room where they fed me lukewarm pizza and told me about the apocalypse. The direct comparisons to this experience for game development are not quite there, and I haven't made a game about this yet. But one important piece that it did give me, I think, is, and I only realized this recently, it sort of created a backdoor in my storytelling that I wasn't aware of. So a lot of my storytelling and scenarios are based around someone who is in an absurd situation, who is given or an absurd task, and just kind of goes with it, and then finds what life is like on the other end of having to go through this thing. And sometimes I'd run into places where audiences didn't find that believable, hey, I would have just broken out of the windowless room filled with cultists, etc. That equivalent. And I've only recently, through a lot of introspection and pseudotherapy, come to the realization it's oh shoot, the reason that so much of my storytelling is based around the consequences, around intentionally saying what's important isn't how you got here. What's important is that you're here now, and what are the consequences resulting of that, and the interesting layers that emerge from being put into that situation, having to live with it. a lot of that comes from having to go through those processes myself. So even in terms of the flip side of this, not just how I've intentionally incorporated narrative design, my experiences into my narrative design, but how those experiences have incorporated themselves into the way I see storytelling. It's a really interesting thing to consider.
Congratulations, you have won PAX. I am really, really sorry that you went through that, but I am glad that you are able to make art out of it. I think I jumped over Kat, sorry.
Oh, I have the feeling that we were about to say the same thing, which was, my question was, do you find that sort of, that the way you use that in your storytelling, in your game design, does that feel like more reparative in a way, you know, for these really, you know, I think absurd is the light way of putting it. You know, these really harrowing, difficult kind of through the looking glass moments that in being able to use them in your work, that there's a kind of ability to kind of come to terms with them and process them in a way that feels healthier than kind of just like letting them fester.
I think you've noted one of the most important pieces of narrative design right there, which is context is everything. So there's one angle from this, which is that because I was a teenager who had seen Leave It to Beaver and was like, I'm going to loathe the lawns of the elderly people near me. That's how American kids make money. That led me to working for a cult. That's one angle of which to see it, sort of this psychological horror thriller thing that I didn't realize the full consequences of at the time, but have gained a growing awareness of since then. And the other side of that is how is treating it as absurdism, treating it as a place from which to consider ideas, consider world building, for example, or other circumstances in my life that have also revolved around sort of going along with a weird situation, getting out of it, and on the other side, discovering what that means for the future. As narrative designers, our entire job sometimes, especially when we're brought late into a project, is look at what exists and decide how we feel about it, decide how to convey that to a player, decide how to bring the most effective version of that to light. And I really like the term reparative, because even that simple context shift of this was absurd versus, oh my gosh, I can't believe that happened, that can make all of the difference.
What I found really fascinating about all of your answers is that your past experiences in one way or another opened up like this revelatory door to what narrative design is and what it can be. And I guess that's why I'm really shocked that we don't hear the industry talk more about using personal experience, about using our backgrounds, about using our life experiences. We know it happens. You know, there are games that we can point to. You know, there are anecdotes we have heard from friends where they talk about, you know, how this character was inspired by somebody they knew, or, you know, there are details, there are storylines. We know that happens. The thing that I have always wondered is, why, as an industry, do we not talk about using this as a technique more? And how do we encourage, you know, other developers to use our past experiences in designs?
I think it's fair to say on the indie end, because I occupy the indie end rather, that because there is a lot of incentive to, for lack of a better term, style match. There is I believe when we talk about narrative, because can sometimes be a part of productions that have hundreds, if not thousands, of people involved at one point or another along their along their life cycle, it can feel inappropriate or greedy to discuss, I'm going to inject my personality into this. But as you very rightly pointed out, everybody's already doing this. Artists are drawing from their own inspirations and storytelling resources and pieces of powerful imagery and experiences in their life. Programmers are going off of things that they've built before, using lessons that they have learned along the way. Storytelling is all about reaching someone on a personal level and getting them to care about side mission number 3A. So it makes all the sense in the world to change that conversation and discuss how your personal experience doesn't mean wrenching the rest of the production away from the hundreds of other people who share in it, but rather contributing to a tapestry with something that allows you to make something that would be more effective for your players than if it operated any other way.
Yeah, that really resonates with me, especially the idea of making this tapestry, and this idea that like everybody puts their unique stamp on it on the project as it goes through. I've seen people self-censor. It's really interesting to see, sort of coming from a AAA background. I think there's this idea that I've seen some of my colleagues have of, well, this won't necessarily be relevant, or somebody else on the team won't get what I'm saying. They won't, get this reference, so I just won't include it. And, for the most part, I work on a team that's really, really encouraging of like, no, bring that to the table, throw it out there, let's talk it through. And that's been really great to see, because you get all of these sort of, you get people selling you on what they are seeing in this and why that's important. And so you end up sort of learning about that, first of all. And I think there's this really major ability that I really believe in, which is that there's no such thing as this won't communicate to X audience. There is a thing of maybe this formulation isn't the right way to communicate this to X audience. But then the challenge becomes finding the formulation, not throwing the experience away and sanding down the edges of it, to turn it into something that feels like deeply relatable to everybody, and then thus really relatable deeply to nobody. And I'm not saying that every game, either indie or AAA, does this successfully. But that I think that the more we learn to trust our instincts as designers and advocate for our own visions and for our fellow colleagues' visions, staying in there, we get more interesting stories that way, and we learn to tell them better to people who don't necessarily share our background.
So I personally can't relate to the question, just because I am like kind of unashamedly, like ridiculously personal about my projects. And it's actually worked out mostly to my advantage, just because people are like, ooh, I've never seen that before. I'm like, cool, like that's cool. Game with Twine at a college with and being judged by one of the creators of Twine, so that was pretty cool. And I actually lost that game because I didn't save it properly. But it was a game about working at Chipotle for my summer college job. And the sheer anguish being a Chipotle worker at one of the busiest Chipotles in all of in Austin area, Texas. I was just the sheer despair, and really there were some amazing Twines out there, but the judges, it really reached out to the judges, the sheer amount of despair I had working at a Chipotle that just grinded you into dust. So I think I think when you pull from yourself, it's it can really pull your audience in. So I've had nothing but better, I've only had better outcomes when pulling from personal experience. But when I talk to other people, I'm like, hey, you have this really cool idea for personal Twine, why don't you make it? And these are people who have worked professionally in the industry. They're like, no, I don't think I should do that. I'm just like, why? And I think there's this barrier. I think after a while, I think it's a psychological barrier that it's less of a game, less of a video game with a capital V, if you make it too personal. It's somehow you somehow degraded the work into something that is not video games. And I think that's just personally I can't really understand the mentality. Because I think that just means we need to expand the definition of what a video game is. Because if there's no space for human beings in a video game, it's then why are we working in narrative design? Why are we trying to put stories into a video game? So
well, and narrative designers, when we're working in a team, we're not just doing the narrative design, but we are facilitators. We are encouragers, because oftentimes we're working with people who are like, well, I'm bad at telling stories. And you have to say, well, no, you're pretty brilliant at telling stories. Your art tells a story. Your sound design helps to tell a story. The animation, helps to define the characterization of this NPC. And are there any techniques you've talked about, discussing with other devs, who aren't writers or narrative designers, but are there any specific techniques that you have used to really encourage them, maybe when, one-on-one or we're reviewing work, or, what are some of the things that you've found that's really helpful to encouraging your teammates?
I haven't worked on a ton of team settings, but I know what works for me in terms of writing more personal things, because I get really nervous about writing really personal things, to the point where I kind of bury them under the premise of the game. And the thing that I have to tell myself is that, I wanted to write novels. That was what I thought I was going to school for and everything. And when I found narrative design, it was just, it was so different because it felt more empathetic, and that I can put somebody directly in my shoes of this thing that I experienced and try to view it through that lens of I can share this with people, even if it wasn't necessarily a positive experience, I can communicate it. In this way. That's the little pep talk I have to give myself before I, hey, I'm going to write a game about this, deeply personal relationship I have. All my narrative designer friends are like, go for it. That sounds wild. That sounds really relatable to a lot of people. And so I just think that everybody has stories that are, that really evoke a lot of empathy without really knowing it.
I like that. It's being kind to yourself and encouraging yourself in a way. And making sure that those stories get out there through talking to other people as well. What works for you.
I think especially someone who's in a lot of lead and direction positions these days, the way I approach it is kind of a 3-step process. The first begins with, as Kat and Nessa pointed out, being vulnerable yourself, starting with vulnerability, saying, here's what we're trying to accomplish. Here's why we're trying to accomplish it. Here are the personal elements that go into this. Here are the overall project and systemic goals that go into this. Here are our constraints. Being as upfront and clear about those as possible, not just in terms of your own development approach, but also in terms of what you're trying to achieve. And then opening that floor and saying, if these are our bounds, I want to see your work within those bounds. And then in the third step, actually paying off on that, not asking for people's faith or for their ideas or for their concepts, and then being like, but being very clear about what you're rigid on and what is flexible, and then continuing to really, I keep thinking of the word pay off, almost like narratively, being like, yes, actually, that's fantastic. Yes, I'd like to see more of this. Yes, that doesn't quite fit, but here's how we can bend this and make something all better together. Quite simply starting from that place yourself and communicating that to a team, and then actually allowing that thing to breed creates this exponential process, in my experience, where suddenly you can't really stop people anymore. You don't want to stop them in the first place, but you have a team that kind of to a certain degree is sustainable internally. It runs itself. It is self-caring. It is self-observing. It is self-aware. And that's a really special thing to be a part of.
I think finding... Oh, sorry. I was just going to say that I think finding commonality of experiences is really important, which touches a little bit on empathy. For example, if you have a dog companion, and hopefully you're not killing the dog companion, stop video games, murdering dogs, you might work with the team saying, well, did anybody have a pet dog, or does anybody have a pet dog? And so then you start talking about your dogs, like, what are they like? Can your dogs, or, a dog that you had when you were younger, inspire the dog that goes into the game? And that's not just important for the creative process, but it's also important in relationship building because you are in a collaborative relationship and you do want to become comfortable with each other, and you do want to learn how everybody communicates because everybody has a different communication style. But what I also think is really important is that the more people feel comfortable being able to share, the more marginalized voices are going to speak, because a lot of times marginalized people are not going to share because they're used to getting shut down. So I think that if we encourage people to create a space where they can share about their personal experiences or, you know, things that they have done in the past, and they notice, oh, hey, we have this in common, they're going to be more likely to speak up about things that maybe you're not necessarily looking at your background experiences or pulling from those. It might be something that's more technical, you know, just freeing people up to speak and to bring their expertise to the table when they may not feel like they can because of what they've lived through in the past.
It's a really good formulation of it. I don't have anything to add. That resonates with me.
So I did want to ask, are there any particular games that you know for a fact that the narrative design is inspired by, you know, a lived experience or, you know, the narrative designer's background, and you would say that's a really great example of what we're talking about, and it would be good to kind of analyze the narrative design in that game, besides your own, of course. Oh, go ahead.
I would love to start if people are cool with that, because I'm really actually passionate about this and how it relates to several other games I would want to touch on. But Disco Elysium is the big one for me. It is so clearly a game made out of Robert Kurvitz's, I believe that's how you pronounce his name, lived experience and what he has been thinking about for nearly a decade, what he's written about in his novel, what he's lived through politically and socially speaking. And his perspective is so clear to me. And again, it's a game that lets you explore a bunch of different ways of thinking about Revachol's internal social and political landscape through the thought cabinet. It doesn't say this is the one way to think about it, but it provides you this vast expanse of a world in which a revolution was tried and failed and everybody is living through it. And there are all of these ways to see all of the perspectives on the ground. And it just feels like such a personal game, but also such a game that it's so easy, at least for me and for many narrative designers that I know, to get into and to inhabit that space in without necessarily saying, you know, oh, I can map this on one-to-one directly with my life. And it really, really resonates for me. There's a couple other games that have come out of Eastern European studios in the past couple of years that I think also really, really have very clear and different perspectives than Disco Elysium. But I think it's interesting to put them in conversation together. And for me, that's This War of Mine by 11-Bit. And obviously Pathologic 2 and stemming off of Pathologic, which I think I feel like that's fair game to include because the original came out like 10 years, 15 years before, you know, I started working on it. So, but yeah, I feel really strongly that all three of those games are very clearly informed by their designers and studios' lived experiences and perspectives in ways that I don't think other designers who had not had those very, very specific perspectives would necessarily have wanted to bring to the table. And I'm glad that all of them exist.
Well, I've got three also. The first is That Dragon Cancer, which is really memoir as video game. It uses the mechanics and the world itself as the emotional journey that these parents went.
I was just going to say.
Hey, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say that, Kat, your your comments there, especially about hearing and feeling someone's perspective and voice, really resonated with me. Because, to be honest, again, as Sissy rightly pointed out, it feels like the industry tends to phrase the personal having an identifiable stamp as a less legitimate thing. Like we're supposed to just be invisible behind the surface, but it feels so, and yet it feels so good to just have something that is recognizable as, oh, that feels like someone's actual perspective. That feels like someone's actually saying something, even if you don't know who the person is.
Mm-hmm. The personal is universal.
Yeah.
It absolutely is. And, you know, the one thing I was going to say about that Dragon Cancer is that emotional landscape and that emotional journey. It's so honest and raw. I think some of the most honest things I've ever heard a person say are in that video game. Like when the mother is like, I don't want this child. I don't want this child, because she didn't want people to believe that she was having another child to replace her son who was going to die of cancer. And, you know, people don't usually admit thoughts like that. And it really uses the mechanics and the world itself as a metaphor of, you know, what was happening through their lives, you know, going through literal trials and tribulations of what their son was going through. And then Papa and Yo is another one that was based on the creative lead's experience with an alcoholic father. And so, like, the main NPC in the game is also the big bad of the video game, and he's always following you. And there are metaphors around alcoholism. You know, he eats frogs. When he eats frogs, he becomes violent. And it's the how a child would understand their father's transformation. You know, and again, it's using mechanics, but then that's narrative design, what we're talking about. The storytelling is also in the way you play. And I think that's another really powerful one. And then I think another way that we can think about using our lived-in experiences, like it doesn't have to be like on this macro level where it influences everything. It could be something very, very small. And that's the quiche under the bench in Undertale, which I just think is really hilarious. Toby Fox in real life found a quiche under a bench in a park, and he made it a health item in the game, and it fit with the very whimsical, surreal world that he created. So there are these little things that you can pull, you know, from your past. You know, it doesn't have to be like something, you know, profound. It can be little things, but again, that works. It's authentic, and you've never seen a quiche under a bench in a video game before. So as we're wrapping up, are there any words of wisdom that you would leave to narrative designers who are maybe thinking about, how can I work on my narrative design, fine tune it a little bit? Or as I said earlier, you all mentioned how, you know, your backgrounds gave you a window into what narrative design could be. Any final thoughts that you would like to leave with the audience?
I think that when you have no budget and you don't really have many collaborators because you're not as famous yet, the only real weapon you have in your arsenal is sheer unfiltered sincerity. Like, I think there are too many projects out there that don't have sincerity, that are trying to be, it's not quite successfully being. And when you really you can't, when you just don't have the means to create like an actual a facade of a game that is an impersonation of something, the only thing it can be is something that's something that is vivid and real to experience. So I just really think that sincerity can make up for for not having a budget. And I mean, I did this in Lion Killer. This is the second game I have ever made in my entire life in Twine. I didn't know what the heck I was doing. I was literally learning how to debug things in real time as I was making the game. but I mean, it vibed with people because like people thought that like I actually meant what I was saying about things about the war, and people thought that it was interesting. And so like even though I was like I don't know what I was doing, and the bug was in my game for like a game-breaking bug was in here for like 9 months. I mean, it still landed somehow. So
And you know it one reason I love that in Lion Killer is that it felt like reading a history book where the historian had a very particular perspective on this conflict and scenario, and this information was being delivered from that perspective. It mirrored the exact same research that you had done through. You basically made a history book, but as an indie game, which is wild.
And gorgeous and so good.
I almost went to grad school. I went to grad school for
as somebody who went to grad school,
Ivory Tower.
Good call.
I hated the Ivory Tower culture. Yeah, I hated the culture. I was like, I'm not going to grad school. I hate everyone in my cohort. So I was just like, I want to make something relevant, something that people will actually read. So apparently Lion Killer did that, which was better than a history thesis, honestly.
Yeah, like you didn't have to do the history thesis to get your history book out, and it had gay smooches. Everyone wins.
Woo! Well, yeah, as a college,
They did.
As a college dropout, that's super relatable, and the way that I've been able to do anything in narrative design is just by taking all of the feelings I have in my tiny Irish body and just like turning them into mechanics, and just being like, no, I'm gonna make a weird game without any dialogue tags. It's just gonna be words, and people are gonna get it, and it's gonna work. And just like just personal experience and stubbornness are your tips. Yeah, you got to utilize
stubbornness. Stubbornness is a big part of it.
Yeah.
Honestly, for me, my narrative design gets better the weirder I get. The more I sort of let that come out. I still remember something from a talk that Meghna Giant did at GDC one year, which is that nobody is the default. Everybody has something unique to them, a unique perspective. There's no such thing as the default. It's just the thing that we amass and shove people in because they're close enough to it. And if you find that thing that's yours and personal, that touched you and is just a little bit weird or a little bit different, or you saw in a different way, and you lean into that, that's real and that's genuine and sincere. And that's, in my opinion, where real art comes from. And the more you can do that, the stronger as an artist you'll be.
I think that's a really important point. What are things that you are passionate about that you've been thinking about for a long time that you don't hear anyone else talking about? Because that's where you can have a voice and contribute and also make things relatable from your point of view.
Yes.
And actually with that, we are out of time. Thank you so much for joining us. Please stay safe and enjoy the rest of your PAX.
Take care, everyone. Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, my name is Morgan Cross, co-founder of the video game company Alderaan Games, based in Victoria, Australia. Please join me for a 3-minute pitch on our upcoming game, Path of Titans. Grab a PAX online demo key now at pathofTitans.com/PAX online. Enter the Mesozoic era and play as one of 18+ species to explore, survive, and thrive in our MMO sandbox world. Path of Titans will be both single-player and multiplayer, weaving together quests and abilities to enrich the interactions with both NPC dinosaurs and live players on our up to 200-player servers. Play on any internet-connected screen at any time with a single unified account that allows seamless transition between Windows, Mac, Linux, Android, iOS, and in the near future, console and cloud gaming services. Now let's jump into the demo and I'll show off our hard work. Here is our character creation screen where you can create multiple dinosaurs for the official MMO questing game mode and additional dinosaurs for private single-player and multiplayer servers. As a private host, you will have the option of hosting your own servers or renting them through our server partners. The PAX online demo comes with access to 5 unique dinosaurs with 3 different variations per dino and customizable skins with thousands of possible color variations. A total of 30 unique dinosaurs are planned for the full game. You'll enter the world of Pandura, our first full 64 square kilometer map representing the Jurassic Morrison Formation in Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. This world is full of lakes, streams, mountain ranges, caves and other hiding places, natural resources to discover, and in the near future, AI NPC dinosaurs and critters to excite the inner dinosaur fan in us all. Path of Titans is cross-platform, cross-party, and cross-play with both keyboard and mouse and controller support on all platforms. With up to 200 players per server, our extensive emote system and cross-platform voice chat will make socializing with other players a breeze, allowing you to easily join herds and packs to take on quests together. We've also built in our own Waystone mechanic, which allows people to bring their friends to them upon rejoining servers, letting you hop straight into the action. Interactions within the world will fulfill the circle of life, from building a nest and raising offspring to claiming home caves and grouping up for either herbivore migrations or predator hunting packs. The game will extend beyond the terrestrial, with swimming, gliding, and flying species joining the fray in 2021. Path of Titans is a true sandbox, allowing you to freely jump between all 30 species and explore each of their unique abilities, combat maneuvers, and quests. You can also simply enjoy hours of unstructured play as a dinosaur adventures across both the official and modding community maps. For more info and instant access to our demo for our PAX Online virtual booth, head over to pathofTitans.com. You can also find all of our social media links there as well. And a special thanks to Creative Victoria and the PAX team for the support.
Hello, PAX Online. Dallas Kemp here from Atomic Mass Games, makers of Marvel Crisis Protocol. And we're going to do a little painting, hang out with you here and enjoy PAX Online. So one of the things I love about painting miniatures is putting a little glow on them, and get a lot of questions about that. So we're going to talk about how to add a little glow to your miniature to make it pop on the tabletop. So let's just go ahead and get started and see what we can come up with here. Switch it over to my handy cam, and I've got Ultron. And I thought it would be kind of cool. I'm gonna do like blue glow on him. And you can use the same sort of process that I'm gonna do for blue with pretty much any color you want. What I do is I paint an off-white. Now I don't use a pure white. I use like a very yellow. And then the color of my choice, I thin down with a little bit of water, and I just carefully paint over the off-white. Now what the off-white does is it kind of gives a nice light foundation to work from for your glows. Now if I want this to be hot red glow, I'd use like yellow at this stage. I would put a yellow in there, and then I'll talk about each step as we go along. I'm gonna let this dry. All right, once that's dry, I'm gonna switch to an ink. Now inks are very thin, very highly pigmented paints, and I'm gonna use a turquoise. And if I was doing, say I was doing hot fire, this is where I'd add my reds. If I was doing green, I'd probably start with a yellow and then add like a really dark green. Purple, I'd probably start with pink and then go with the purple ink. Like I said, any color you want, you can use the same philosophy. Kind of paint the base white, add a light color that's kind of your main body color, and add a dark ink. I'm going to put a little bit of my base blue. This is a very light blue, nice soft blue. And I'm going to put a little bit of that white in there. I'm going to sharpen my brush. I sharpen my brush by just twisting it. Just put a little line right where you want the glow to really read. Very quick, very simple. Just to give that heat, because things radiate heat from the center, at low point, and the hotter it gets, the whiter it gets. Just reframe it just like that. Now we got a nice, simple, quick glow on our Ultron. So remember, you can use that technique, you can use that same philosophy on any type of glow you want. Red glow, yellow glow, green glows are always fun to do. I like a good green glow, and blue glows. Just lay down a nice white foundation, put in your main color, use a little ink. Might be something new to you, but it's a really fun thing to play with. Really pigmented, real powerful. And do the dark outline, and just put that little bit of hotness right back in the center. So I hope you found that enjoyable and informative, and keep enjoying PAX. And until next time, we'll catch you later. Bye, heroes.
This is Dreamscaper, an action RPG roguelite coming to Steam Early Access this summer. Dreamscaper takes action RPG combat and combines it with the endless replayability of a roguelike. Every slumber is a different dungeon in an ever-changing world with a multitude of unique events and challenges. Play as Cassidy, dive into her subconscious, take on the surreal nightmares she wrestles with to dispel the darkness. Master a rich, expansive combat system that rewards skilled play. Use careful positioning, exact timing, and quick reflexes to defeat foes with an abundance of combat options. Make your defense offensive. Use quick reactions to dodge and parry enemy blows to create opportunities. Each weapon class in Dreamscaper is unique, allowing for a myriad of ways to approach combat. Rend the earth below your nightmares, fire off a finger gun, or whip a yo-yo into their faces. Make your nightmare your source of strength. Use lucid powers to bend the dreamscape around you, manipulate the elements to set enemies ablaze, or freeze others in place. When your nightmares overwhelm you, even control time itself to give you the edge you need. Explore ever-changing dreamscapes and discover lost memories, surreal scenery, and a multitude of unique events. Uncover Cassidy's past as you venture through her memories. Use your wits to solve challenging puzzles, growing your strength. Plunder through your dreams, finding resources and gear to build the playstyle that complements you. Special modifiers and rare keepsakes add depth and variety, allowing you to create unique character builds that encourage strong synergies. Wake from your nightmare to tackle a new day. Travel across the city of Red Haven and live Cassidy's waking life. Forge friendships and empower Cassidy with hopes and memories to dispel the darkness of her nightmares. Use resources found in your dream as inspiration to craft gifts for the people close to Cassidy. Make new friends and improve your relationship with them to unlock story vignettes and new powers in your dreams. The more you invest in them, the more they'll support you in return. Face off with nightmarish entities that represent some of Cassidy's most negative emotions. Challenging boss fights with representations of fear, isolation, loss, negativity, and more will test your mastery of the dreamscape. You'll need to draw on all your strength to handle ever-changing combinations of powerful enemies. Spell slingers, spectral swordsmen, mysterious wanderers, and hulking bruisers will bar your path. Vanquish those deadly foes to clear the dark miasma surrounding Cassidy. We can't wait to make Dreamscaper even better with your feedback and support over the coming months. Prepare to fall into dreams when Dreamscaper launches on Steam Early Access this summer.
director and co-founder of Pathfindin Games, an international studio, tiny indie stuff. Hi, my name is Sita Nube. I'm originally from Zambia, but I live in South Africa, and I'm the founder and director of Proserium.net. And yeah, I love games.
Hi, my name is Renee Gittins, and I am the Executive Director of the International Game Developers Association, the IGDA. We are so looking forward to supporting the Pathfindings event. Events like this are extremely important in supporting marginalized voices and uplifting game developers around the world.
I am Gwen Foster. I'm a senior BizDev with Robot Daddy, which means I get to work with studios like Superhot. I also make games on the side with an all-Filipino team from the Philippines called Chicken Club. And if you follow me on Twitter with all of you and how this project came about and why there should be more events like this. So I started countries in the south of the map, but the countries that, for me, it's the countries that are either in development or emerging with emerging economies. And we're usually very, like, a lot of us are very diverse nations when it comes to race and, like, cultures. And we are all very different, but we do share some struggles.
So I did actually have to look this up, like when we started this. But I think what I've come to understand the global south is countries and cultures that are outside of what we would consider, which is mostly North America, the United States of America, Britain, and some other countries in Europe. So the cultures and countries that are outside of that.
So I started fairly early. I started working at 16, but I did not start working in games, even though I had like a bit of course in it, because there was no access for people like me to the games industry in Brazil. So I started working with animation and graphic design, and from there I started freelancing to people from the US and Europe, because sadly there was nobody that could actually hire me in Brazil back then, 10 years ago. And from that, once I got the opportunity, I moved to Canada and continued freelancing. Then I moved to the UK, and I got by getting a job at Chucklefish, and I stayed there for almost 2.5 years. And after that, I got the opportunity of founding Buddy Hug with my partner. And yeah, that's where I am today.
So my journey started in about 2013. I was kind of in a space just before going to university and after high school, where I was exploring things to do, and I got interested in, when I was working at a tech hub at the time, just kind of as a social media manager, and I was getting in touch with communities. They were interested in seeing the types of communities that of tech that people had around Osaka, and they encouraged me to explore what I was interested in. And the things I was interested in at the times were like makerspace technology. At the time, I wanted to be a robotics engineer, and the other thing was game development. So I started. So for makerspace technology, it was easy to find people in Osaka because I just told people, "Oh, hey, making cool stuff." But for game development, I just came across one person at the time, and he actually inspired me. He was like the first person I met in Zambia who made a game, and I thought it was really cool because I didn't even know that we could do that. We could make our own games, and I was like, "Oh, well, this is so cool!" Like, and if he knows, like, someone else must know. So from there, I just started looking for people. I think since then, like it's 2013, like I'm always trying to look for people who are making games in places where people have never really heard of them. So that's mostly in Africa, starting in Zambia, and I also after we applied to host the World Game Jam in 2014, the next year I joined as a regional organizer for Sub-Saharan Africa, and it was, I guess, the right space for me to start looking to keep my eye out for people from our region who are making games in interesting places, and that kind of led me to work with things like Amaze Johannesburg and even Amaze Berlin as part of their program management, and I've followed a bunch of initiatives after that, and my current work with Rosera is looking for African women specifically. So I think that kind of what I've been doing so far. No really formal work at the moment, so formal full-time work in games. But I've always been a part of the community since like 2013, and I hope I continue to do things like that because I really like what I do.
So I had a pretty unconventional pathway, I guess, into getting involved in making games. Through the whole of my 20s, I was really involved in a very broad spread of different creative projects, and often kind of beat myself up for being like, why am I trying to do so many things all at once? That I was very involved, particularly, I guess, in events, in putting on sort of alternative, different sorts of events in Johannesburg in the last decade, which was quite an exciting time. It's a very vibrant, cool city with a lot of cool people doing a lot of interesting things. And so I was involved in, organizing events and screenings, animation, illustration, DJing, publishing music, recording music, doing live visual performance with music. This whole spread of different things where I was like, why am I doing so many things all at once? And in 2014, I got into games and suddenly everything just kind of gelled, where all of these different interests that I had all started plugging into each other. And how that happened was I got invited to an event in Cape Town just after I moved to the city. And it was inside an indoor skate park in a parking lot, an old parking lot. And that was the very first Super Friendship arcade. And just went to that and was like totally blown away by the fact that I was seeing all these really amazing games that were coming out of South Africa, and also just how welcoming and friendly everyone was, and how encouraging they were for everyone to kind of get involved, literally grabbing people and putting controllers in their hands and being like, play now, So I was very inspired by that, and very quickly got pulled into the fold, where by the second Super Friendship arcade, I had an alternative controller game on show, and by the next one I was actually involved in doing artwork and design for the event and helping to just kind of organize it and pull the whole thing together. And so receiving such a warm, encouraging welcome into making games definitely inspired me to also try as hard as I could to kind of pass that on, and to be someone else that could welcome new people into making games and encourage people and pass on any kind of skills or knowledge that I had to other people. Which, sort of also opened the doorways into us setting up the Playtopia Festival, which kind of was quite a, how would you say, like a knock-on effect from Amaze Johannesburg, which happened for 5 years that ran for. With Playtopia, we just kind of wanted to continue that idea of having an alternative sort of games festival that painted games in a new light, and helped to inspire and grow the industry. In terms of making my own games, I've just released my first proper Steam game, but I've been releasing games myself in a more informal sense for the last 6 years with a game called Team Laserbeam. We sort of just grouped together at a game jam and just clicked really well. There's 3 of us, and we kind of see ourselves as like a video game band. So the same way that a music band would have each person plays their own instrument and they come together to create something together, we try to take that same format and feed that into making video games together.
Definitely. So I think the biggest festival related to games in Brazil is the Games Festival. And I remember back when I'm still in Brazil, that was a really big problem with it, which all the indies would complain about, which is the prices to rent a stand or for entry were not Brazilian prices. They are prices that only international people or international companies could afford. And with our currency being very weak, you can imagine that was a lot. And I remember there were talks about like, oh, let's do an event right next to big, a tiny event that you can play loads of indie games and it's free and everyone gets to show them and there's no weird almost like selection, because not only you had to pay but you also you had to get accepted. So the prices were at a point that even if a lot of indies got together to share a booth, it would be not only way too expensive still, but they wouldn't have space to show their games because it would be a booth with 20 people and a booth that would usually be used for a single game. So that was the problem that we were having. The tickets to enter big are still very expensive for Brazilian people. And other than that, all the other events that we had in Brazil, they were very small. They were organized by a tiny group of friends, and they would be very good grassroots, and they were excellent. But with that, we wouldn't have the opportunity to reach the public that they had. So that has been my experience in Brazil. So I have shown games of mine in several. I had the privilege now to show games at PAX, to show games at GDC, to show games at EGX as well, but I never had the opportunity of showing it in my own country because of that.
Yes, so my experience with events, let me say with game development events, I guess the big one is GDC, which was actually the first conference I ever went to. Some people might remember I did a crowdfunding campaign at the time. Well, my friends, other people closer to me might remember that. And even before I did that, like I was given a pass to go to GDC from Zambia, and it was a great opportunity. But of course, I needed to raise the funds myself to go there. And at the time, I think I had to raise like $3,000 for flight and accommodation, and it was a lot to ask. It was a lot like to just get that out of nowhere. Actually, I don't even know if I'm remembering correctly, but I know it was $3,000. I don't know if that was just the flight or if it included other stuff. Someone correct me. I don't know, but it's a lot. It's a lot. And if you look at the list, I think there was a list which Rami made a while ago on the cost for each country to go to GDC. And when I looked at it, I realized that it was like we were like in the region of the most expensive. I was like, whoa. And it was quite overwhelming for me because I was traveling outside for the first time, and also of course the pressure of having to make the most of that time going, because it's like, oh, when do we ever go again? What will we do? Like, instead of just me relaxing and actually having a level head and enjoying and probably networking with people and stuff like that. Even if I needed to network with people, I don't know. After that event, like I had so many. I was taking every opportunity to network and everything, and I had a huge pile of business cards, which I probably still have in a giant envelope in my room. And I didn't even know what to do with it because it was so overwhelming. And I kept thinking that, oh my gosh, like I have to make that trip have been worthwhile. And it was just like, it was so much, and it was so much. And now that I'm older, I guess this is like 3 or 4 years later, and I think about what I can do with $3,000 right here. could probably do something way more impactful if I had $3,000 here. And it's something which I would have never thought about back then. And that's the thing with with a lot of these conferences which we have to travel to, like it shouldn't have to be that way. It shouldn't be that someone that I'm from Zambia and or even someone else from Zambia who is just as talented as someone in another part of the world, we don't have access to publishers and companies that can help with funding and things like that. It shouldn't be that someone has to travel all the way, has to get that money to travel all the way just to make a small difference, a small possibility of their game going somewhere. It shouldn't have to be like that. So yeah, that's my experience. Yeah.
So yeah, my experience is also of sort of outside of it's very limited. Given I think as well that my focus as a game developer was on making non-commercial games, it makes it even harder to justify anything, any sort of travel like that of getting onto something like GDC. As you say, like just the cost of being able to get there and spend a few nights in a city like San Francisco is absolutely crazy to people coming from this side of the world. But then on top of that, if you actually have to buy a pass and stuff, it's just like I can't. In my mind, I could never justify that. So yeah, my only experience with any sort of outside events is in 2018. Amaze very kindly got me over to Berlin to speak and perform at the festival, which was an amazing experience. Like really cool seeing like an outside external games event, and that's kind of like ground zero for cool, weird, crazy games. So that was an amazing opportunity. But even for someone like me who's coming from a very privileged position and does not represent your average South African, it's just completely crazy to even imagine trying to get out to those festivals. Also, on top of the actual costs in our weak currency and stuff, is generally really expensive visas to get into these places. It's really expensive to submit your games to even be considered to be a part of those festivals, which I'm sure for people living in Europe or the States, whatever, those submission fees are probably pretty fine, But for us, as a group of people that are making games that don't have a price tag, that are not making any money out of doing what we're doing, paying those sorts of submission fees at the chance of maybe getting into the festival is just very hard to justify before you're even able to think of going over there to show the game off. So yeah, my experience has been very limited, but on this side of the world, I've been lucky to attend some really cool events that are game focused or game adjacent. And there's a lot of just really small community stuff that happens, which is very encouraging. Obviously, all of this has disappeared over the course of 2020, but in the past, we were doing things like short 8-hour game jams on Saturdays, which would be, totally open, free to attend, and just small groups of people getting together to work on games in short bursts of time. We're doing things like a monthly design salon where a group of developers would get together and hang out and discuss game design and stuff like that. But all of that, is very informal and in no way sort of a sponsored industry type event.
The same with Lou. If you were to join, as a hobbyist, you would have to be with other game developers, and that probably would cost like $1,000 for you to get the group, but it's just too much. So luckily for us, when we established back then it was called Indie Arena, and then it became Indie Fiesta. We had the opportunity to actually showcase for free, and we fought hard to ensure that independent developers could showcase their games at consumer events. Now with the pandemic, we are transitioning to more online and ensuring accessibility of opportunities, beyond the Philippines, and that, they get more recognition, whether it's through local newspapers or whether it's through regional gaming sites. That is what we focused on. The great thing about Southeast Asia and Asia Pacific in general is that, Japan is just a few hours away. So you get Tokyo Game Show, Taipei Game Show is one of the best shows. You have Thailand Game Show that literally has like 100,000 people every year. And then before you had GameStar, you had ESGS, you had Level Up KL, which is honestly one of the best conferences to join, that also had the Southeast Asian Game Jam and the Southeast Asian Game Awards. And then, Indonesia now has their own games development summit, which is really cool because you could literally fly into Southeast Asia and just starting from Tokyo Game Show. Actually, if you wanted to go earlier, you could start with Busan Indie Connect and literally spend like 3 months of your life just in in East and Southeast Asia. So that's been pretty cool. So I have had that privilege. I acknowledge that, and costs are so much cheaper compared to traveling from one state to the U.S. to another. It's also really cool that a lot of Western developers really like going to Japan, so that's how I've met some of the people. But the thing is that there is no reason, for example, for publishers to come into the Philippines or for platforms to come to the Philippines because there's very few games. The government is very strict. There's a lot of red tape when it comes to customs. You don't know how to identify games, whether it's in an entertainment industry or not. And these events actually ended up as a starting point for the government to understand that the games is an industry. Singapore and Malaysia are really lucky that their government is very supportive, and they have grants and funding, and they're actively lifting up the industries itself. But it's not the same for a lot of countries all over the world.
Plenty of events that call themselves international, and you see 2-3 studios from 3 different European countries, or it's like UK and North American. That's the international that they provide, which is not. It's truly not.
But I think it trickles down from sorry. It's just like a long running strange perception on what the world is for a lot of people. Bands will do a world tour and not even touch the African continent. It's just like, okay, cool job touring the world there, as in Europe and America, maybe Australia. And I think that filters through is that there are huge, wonderful chunks of the planet that are often just completely overlooked by people.
And I wanted to ask something about events, and also add to the point that people from the global south are just not seen in the games industry, and it's not even something which you can say is an accident or something I don't even want to say overlooked because that sounds too nice, but it's ignored. Let's just say people from the global south are often ignored in the games industry, and even for events. If you think about it, it's been bothering me for a while, but it's that for our industry to move forward or something, we need to rely so much on the goodwill of individuals from different places, individuals who donate enough to us to go somewhere, individuals who will be nice enough to introduce us to other people. It's quite messed up. And I mean, you can't ignore the fact that for a lot of our places, our world is a certain way because of history and because we were colonized. But even if you account for that, it's still the way we're ignored is quite ridiculous. It's quite ridiculous. Like when coming to make decisions, yes, these world decisions, or these international game development events, these types of things, is just countries in the global south are so ignored. It's not even funny. Like that's why I'm super passionate about this, having a game event from the perspective of the global south, like with that in mind, with that diversity in mind, because like it's ridiculous, honestly. Like you can't like have to wait for someone, for the right introduction, for the right time, for the right person, to be able to construct an email the right way. When there's already so much holding us back, it's so unreasonable. Yeah, I hope things change moving forward. They have to. After 2020, things have to change. Yeah.
The IGDA itself really strives to support game developers everywhere. So let me take this opportunity to tell you a little bit more about our organization. The IGDA, the International Game Developers Association, has been doing a lot of hard work in 2020. The IGDA itself is a 501c6 nonprofit professional association. It is our mission to support and empower game developers around the world in achieving fulfilling and sustainable careers. And we work to achieve this mission by supporting game developers in many different aspects of their careers. First of all, we create resources and knowledge so that they can broaden their knowledge and expand their skill set. We also support communities and connections and networking. We ensure that game developers can meet others who can support them and can share their knowledge as well. And finally, we advocate for developers' best interests. We support diversity, we make sure that their voices are being heard, and we help put the game industry's best foot forward. When it comes to community, we have many different communities that support game developers everywhere. The first of which is our special interest groups. We have 35 special interest groups that range across advocacy, discipline, and affinity. This is everything from Black in games and women in games to game design, game writing, even quality assurance. All of these special interest groups support the developers who relate to them by providing them a community to discuss their disciplines or the challenges that they're facing, and they work to create important resources for them as well. We also have our local chapters. The IGDA has over 100 local chapters around the world. These local chapters support their local communities and give those developers an opportunity to network. These local communities are really important even in this time of virtual networking because they allow people to connect with each other that in ways that they can more easily relate. You know, sometimes it's easier to make a friend with a next door neighbor than it is with someone across the world. The IGDA leaders put together so many different events and other ways that they support the game development community. Not only do they have game jams, career nights, conferences, and other events, but they also work to create white papers, they work to speak, they work to put together research papers as well. And we do everything that we can to support them. We have to admit, 2020 kind of sucks, but the IGDA is working to make it better for game developers. We have been working on our advocacy for developers and trying to be a voice for them. We launched our game industry standards this last year, and we've taken strong stances on crunch, harassment, and ethics. We've also ensured that game developers had their voices and ideas heard when it came to important discussions like loot boxes, child online safety, and the industry events that have been happening recently. With COVID-19, we also worked to create specific resources to support developers through these challenging times. We gave them access to safety information, places that they could go for financial support. We gave them professional advice, and of course, most importantly, we gave them a community that they could talk to about this. We also launched a brand new virtual conference, the Game Development Crisis Conference, in partnership with Take This and Xbox. This was a free online conference and webinar series that had 15 talks to support game developers. It talked about issues like working from home, remote management techniques, mental health, self-care, and how to overcome technical challenges. We saw almost 15,000 attendees across these different talks. When the Black game developers within our community saw turmoil in their own communities, we gave them a platform to speak. We helped support them have a panel about what you can do, a first-person perspective, and we also supported them talking about their challenges within the game industry, particularly as we launched 2 panels on game audio. We heard composers talk about their experiences, both positive and negative, within the game community. And we are now launching our own resource for supporting diversity within games, the Inclusive Game Design and Development White Paper. We also have launched many new resources when it comes to webinars, like those panels and talks. We've had over 40 new discussions added to both our YouTube and hosted on our Twitch accounts. These webinars are available to the public and have had extremely important and timely advice for game developers. If you're interested in speaking to our community, please reach out. Speaking of our community, this last year we also launched our IGDA Discord. This Discord has been a thriving and active community that discusses all sorts of game development topics and industry news. It's been really wonderful to see how game developers have been supporting each other virtually through this Discord. We have further supported game developers by launching other new initiatives. This last year, we launched our IGDA Games Showcase, which allows IGDA members to showcase their games to our over 30,000 members. We also launched our global mentorship program, so we could ensure that game developers everywhere in the world and at every level of expertise were able to find mentors to support them in their development. And finally, we launched those game industry standards that I spoke about earlier. In 2020, we also got our results from our 2019 Developer Satisfaction Survey. And while they aren't the best numbers, we are seeing positive trends. We saw that the number of women within the game industry has increased from 22 to 24%, and we hope that we can support this trend continuing. Similarly, we also saw that the average age of game developers within the industry has been increasing. This is a sign that people are feeling more stable within the game industry and feel like they can continue to support their families. Additionally, supporting this is that we've seen more game developers have children within the game industry. This is an increase and shows that game development is being seen as stable enough to support families. And the biggest event that we've hosted this year has been our eJam. It was our first virtual game jam for students. We connected over 300 students with professional mentors. This game jam ran for 48 hours and had students create over 50 games across their groups. This was a wonderful experience, and they got professional help as well as portfolio building games. If you're interested in checking those games out, you can find them on itch.io/ejam. This was a great event, and with the support of Twitch, it also saw over 250,000 viewers for the opening and closing ceremonies. So that's a bit about the IGDA, and thank you for your support and listening.
So having events more, I guess, kind of in the similar context of how people localize software and games, things like that. Looking at event production and just industries from the perspective of the people who are actually there. So, like, you can't, the people have different problems in different places. You can't just copy paste something which works in the States and try and make it work. Can't do that. You have to actually look at the problems people have, and you have to make sure those are addressed. If you look at events and just access to opportunities in the industry, for a lot of people, maybe in the West, like funding opportunities, you would say, oh, bring your prototype here, like come and pitch your prototype for funding. But the fact that a lot of people aren't even able to get to that, a lot of people here in Zambia and other places in the global south, they have a lot of barriers before they even get to the prototyping level. So, the types of assistance and opportunities and help you need to give people a region, you have to really look at what's happening in the place. For some people, it's even something as difficult as the politics of the place, education, things like that. There's so many things that actually prevent people from working in the industry and having access to opportunities in the industry. So when I'm looking at things like African women's participation in game development, a lot of people just want to say they're not interested. Bottom line, like, oh, African women aren't interested in games. They want to end there. But no, if you look at, I have groups of friends, and I know so many people who play games, so many African women who play games. And to just say they're not interested, like, come on, like, no, that is absolutely not true. If you look at the types of games people play, maybe the types of games people would be interested in making, maybe they're interested in different types of games. For example, visual novels. When I posted a lot of workshops to kind of explore what women are interested in making, and be a very big hit because a lot of African women are great writers, and they read lots of books from other African women. So it's something which is innately in a lot of them, like culturally they've had access to books, culturally they've had access to writing from other African women. They're very comfortable in the space of African women literature. So introducing game development to people from that kind of perspective, or giving opportunities to people from a writer's perspective, you'll probably have a lot more African women involved in game development if you look at things like that. And another thing, also the cultural aspects of things like that. Even though, people seem to think like being a gamer girl, like these days, is fun and cool. Like people like to say that, but a lot of time people are still harassed. Women are still harassed a lot, and it's I know a lot of people who really, really hide the fact that they play games because they don't want negative attention and things like that. So we still have a lot of cultural barriers to overcome. So that's what I consider in the context of localization, like for my specific experience. But also when I'm looking into other places, it's never immediately apparent. It's never immediately apparent that you can sense some familiar things sometimes, but the only way to understand what would work in the context of another place is to actually interact with people from there, and actually listen to people from there. So if you are looking to localize any type of aspect of gaming, whether it's language, events, work culture, you really have to talk to the people who are from there and find the language which they speak, both literally and figuratively, if that makes sense.
But with Zach and I we ended up doing it because we have this announced game, and we were very lucky to be given the funding to just go ahead and make a team. So we started analyzing what are the things that we would like to bring to a workplace rather than to the game itself. After all, a studio is still like a workplace. Doesn't matter how much games industry tries to make you feel like a family or a group of friends. It's still a workplace. We still need to respect our workers. We need to provide them to a safe space. We need to provide them with a good environment that doesn't make their life worse. It's just like they have fun doing their work, and they can relax. They don't need to worry about the stresses of regular studios give them. So that was the first thing that we established, that we wanted to have a really good work culture first, and then the game comes second. And from that, we also, like, Zach is from Canada, I'm from Brazil, we're in the UK, publisher is from the UK. We were collaborating with a composer from Seattle, and then this kind of stuff started happening, and we noticed that we were gaining a lot from being able to work from home. When we went to look for our first programmer, we noticed the gigantic pool of talent that is untapped because people refuse to like look into other cultures and other people for hiring. Even in times of COVID, for example, they still refuse to look past the hiring pool of their own countries. And what we found out while hiring for Bunny Hug is that there is incredible people that are not being given the opportunity just because of where they're from. We can completely make an asynchronous game development of the game. It works perfectly. The game never stops. We communicate a lot, which makes everything work perfectly. We have not had any communication issues or misunderstandings. We respect like whatever people want to bring from their culture, from their work culture, from their countries. We are here for it. So right now we have, besides the people that I have mentioned, we have a programmer originally from New Zealand. We have someone from the Philippines. We have deck artists from Brazil. We have people from all over the world, and all those cultures brought together. You would think that it would have misunderstandings, but no, everyone gets along so well, just because we just gave them a chance. That's all that is lacking right now, I think, in the games industry.
So, yeah, I mean, we could probably sit and talk for hours kind of on this subject. There's really so much to it, and so many reasons why this kind of thing is important, and so many reasons to reflect on why it's difficult to necessarily attain, but it's something that's certainly worth fighting for. I haven't had the privilege of being able to go to any other African countries and experience communities over there to see what that's like. I feel very detached, really, from what's going on, and I think that probably reflects in some way on the importance of an event like this, in that I, as a South African, have a better idea of what's happening in Europe than I do in what's happening in Zimbabwe, which is like a bordering country. So I have a very narrow view, I guess, of kind of just specifically what's happening in South Africa. And I think South Africans' game development community is a very poor representation of the makeup of the country itself. There's a very, very clear imbalance there. And I think it's something that a lot of the people that are involved in making games in the country are quite passionate about turning around. I think, an event like Super Friendship Arcade, or a collective like Super Friendship Arcade, is sort of indicative of that, of being like, hey, let's really break the perception that games are something for white teenage boys, and really kind of recalibrate how people think about both who's playing games and who's making games. So that's sort of the agenda of the collective, but the collective itself lands up being majority white men, and this this is something that in the brief time that I have been part of the South African games community, I can definitely say I've seen like some very positive change. I think particularly out of like the VITS game design course, which was the first place in South Africa where you could study game design. I think a lot of talented people have come out of that course, and just definitely over the last couple of years, there's a shift happening, but it's a sometimes very frustratingly slow change. I think for something like Playtopia, where we would really hope to see like cool, like we're going to do Festival 1, and by Festival 2, it's going to be like we will really be able to see the benefit of what we're doing. But it feels like a lot of this is just kind of planting seeds that might only sprout years down the line. But I think it's really important to plant those seeds and to keep watering them and to keep pushing as much effort and energy as possible into trying to get, into trying to change the shape of what South African video games look like. And I mean, why it's important really doesn't even need to be said too much. Representation is obviously super, super important. I think particularly one thing that we have in South Africa that I would really love to see more of is people being able to celebrate and document different cultures through the kinds of games that are being made. Like, we all know games are an incredibly powerful, moving art form. And I think that this is not something that's specific to games, but typically in like popular culture in South Africa, there's just this sense of always trying to imitate what's happening in the West and trying to be cool by, looking like, we're from the States or something. And I think it would be amazing to contemplate a future where that shifts and where we start telling African stories for an African audience, or global South stories for a global South audience. Just really reshaping what kinds of games are being made and who they're being made for. It's super important.
I wanted to talk a little bit more about Pathfindings. Pathfindings is such an important event because it's providing support for communities that don't normally get the attention that they deserve. The Global South game development community is not always given the same amount of attention by publishers and other companies because it is a harder community to access and can be more widespread. I think that Pathfindings is going to be a great event, and even in these times where everything is virtual, it's going to be a great connector of game developers, publishers, and all of these wonderful knowledge and resources. Diversity is so important within the game industry because it allows for new ideas, new designs. If you have 5 people with the same background approaching one problem, it's so much harder to solve than if you have 5 people with different backgrounds. Our experiences, our culture, and our history help us approach ideas from new perspectives. And I'm really looking forward to seeing all the new perspectives that are going to be displayed at the Pathfindings event. I hope you can join us, and thank you so much.
The reality of the situation is that, as Ben said, we know more about in the games industry of the UK, Europe, America, compared to like the games industry in Argentina, in Chile, in even South Africa, which has a really vibrant scene. And even then, South Africa literally is almost in the same time zone as the UK, but you have such a disparity of game success that it's hard not to ignore that the reason why we don't have the opportunities that you have is because of history, and because after all these years we are just reclaiming who we are and defining our identity. Like, why should somebody, if somebody was making a game to appeal to a global audience, like that would look like what. And a lot of people from the global south think that, they have to make games that appeal to the global north and to, first world countries, and, forget and assimilate who they are. I personally would want that to change and would want that the games industry itself, becomes more open to stories outside of themselves. That, they have to stop looking at what's your gender, where you're from, and start looking at attitude and skill. That in order for us to truly feel welcome in the games industry, that a lot of people would, have to stop saying like, wow, your English is so good. That, yeah, thanks colonization, you annexed us, remember? And that's the thing, that it's generally like making games already is hard. It shouldn't be any harder to have information accessible to you, and to get a foot on the door in those close exclusive circles that seem to run the industry. And I think that a lot of the reasons why there needs to be a event that elevates and brings awareness to the accomplishment and to the culture of people from the global south is that, based on experience, if we keep on fighting for what's right and asking for equality and demanding a seat for a table, people don't really give us a chance. That it's we have to work so much harder, and we have to prove ourselves before we're even invited in the table. We're given, the opportunities that a newcomer might get in, coming in. And that's why it's important that we create opportunities, and for people like us who've been given the chance, to be heard and to be listened to, it's time that we extend this opportunity to other people, not limited by region, but as Sipe and Ben said, like, it has to be a reclamation, even though, politically wise, Global South is a derogatory term. Like, it's time that we own up, our skin color, our race, and celebrate who we are, and, not see it as a means of oppression by other people, if that makes sense.
Before I start my project, I just wanted to say, I never really thought about it too much, but like recently I started realizing that, I honestly didn't think what I was doing. From the very beginning, in terms of getting communities, I thought I was just doing it for myself, like finding people who like to make games. But when you see that kind of stuff is really missing, it's honestly made it into like some sort of life journey for me, kind of, to see that kind of change you're talking about. Now I felt really emotional about what you said, because it's so true. Like, a lot of people are doing the work. Like, even besides me, there's so many people who are doing work, and it's never seen. And there are people who just show up and say they want to do something, get the claps, get the things, and then leave the community without changing. But anyway, we're going to plan what we're doing. So what I'm working on right now is Prozaria.net. It's an initiative to document 1,000 African women and their contributions to games. So go to the website Prozaria.net, follow us on social media, and to get to know more.
As I mentioned before, I'm co-founder of Wedding Hug. We are working on an announced title, so if you want to keep an eye out for when we eventually announce that game, hopefully this year, you can check. You can find us at Wedding Hug Games on Twitter, or if you look for Wedding Hug Games on Google, our website's going to show up.
Gwen, thank you so much for getting all of us together to do this, and for just kicking this entire Pathfinding's adventure into motion. I'm very honored to be a part of this. And thank you to PAX as well for having us, right? It's very cool to have this opportunity. My own stuff, I've just released, Team Laserbeam has just released our first game with support from Superhot Presents. It's called Teenage Blob. It is about an amorphous teenage blob trying to see their favorite band and make some money to buy a pair of boots so that they don't feel like such a big loser at the gig. It's been localized to 11 different languages, so hopefully people all over the world will be able to enjoy it in their own language. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I would be very stoked if anyone plays it. Let us know what you think.
I make games with Chicken Club. We are making a cooking game without recipe, starting with Filipino cuisine because I feel like that is just how Filipino food is. We've released a demo called Putahe ng Ina Mo, but we are expanding the game, so that's pretty exciting. This would not be possible if Lou and I didn't have a conversation about needing a Global South event, and she's done such a wonderful job at branding the whole event itself and creating all the nice graphics that you will see. Ben is working on a transcontinental game jam, just as a testament that people from across the world can work together and collaborate, and hopefully that, studios would take it like as a sign that, you could hire essentially anybody in the world, that you should take the risk. It's worked really well for Bunny Hug. Site and I are working towards a program to get as much countries, represented and celebrated. We're gonna do our best to create, some of the best games from the Global South that are under the radar or that you might have not known that are made by people from the Global South. This would not be possible without IGDA and all the publishers and studios that have essentially helped raise the money so that we could pay all our speakers and that, provide a networking platform so that people can publish their games. And if you want to get involved, just go to the website. It's Pathfindin.gs, where GS stands for Global South. And yeah, thank you for having us. And thank you for listening to this panel. We hope that you all learned something from it and that, you be kind to everybody. Anyway.
So hey, wouldn't it be cool to make a game about shadow puppets? As in, like, dim lights, paper cutouts, janky movements with rods kind of shadow puppets?
Yeah, it can be about this little girl getting into trouble with all sorts of interesting characters that she meets.
Oh, and she could visit other legendary shadow puppet stories. Go to really cool places like Indonesia, China, and Turkey.
Right. But she'd also need a cool game mechanic to go with that.
Oh, what kind of mechanic?
Well, as shadow puppets, I was thinking about using a light source.
What, as in to light your way around?
Yeah, but more than that. See, the shadows are physical platforms.
Oh, you mean like I can walk on them and stuff?
Yeah, exactly. The light cast shadows, which are physical platforms which you can use to solve puzzles and traverse the world.
And she would only use this newfound power to do good deeds.
Yeah, not a troublesome child at all.
Well, it sounds cool. I'd like to check it out.
Yeah, me too. I hope other people think this is a cool and unique idea.
When would I get to see it?
It'd be later this month, September 29th.
Evelyn, I keep running out of HP. How do I keep my health up? From Unconscious in the Underdark. Unconscious, thank you so much for your question. I'm so happy to try to help. I've really been working on my mentorship skills now that I'm taking care of the new C-Team recruits. But I have to admit, I wasn't sure what HP was. I asked my totally platonic friend Paulton what HP was, and he laughed at me. But he said it has something to do with, like, not dying? So I assume it means happy and healthy peace feelings. Well, I definitely have lots of those because I am a servant of the Morning Lord, Lathander. Have you heard about Lathander? If not, let me know because I would love to tell you about him. But anyway, you said you keep running out of HP. Well, I can't honestly say that's something that happens too much to me as a 12th level paladin. Well, theoretically, if it was hard for me to keep my happy, healthy PCs up, I would probably invest time in some good, old-fashioned adventurer self-care. Having sworn the oath of the ancients myself, I like to go looking for rejuvenation in nature, especially in the morning. Oh, when was the last time you watched a sunrise? Oh, that's what you need for sure. The sunset this morning was amazing. The Morning Lord really outdid himself. I mean, if that's even possible. Which it isn't, but just every morning I think it is because it's so gosh darn beautiful. And okay, yeah, but the sunset this morning was amazing. Oh, but you know how love is like a flower, like a sunflower. Oh, one time my professional acquaintance and pen pal Omen once sent me a pressed sunflower in a letter, and I thought about how love, like sunflowers, always bears fruit or seeds And from those seeds grows new life, and new life is just like the dawn, like Lathander, the morning lord. Isn't that amazing? Everything comes back to Lathander. Lathander, Lathander, Lathander.
Experience the essence of role-playing by being a game detective in a cyberpunk world.
Hello, my name is Krzysztof Wojdyła and I am a PR specialist at Unsure Studios. I would love to share more details about our game, GameDeck. GameDeck is a single-player, non-combat, cyberpunk isometric RPG based on a book series under the same name, written by Marcin Przybyłek. As a private detective, GameDeck, players are solving crimes committed inside virtual worlds. Every decision player makes will have consequences, alter the character traits, and impact the game's course. We are currently knee-deep in production, and a lot can change before the game's release. We are using Unreal Engine 4, and the scheduled release window is Q4 2020. We've recently announced the Nintendo Switch version of the game coming in 2021. GameDeck emulates the nature of tabletop RPG by focusing on multiple, choice-dependent character-building scenarios. The game adapts the player playstyle. We want to celebrate the creativity and individuality of our players and offer them as many options for each quest as possible, as well as use those in-game decisions to engineer the character of the player's avatar. Let's take a quick look at the game setting. Once again, our primary reference is a GameDeck verse, the world created by Marcin Przybyłek, in Warsaw City, the 22nd century. The world's natural environment has mutated and become hostile to humanity, and humans are forced to live in the cities fortified from an aggressive ecosystem outside. But in the fight for resources, the trapped population is divided into the haves or have-nots. Many chose to escape into Virtualia, virtual games that enable them to forget the world's horrors and fulfill their fantasies, however dark they may be. The idea of virtual worlds in GameDeck allows us to create various settings for our cases. For example, players will explore the recreation of the Wild West farm stylized as a free-to-play game called Harvest Time, or a dark and kinky world filled with intrigues and not entirely appropriate activities, twisted and perverted. Thanks to our successful Kickstarter campaign, we will add the world based on a 7 The Days Long Gone game made by Fool's Theory and AMGN Pro, or a Cthulhu Virtualium based on Lovecraft's novels. So, how the gameplay look like? As you can see in the video, the player gets a case to solve and heads to virtual reality using couches. Inside the game, the player needs to interact with NPCs and other player characters to interrogate them and gather information. Exploration is a huge part of GameDeck. Clues can be found anywhere in the game world. Access to a dialogue option depends on the player's previous choices and acquired knowledge. The Codex is a holistic map that links NPCs, companies, locations, and other case-relevant objects. It contains a deduction field mechanic where a player can unscramble facts and evidence to conclude a case. An essential part of a deduction game deck is the absence of a fail state. Instead, case revelations present moral dilemmas. Players can base their conclusions on personal ethics, lawful integrity, or a sense of poetic justice. A game deck will remain neutral to their choice. However, the character within it will respond to the player decisions according to their own ethical and personal beliefs. The character will be crafted through a series of questions at the beginning of the game. It will allow the game to choose the most relevant aspects and backgrounds for a character. Those will have an influence on the early steps of your investigations but are not set in stone. Players will be able to choose their own playstyle and further define the detective using aspects and professions. It's entirely up to you how the story will unfold. Remember, you are the sum of your choices.
Hey, what is going on, everybody out there? My name is Jake James Lugo. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying your PAX online with all the panels that have been going on right now. Welcome to How the FGC Can Adapt and Evolve Beyond COVID-19. This whole panel going to be all about the fighting game community, about COVID-19, and a whole bunch of other stuff in relation to all that. We got an all-star panel, as you guys could tell. Most of you out there that are big fans of the FGC or the fighting game community know all these individuals on here, but we're going to go through the motions, introduce our entire all-star panel of great people that decided to be a part of this conversation. So first, we got OG, triple OG, Mr. James Chen, who, again, FGC historian, does a whole bunch of stuff, Ultra Chen TV, fighting game commentary, with a whole bunch of events. James, what's good? How you doing? Welcome.
Doing pretty good. Thanks for having me here. Excited.
Awesome. And then also, of course, we got Justin Wong, again, professional player, streamer, content creator, now doing a whole bunch of stuff. Justin, how you doing?
What's up, man? I ain't a professional player. I'm just a player, you know what I mean? Just a consistent streamer. But other than that, man, just keeping busy, trying to make some magic happen during this. But other than that, man, thank you for having me for this. But yeah, don't forget,
Awesome.
I'm not a pro player.
Well, you're modest out here. here beating people down online and stuff. But of course, we also got Alex Jabali, CEO. Oh no, I guess what is it, director or founder of CEO? Because again, I always say like CEO of CEO, and it just sounds weird. Like to
Yeah,
me.
and I mean founder and president of CEO Gaming, but yeah, CEO just sounds so much better. And yeah, fighting game fan all my life and organizer, and that's why we're all here. And all these guys I've worked with or played against in tournament, so we have a long history together as well.
Which is awesome. Welcome. And then, of course, we got Ultra David, another half of Ultra 10 TV, does a whole bunch of commentary and a bunch of different events. Again, he knows about a bunch of stuff. He does a ton of things. All these guys have done a ton of things. But David, welcome. Appreciate you for joining the panel. So what's good?
Hey, yeah. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it. Looking forward to the conversation.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. So now that we got all that out the way, again, we got a lot of important stuff to talk about, and we only got so much time to dive into it. So we're talking about COVID-19, obviously in relation to the fighting game community, because COVID-19 has affected everybody in a very severe and a very real way. Pretty much our entire world, and just, not just gaming, but everything at this point has been affected by it, has changed in a very severe, big way. So for us, all of us that are into the fighting game community that are, again, different aspects of it. I mean, me as a player, as a fan of it, you guys as commentators, as, professional players, as content creators, as TOs, as people that have directed events and organized events, we all have different perspectives about this type of stuff. But one of the biggest things I think that we could kind of start off with this conversation is, what is COVID-19? What has been the biggest effect of COVID-19 with the fighting game community? So anybody who wants to jump in now, to kind of kick off the conversation, feel free to jump in. So what's been the biggest effect of COVID-19?
I mean, I'll start by saying it's taken away the most important and valuable thing about our community is getting together and playing fighting games. And, compared to most other esports, which, the PC games like the CSGOs of the world, the League of Legends, their focus is people playing at home and online. And with fighting games, we've always had our history of just coming together, discovering new tech, playing for, either whether it's huge prizes from the Pro Tours or just for the pride of beating your opponent and stuff. And that being taken away from us has probably been the most painful, to not be able to get together. And now, luckily, a lot of old school games are coming back with online play and all that, but it's just not there compared to other sports. So Justin can probably chime in as a retired top player of how it's different now for you. You're a player, if you want to enter a lot of tournaments, you could do it all from your house if you wanted to, but it's different, right?
Yeah, I would say it's definitely different. Obviously, like Jabali said, we traveled a lot, right? We pretty much travel once every 1 week, 2 weeks. It's definitely a monthly trip around the world in general, right? It's kind of like if Street Fighter, when you go through the game, you're going, you see the little plane traveling around USA, Japan, Asia, we actually do that in real life. You know what I mean? Our games, our community is based off just meeting up, going to the tournaments, and just playing right there in person. So the fact that we lost it, and obviously our netcode for current modern games aren't the best compared to some other games, it really does hurt our community, because one, the Pro Tours in general just got, it just kind of just lost its flair in terms of okay, this is going to be the Europe's premiere, it's going to be the Asia premieres, the ranking events from USA, right? So we really did live on an airplane, right? All of us, right? Jabali ran all the tournaments of the DreamHacks. He was going to Europe all the time for DreamHacks, running CEO. I'll see David and James every week at all the USA ranking and premier tournaments, right? So now we don't have that anymore. So I would say that's been, it's been different, because now I'm just man, usually I'm on a plane.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
So let me ask this then over to James and to David. I mean, what could there have been really anything that anybody could have prepared for this? I mean, this obviously happened so suddenly for pretty much every industry out there, but even so, I mean, granted, we do have online play or online
Sorry,
the FGC really really prepared for this, or really been not really expected or anything of the sort?
Could we have prepared better? I think that the only way that we could have prepared better really is if the devs had put in better netcode earlier. Now it seems like some of them are thinking about doing that more. Some games have had it, but now it seems like there is more of a trend. It's coming out in some more games. More developers are even talking about it. But if that process had happened a couple of years ago, and now new games that just came out this year were to have had that, I think that's how we could have prepared better. Other than that, we're not any more resilient. There's no reason to think that than other industries or communities that are primarily based about meeting up in person, right? So there was just going to be negative effects. I mean, it was just, it's something that we had to deal with just like everybody else. And it's hard to have planned for what is a once in a century thing. It's really tough. It's tough from a bunch of different angles. As a lawyer, I work with some of the broadcasters and organizers and teams, and I've been writing their contracts for years, and we haven't had to think about this kind of thing. We think about like, what if an earthquake happens? What if
hurricane in
a plane
Florida
crash happens? Yeah, hurricane, right? Exactly. There are things that we think to put in a contract. I had never seen somebody put in global pandemic as a reason to cancel a contract. Literally never seen it in my 10 years of being a lawyer until now. So it's just not something that I think really we could have planned for a lot better as a community.
Yeah, and one tip I can give other people from my experience, because I've postponed CO to December back in March, where I'm hoping, like, God, 9 months away, this should get better. It's 2020. We have the technology and the speech. And so the hotel, never had global pandemic. We have a thing called force majeure, where if something out of your control, but you got to kind of get granular. And so with pandemic, when I moved it to December, like, if you have a pandemic that affects, and this is the wording that just makes it simple, it's, if you have a pandemic that's affecting travel and having to follow CDC guidelines on top of what you already do for an event, just change it. You can't do it. So it changed my perspective to now put in every contract I ever sign again, like, global pandemic, I'm not liable, if I can't run this, because as an organizer, you don't want to take a chance on something like this. And it would be so much easier if the government did its thing and took it out of our hands and go, no public events for 2 years. And they're like, okay, but now it's like, yeah, wear a mask, don't wear a mask. And as an organizer, like, when do I start planning the next event? Like, I can't even put a time frame on when I can think about going, hey, sponsors, here's my event. Hey, staff, get ready to fly down here. So you couldn't prepare for it. You really couldn't from my end. Because, again, we're in a country where we're the land of the free, and you just think that we've been so spoiled with our dinners, our big food and all that, and our easy to connect and travel, and now
it's all gone.
It's all gone. And so things are going to change in a weird way when they do come back, but the FGC has always been one of the strongest communities to just bounce back. And I've ran huge events, I've run small events. We can adapt to how our community responds, and if they want big events again, we'll build back up to it and everything will be back to normal. But what David said, like, I wish the devs put better netcode, and that would have changed a lot of things for the better on our end to be home in the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that I think is kind of important to talk about, because, we're talking about how COVID is affecting the fighting game community. And obviously, just like everybody else, there's been a lot of negative effects. But, if we want to try to take a silver lining out of this, if we do want to try to find a positive in just the scope of the fighting game community, it really has put netcode on the forefront of the conversation. I don't know what it is about fighting game devs, but they've all been kind of very, like, allergic to talking about netcode. Like, they don't seem to address how bad the netcode is, and game after game, especially from the Japan developers, have just been unplayable online for the most part. But, in just the recent, for example, Dragon Ball panel, little roundtable thing, the producer was talking about rollback netcode. The developer of Fighting EX Layer has now put in rollback netcode. Strive, Guilty Gear Strive is putting in rollback netcode. We've had Harada talking about rollback netcode on Twitter and such. And so, that's the positive part about this, is that maybe because we were kind of spoiled by being able to play offline and enjoy the games that way, but, the focus on online, I don't think, was strong enough. And hopefully this does start to convince everybody to start using rollback netcode, implement it correctly and quality. And hopefully in the future, that means, the online experience for our games will be better, because, you know, like Justin mentioned, or Jabali mentioned, you know, all the old school games are coming back through, you know, Fightcade and such. And even I'm like super involved in trying to do all this Parsec cloud gaming stuff just to try to get decent net code for games with terrible net code. So it's really kind of put a microscope on that facet, which is weirdly like number one, number two most important thing for our community, yet somehow had never really been addressed.
So let me ask you this then. Now that things have happened and now we're in the midst of like all this at the current moment. Obviously, we had the Capcom Pro Tour stuff that happened not too long ago, or at least some online competition at this point, because obviously people are going to complain obviously with the online connections or just the way that those type of matches and competitions go out and stuff. I mean, what do we do? What do organizations or like big publishers or just people that are making these games do to kind of, you know, make the best of it at the current moment?
It's just a tough yeah, it's just a tough decision for a lot of these companies because they don't want to cancel their whole year, right? They still want to be involved in the community, so they have to run just a Pro Tour online. And CPT Online, they also had online events from the past. It's just not as much, right? They're just based off just like ranking points and everything. So now, because there's a global pandemic, right? They had, in order to have a Capcom Cup Grand Finals, they have to do that. The whole CPT has to be based online. They have to reward like, okay, you know, you qualify for Capcom Cup based from online. So like I understand from that perspective, but then other developers are following suit, right? You have Arc System doing their online, Soul Calibur's doing their online, Tekken's doing their online. Everyone's going to be doing online. It's just that I really did wish that before they had this whole Pro Tour thing, they focused more on netcode to make it more perfect, to avoid situations where people get angry or whatever, and you know, like the kind of like gray area of the whole, you know, this netcode is kind of sucks, I don't want to play it. And that's also another reason why I personally do not play online tournaments. I have not entered any online tournaments this year, and I refuse to because it's not being addressed at all, like, or at least it's not being implemented yet.
Do you think with, you know,
like it's pathetic?
You know, with
There's sides to it, right? Like there's the side of a developer, which is the side that has to do with netcode programming, that sort of underlying aspect of the game, and then there's the side of the developer or the publisher, which has to do with running tournaments. And so if we're talking about Street Fighter V, where Capcom has these two sides, right? And the people who are running the tournaments, who are running CPT, they're not the ones who have any control over whether there's good netcode or not. That's just it's unrelated for them. Right. So what I want really, obviously, like Justin was saying, like we have been saying, netcode, important, improve it, right? Obviously. If that's not there, then what I really want is for the people who are running CPT and the other Pro Tours to recognize that we're playing online, and that needs to be something that they take into account when they come up with decisions. So for an example, recently Punk got mad online after having played against Alex Myers. He said the connection was really bad. He got really mad about it. Capcom ended up punishing him for that. I mean, he did break some rules, and so I understand in a sense. On the other hand, he is playing the game that Capcom has put out, and that is not a good online game. And I really want Capcom to recognize that in its decisions. The people running the esports side must recognize that this is a limitation, and they have to tailor their decisions accordingly, in my view. So I think that there are two ways that this could be better. Both the netcode itself could be improved, and the sort of community relations, tournament management, organization could be improved in a way that recognizes that we are playing these sort of flawed online games.
Yeah, and you know, with Street Fighter...
Now interesting that you bring that up.
Yeah, Jay, and
go ahead.
What I was going to say is, yeah, like, Capcom has always kind of led the way in fighting games, right? CPT was probably one of the first official fighting game Pro Tours. CO was actually one of the first streams ever on the Capcom Fighters stream. Do you guys think, as fans, right, take out the fact that we work in the industry and we've run all these events, with Ono, the changing of the guard, right? Do you think maybe he was personally a big proprietor of, like, why the netcode wasn't being improved? And do you think that this is now going to be the change of the focus? Because as soon as Capcom does something like netcode is our number one focus, all these other fighting game companies, I think, are going to follow suit. Outside of, if you notice, it's the American developers that are always at the forefront with netcode. Killer Instinct, and then obviously Mortal Kombat improved and switched over to rollback. So what do you guys think? Like, do you think our next game, it's too late for Street Fighter V, and when Street Fighter 6 comes out, that the focus will be the online.
Yeah, they already have a pretty good online play in Marvel Infinite, so I would think that the next Capcom game that comes out is going to be, it should be good regardless of who is in control.
No.
I mean, honestly, it's not too late for Street Fighter V. I mean, you know, in some crazy world, someone out there already fixed the net code, and you know, it's already existed out there, and we already had a pretty decent solution.
There's options at the table.
Imagine the final Street Fighter V.
I like that. That patch was really good, but didn't that patch also made it where like PS4 players?
Oh, it broke it because you can't patch the PS4 version too.
PS4.
But the thing is,
cosplay, right?
The thing about it is, if it was an official patch, then it would also jump on the PS4 version, and then it would have fixed crossplay. The only reason why crossplay didn't work is because you could only patch the PC version. But if they just took exactly what Altamore did with his patch and ported it to PS4, it would have worked.
I mean, that's what happens, man.
And then we would be in a very different combo.
The community is saving the FGC, right? With all these different patches, all these different programs, right? Like Fight K2 getting better, the No DC Bear, connecting all these people to play some, like, you know, the retro games. Like, it's just the community's just you know, doing their stuff.
You know what would be amazing, guys? You know what would be amazing if the final Street Fighter V character was just a net code. And the character's name was netcode, and it's just like matrix numbers on the screen. It's like Seth.
Let me touch on this then, because I want to go back to something that was interesting that David brought up, and you know, the idea about the sense of, like, you know, Capcom or the companies interacting with the community. And I think that brings up also something else we should touch on. And again, that is part of like the catalyst that is COVID with everything else. You know, this idea that we're kind of paying attention a little bit more to like the conduct of players or the people online that are part of the, you know, the FGC, especially some of the bigger names and stuff. I mean, do you guys feel like now we've really kind of like hyper focused a little bit more on the way that we conduct ourselves, you know, as part of the fighting game community, as like maybe larger players, and the way that maybe consequences, you know, you were mentioning before with Capcom Pro Tour punishing Punk for him like venting out pretty much, or like how he felt about the online play and everything else that went on with that. Do you feel like that's going to be a trend that continues forward, like out now after COVID-19?
Yeah, it has to be, because one of the things that COVID has done is it's kept us all in our homes, and we're just sitting here thinking, and we're sort of stewing in our own juices, and we're thinking about all the stuff that has happened that has been bad to us or that we've done to other people. And I really think that that's a big part of why all of the terrible news came out about so many people in this time, is that we're all sort of stewing at home, and the you know, expected negative consequences of showing up in person to an event after having outed somebody, which is a big fear that many people have, justly, right? It was not going to happen anymore, right? There's no offline events, so there's the consequences for speaking out are less, and so people are doing it finally, which is great, right? Super supportive of that. Now that that's out of the bottle, it cannot go away. It's too late now. I'm really happy that it's happened, and it's something that we absolutely have to continue. It's not just in the FGC. Obviously, that's a larger world thing as well. But I do definitely think that it is in significant part due to us being at home during COVID times that we have started that conversation. And even after we get to go back to offline events, there's no way that focus goes away. I hope it doesn't in any case.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad the way things are going. And, you know, like David talked about with the Punk and Alex Myers situation, at first, I wasn't really on board with the decision that Capcom made to punish Punk, because it was an emotional outburst. I'm an emotional guy. I totally get it. But at the same time, it was a violation of code of conduct. They have the code of conduct rules. And what the FGC has been notorious for is just not adhering to that, not really being super wishy-washy when it comes to that kind of thing. And I think this is a kind of a good sign, though, that we start showing people that code of conduct and these things will be adhered to now, because that will start to try to put people in, you know, and again, you know, I don't want to say put people in line, because that makes it sound like we're restricting people. And I always hate that negative connotation of it. Basically, what it means is that we're trying to create our environment to be more welcoming, so more people can join, more people can feel safer. We're expanding the audience of our scene.
I want I want to ask something about that as like an offshoot of that, because that's a very interesting point, James. And I want to shoot it over to Alex, because again, as someone that is an event organizer and that would know about this stuff, or at least have a good perspective with this, do you feel like with some of these, like the consequences with Punk, or just like, some of the resolution with some of those things like that when it comes to conduct and stuff, do you think that sometimes maybe now, especially during the time of COVID, that could be a little bit too severe, or do you think it's not severe enough? Or in the way that Capcom or the companies handle it?
I mean, as an organizer, when a Pro Tour comes in and they set their own rules and conduct, it's a lot easier for them to manage that instead of the organizer, managing. And we, most of the established events already have a code of conduct. Now, it's really hard that, well, for one, when I run a Smash GG online tournament, half the people don't even read the rules and then they get DQ'd from auto check-in. So a lot of people aren't going to read everything that, for any granular detail. Now, me personally, I think it was a bit overboard, especially with the emotions involved. But as an organizer, there was also the addition of him going after the organizer, Alex Valle, through Discord, that Twitter didn't really see. And that was Capcom stepping up and, protecting the organizer and letting these players know. And probably in their own indirect way of not saying, yes, we know our netcode's bad, but don't, they're not pointing it out, but they're at least showing you that they're paying attention and they're handling the TOs and looking out for their own people within that rule set. As an organizer, again, we deal with people all the time being DM'd of, hey, this person's made me feel uncomfortable. What do we do? And every situation is honestly different. So it's hard for us to encompass everything. And Ultra David's been helping out behind the scenes with putting this onto writing for a bigger code of conduct, but it's like every single situation's different, or maybe somebody that's a part of this panel has also had their own situation, and just so many different things. At the end of the day, I do enjoy when Pro Tours follow through with their rules, because that takes that pressure off of the organizers. And then the players, for most of our established events, Justin as a player, he has respect from the community as a player. These two are some of the best commentators. I've been an organizer that's always been transparent. But when a company who's actually making the game sets their own rules and actually adheres to them, I think that benefits all of us, and it shows everyone that, we kind of got to follow suit. And a lot of the stuff is coming to light because we're all stuck at home. But I think at the end of this, like, a lot more people are going to be following the rules and paying attention, and, because we just want to create a fun, safe environment and then let the Pro Tours handle their own actual rules within the game. That kind of went all over the place. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with everything you said, Alex. But it's just that I'd like David was saying earlier, like there needs to be a better code of conduct, especially for like online outbursts, just because it is really bad netcode. And yeah, I mean, and if you did watch the matches from Punk's side, it was really terrible. And he did say really bad things, obviously, to Valle and Myers, but he deactivated Twitter. He took like some hours to cool off, reactivated, apologized right away, saying that he messed up to Valle at least, right? And then obviously, pretty much the next day, he said sorry to Myers as well. And then after that, boom, he got destroyed. He got destroyed right there, right? So I'm not sure if that was like him doing it because Capcom told him to, or he did it and then he still got punished for it. You know what I mean? So that's just something from my end, that those type of situations happen pretty often, where you can get mad at somebody because like this happened to you, and like usually if he got outplayed, then like all right, he got outplayed. But like the fact that he told me that game 1 Myers outplayed me. He said Myers outplayed me game 1, but then game 2, game 3, that's when everything just went crazy. And like I can understand from his perspective, and I told him that's another reason why personally I don't enter online tournaments. The only time I entered an online tournament was this old Street Fighter 4 tournament hosted by Panda X Gaming. I won that tournament, but I was so angry winning that tournament because, oh my God, I was raging. Thankfully I was not streaming, because I was saying such bad words everywhere, cursing a storm, and like just right there, like I was like, you know what, this is too much negative energy for me, and I'm not going to enter an online tournament ever again because of situations like this.
So let me kind of shift.
The one thing that I just want to tack on in there is that, like I said, I don't mind people getting mad. I have complete sympathy and empathy for Punk, because when online netcode is bad, it drives me nuts too. The biggest danger, honestly, is just social media, right? If you get mad at this kind of thing, turn off your stream, turn off your social media, and try to stay away for just a little bit. You need someone to vent to, and because of quarantine, we're all trapped in our house. There's no one to vent to, so you vent online, and I think that's where a lot of the trouble comes in.
I think Capcom should easily just add one rule, like you get one rant about our netcode as long as it's not one rant about our netcode per tournament as long as it's not derogatory.
Just one.
Yeah, you get one F. You get to say one bad word and netcode in a tweet.
I'm telling you, man, the match looks really bad. Like it's terrible if you look at the match, man.
But like, ask you guys as players. Well, real quick, like the mashing thing, right? Is that a thing? Like, can you mash and affect the other player's ability to play?
Yeah, I actually didn't know that.
Yeah, you can, but
It has to be faster than what he was doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally like you're trying to shake out a dizzy.
Yeah.
You just have to see things waterfall of inputs, and that's not what Myers was doing. So
no, the other match with him versus Equita, he was mashing like crazy, bro. My man was way faster than Myers, bro. Like, and I ran a Father's Day tournament, right, for Street Fighter V during Father's Day, and he won the tournament, but it was so hard to commentate the grand finals because it was really looking bad, bro. It was like, I'm like, man, I'm sorry, guys. All right.
Let's move on.
No, I want to shift gears because I gotta get us back on focus over here. Because again, we could talk about this like all day. Okay, but the one thing that I think we should touch on, just in general, as far as COVID-19 is concerned, how do we get back to normal? Like for us, getting back into like local events, offline events, being able to play people in person stuff. How easy or how difficult is that going to be for us to go back to that type of normal? Because obviously, with everything that's been going on for a long time, I mean, obviously that's more dependent on like if it's safe to go out there and actually host things and stuff, depending on the location and such. But like even after all that's okay, like with all this knowledge and all the stuff that we're getting now during COVID at this point, I mean, how do we go back now to that normal in some way?
So before anybody else says anything, I just want to say that we aren't going back to normal. There is no normal. We are going to something very different now, and that's what we should expect, and we should understand that that's a good thing that we're not going back to normal, because normal is not necessarily bad netcode and bad behavior is the normal, and that's not good. So I'd rather us continue to grow and advance. So we're going to do something better, in my opinion. But, that's all I wanted to say first. And then everybody else can jump in.
From my perspective, like, I think until an actual vaccine is out to where one of us can go to a Walgreens or CVS, get a shot and go, okay, you should be good to go. It's going to be very hard for us to turn to actually just go, hey, this is my live event. Come on out before. Because a lot of us are smart, right? We pay attention. And we see what's going on around us, even though we're stuck at home. And until we feel like the news isn't talking about a million cases, also, it's going to be so hard. But the benefit I'm going to see is a lot of our events are going to follow more rules of like more hand sanitizer in general, having it up everywhere, wash your hands like it's a restaurant bathroom when employees walk out and stuff. And
more hygiene.
More hygiene. And I think less people are going to get sick in general, because a lot of us have been to the events and caught a conflu of some kind by either shaking the wrong hand. But I think from a hygienic perspective, I haven't been sick actually in like 3 years because I got so used to just hand sanitizer nonstop. But the normal is gone. I think a lot more people are going to be more distant from each other. But until it's safe for us to run an event and we don't have like the government going, you need a CDC guideline for even wearing masks. And I think masks can be there for a while. Even Japan over the years, we've all been to Japan. We've seen everyone wear masks naturally as a part of life. Like, I wouldn't mind seeing that around here, like not as a requirement, but you make that decision for yourself, whether it's required or not after COVID. But it's scary times because, again, we cannot plan anything until we know it's safe. And a lot of locals have been popping up, and they've been trying their best to keep people distanced and require masks and all that. And just too much negative publicity comes out of it. Like the moment you say I'm doing a local, like me personally, it's not about the money right now. It's about the safety of the attendees. Now, as an organizer, my goal is to not go bankrupt not being able to host an event. It's to basically survive through this. And like
don't get affected by it.
So even if a vaccine came out right away and everyone's cured instantly, we still got to go through the rules and the new normal and the changes. But I think hopefully by next summer we're back to normal and we look back at this and learn from those mistakes and kind of take it from there. Yeah, fingers crossed. Exactly. Trust me, because I've already got like 5 years of events signed. And I'm like, oh.
The real answer, dude. The real answer is that we could go back to normal whenever we want. And that's true because if the government were to really take this seriously and we were to shut down in a way that epidemiologists have been calling for more than half a year at this point, we actually could get to a place that other countries have gotten to where community is at almost zero.
Right.
We could do this. Well, look, they've already had offline tournaments in other countries. 2 months ago now, Thailand was having a tournament. It's been happening.
That's true.
Taiwan as well, Hong Kong.
Taiwan, it is happening. We could do these things, but we don't have an effective government to take care of it. That is the problem.
Yeah.
That's not happening. That's not changing minimum until January, plausibly for the foreseeable future. And we just this is the thing that we have to plan for. So what I'm encouraged by is that there are so many more online things. I know it's a bummer to play in, especially for many games, but we are to the extent that there can be a normal, right? James is right. We're not going back to how it was before. To the extent that we can have a sort of regular fighting game community with events, it's online. And in the United States, it's going to be like that for, I mean, Alex, if it's next summer, I'll be real happy about that.
Like me personally,
not. Yeah. If you're in other countries, that timeline may be different for you, but here we're stuck for a while.
Yeah, and the thing is, when events do come back, are other countries going to let their people come to our country?
Right.
You know, even when we do come out of it, like that's not.
I would say it's more of will countries let us in their country?
Yeah, I know. I had a Japan trip in April.
Personally, for sure, because like David said, man, so many other countries are doing better. Every time I talk to like Oil King Gamer B, they said, "Yo, no one wear masks anymore. We're good. We're 0 cases, right? They're completely back to normal." Taiwan example is completely back to normal. Right?
7 deaths.
Yeah,
7 deaths in Taiwan.
Anytime they saw one case, lockdown. Right away, just from one case, lockdown. But USA is just I don't know. I actually can't see when we're coming back. So now thinking about that, right? Like I've been getting so many different emails for like future events already and saying like future gigs and saying, hey, we want to hire you for this, but if you come, would you be willing to take like, you know, a COVID test? And I was like, oh, so that's the norm now, where we have to take COVID tests for working. So now for you, Jabali, are you going to require people to like take COVID tests if you have to do CEO? Just type of thing?
I mean, like,
I think that's a legit question.
Yeah, like say I did December, right? I actually have 2 thermometer scanners I got right at the beginning. Like every time I hear family members, I'm like, hey, test it. But the thing is, and I'm going to be very upfront about this. Let's take gun control, for example, right? Not to get into politics, but like having metal detectors at our events, right? It's almost like if somebody wants to find a way to sneak something in, they're going to find a way when you have thousands of doors at a convention center, something like that. With COVID, it's like you can scan everybody, but that it's almost like a hidden security that you just still don't know, right? Somebody could sneak in without a favor, be asymptomatic, stuff like that. So until I feel it's safe, there's no deaths. Like if we went back or locked down and there was like 1 death every state, like every week or something, we would, again, already be back to normal. Now, as an organizer, would I run an event if I had to scan everybody and all that? There's been talks about like events getting infrared scanners, but that's also infringing on your privacy and stuff. And just to see you walk in, I mean, but it's a way to tell if somebody's got a fever without scanning them directly. But it's hard because people, it's gonna come down to when a vaccine comes out, the people themselves making the decision. Well, I don't want to get a vaccine, but I want to go to this event. So is it my fault if I were to happen to get sick of, you know, any sort, stuff like that? So until that decision's out of our hands, and that's the worst part about what we do in the entertainment industry. This is all completely out of our hands. We can't do shit. We can't go. We can't announce like no matter what, guys, you're going to be all safe. And I ran an event the weekend Disney World closed down. I was like up against a wall because I couldn't cancel an event 2 days as everyone was already flying in. So it was a very tough situation to be in. Now, if that event was a week later, after Disney shut down, I would have canceled it no matter what and then dealt with the hotel later. But I was just up against a wall. But a lot of the smart organizers, we know until it's 100% safe or very minimal risk, very minimal risk, people are going to be too scared to go and stuff. And any organizer, you know, is going to keep an eye on that and pay attention to the community and stuff like that. When it comes to a point, everyone's like, you know, the cases are down, let's start traveling. And the government's like, live events, have at it. you know, it's out of our control, and that's the worst part about all this. I can't do what I do.
So let me now, as a good way to kind of wrap up everything, because again, like all this stuff we could talk about for hours. This is a very nuanced conversation, especially with COVID and everything. It's not just with us in the FGC, but just the world at this point. Like again, because everybody's affected by this, and everybody's gonna have to just, like I said before, just deal up to the point like when we don't have to deal with it anymore, which doesn't look like anytime soon. I want to go through the panel now, starting off with James. You know, I want to know what exactly one thing that you want to see now that, you know, hopefully moving forward into next year and stuff, that you want to see come out of everything now that COVID-19 has happened for the FGC. What is one thing that you personally want to see happen or take place or kind of evolve a little bit more for us as a fighting game community? So let's start off with James, and we'll kind of go through the panel.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think the biggest thing for FGC right now is the focus on the net code. Just as a general, because one of the hardest things about growing our community really is just that the online experience is pretty miserable in most games, and it's hard to make our scene grow for that reason. It's not even just the netcode, but the ranked experience in general. But netcode is a great place to start. And, you know, I've made this kind of analogy before. When Evo, for example, switched from arcade to consoles, there was a big stink, and it was a lot of the arcade people were like, console players aren't legit, and, you know, all this stuff. And we're kind of at that point again right now where a lot of people are like, well, online players aren't legit. But that's not true. We're seeing a lot of strong players come out of the online scene. Heck, even players like Punk were basically born and raised kind of in an online environment and became strong. And, you know, we're going to get to that point, I think, in a few years from now where online is going to be felt as legit as offline. COVID kind of pushed the timeline of that a little bit faster, but I think that's a good thing. Like I said, the better the online experience, the more people we're going to get into our scene. And, you know, just understanding from a user enjoyment experience standpoint, hopefully the developers start paying attention to that a little bit more. So just focusing on, you know, the FGC in terms of growing player base and making the online play a more enjoyable experience. That's kind of what I'm hoping for.
So let me go now to Alex. Alex, one thing that you want to see, you know, the FGC, you know, gain, or at least something happen out of all of this, you know, now that we're deep into the shit at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy to think. Imagine we weren't having this conversation or COVID didn't happen. What games would have been updated? Would all that Street Fighter V content already be out? You know, stuff like that. So I think now that the developers see that the community's stuck at home, we're reading everything, we're yearning for new news and stuff. A lot of communication is going to be more transparent, you know, as they go the announcements, but a little bit more organically shared with us, like they did, as we noticed with that recent Street Fighter announcement of all the characters. And it was a totally different pace from when we've seen it. Usually we would just see a great trailer and the community gets hype. But when you see the developers explaining this is what's coming out, and the one plus I've seen is maybe Street Fighter 6 was going to come out like in December with PlayStation 5 and stuff, but the fact that Capcom kind of spread out all the content across next year helps a lot of us, because now we're stuck home, we're not able to level up in person and stuff. We have a whole nother year that is felt in limbo, but we have a whole nother year to adapt when the new consoles come out, the new games come out. And as an organizer, saves me money this year. Thank God no new game came out, and all these games, like let's take Grand Blue Versus, for example. It was the #1 registered game for CEO this year up until COVID started. And like, it was going to have a really special year on offline events. And then, you know, what bad timing. And then, yeah, everything else got delayed after. I'm sure Strive is still set for when it is and stuff. But what I think is going to come out of it, we're going to get more transparency, better scheduling of when games come out, stuff like that. But again, I think we're going to have a lot cleaner, safer events out of this. We're going to take every precaution that we have to, and it's not going to cost a lot. Maybe, yes, getting scanners or stuff if we have to do it. Like, I actually had a dream. This is just a random comment. That December, somehow the election, like, oh, I need to get reelected, guys. Here's the cure, you know, and then everyone starts voting. We all get this cure. And then I'm like talking to the state, like, hey, there's like 2,000 people coming to my event from all across the country. Can we give them all free vaccine shots and, you know, make it like a testing center to where it helps the state and, you know, so stupid things like that. But God, I went off the wall on that. Sorry, my friends, you know me. But, you know, the change, I think. You know, we were already doing online tournaments. CPT had like half of it online and stuff, and it led into these offline events. I think now if the netcode improves, we'll have more of that. Now, from an organizer standpoint, again, it's hard. I cannot move CEO completely to online. This is something we didn't talk about, right? Like if Evo Online had happened, it was free entry, but you could buy like a badge and get a commemorative thing and sent to you. But as an organizer, like we're just outright paying staff to help us put this together, produce it, but we're not getting any revenue in unless we sell merch or something different like that. So one thing I think is going to happen is a lot of the events are going to find other ways to make revenue to kind of help us leading into it. But like people ask you, like, why don't you just do CEO Online and Charm? Like, who's going to pay $75, $50 to play in their boxers from their bedroom, right? It's like you can't charge these people. And we're learning the right way of hosting these online events with basic prizes. Like with DreamHack, I do a free entry, $175 prize pool. But that's like a lot of time on our behalf putting it together, stuff like that. And what's going to happen is, once we get back to offline, hopefully sooner rather than later, we're going to have a lot more online events, kind of adding to it, but not fully taking over. So the change I want is just to be back to normal and the developers be more involved with each individual event with the planning and promotion, because we're going to kind of start fresh and we're going to need everyone to remember. Like, I worry that if we don't do an event even next year, it's like, will people remember CEO? And like, is it going to be the dark ages we had after Marvel 2, Third Strike into Street Fighter 4, stuff like that? So yeah, that's my horrible answer.
Good points all around. Definitely, it's good points all around, especially again, because I can relate to that obviously with PAX Online and other online events that originally were large, like, scale, like offline events, but have had to adapt to being online and stuff. But David, talk to me, like one big thing that you want to see, maybe come out of all this stuff with COVID-19, for the FGC, et cetera.
People acting better. That's the most important thing. Wow, really? I mean, that's what we've been thinking about for the last several months now. I guess people really started talking about that stuff maybe in May. So it's been already a few months. That's the most important thing for sure. And in going back and being willing to go back to events, it's not just about having COVID being over. It's about having the feeling of events being safe in other ways too. And while some events did a good job at making that kind of environment happen, many more didn't, and it's just in any case really difficult to do. So I want that to happen from multiple angles. I want players themselves, attendees, to take that seriously, and I want organizers to take that seriously, and I want game rights holders to take that seriously. I want multiple sort of angles at this. And if something happens, as we were talking about earlier, on one of the pro tours, maybe that's handled by them. If it's at an event, or if it's something that could be related to not just an event, but a Discord or some sort of online public gathering, I want us to be a better community for the people who have been in our scene too long. It has not been like that. I've been lucky enough for that not to have directly reared its head for me, but I know way too many people for whom that has happened. And to me, that's the number one thing that we have to fix, and I'm excited to try to work on that. I hope that we do it.
Justin, to all of that, I could definitely agree. And then finally, Justin, one thing that you want to see come out of all of this for the FGC.
You can't ask me as the fourth question when all three of them had the same answer as me. Like, first I was like, code. And then David took my second answer, and then David took my third answer. But I mean, look, those are all like the best points, right? The fact that during COVID we had to go through. Okay, we started talking about netcode way more seriously. Everyone's about it. Even now, developers are all about like, okay, we hear you guys. This is the number one thing. So now, at least the word netcode is in their mind. So that means for future titles, it could mean that we will have better netcode, right? And then for like going back to events, I mean, I really do miss events. I miss events so much. I miss Colin Berger. I miss CEO. I mean, I miss going to EVO, Northwest Majors, ECT, NEC, all these tournaments. I've been just watching old footage. I'm like, man, look at the crowd. I miss that. Like, I miss the intensity, the ring. Like it's really fun. It's really fun to really be there in person. It's really hard to witness that, like online, to get that same energy when watching like online tournaments. But I really do believe that when offline tournaments do come back, it's going to be so amazing. I actually think a lot of people are going to have so much fun. It might be like the kumbaya, like for reals. Like, it's going to be such a super vacation. And then the one thing about it is that, like David said, I really do like want respect. Like I want people to just feel like you have to respect everybody. Don't just be a scumbag. The fact that like we know people that were like accused and this actually did happen like back in the day, it kind of sucks. Like I'm just like, bro, like we were having conversations, you met my baby daughter, like I'm mad, like whoa, I'm paranoid now, right? So I really do hope that when we do go back to just offline events, people just are just being more respected. It brings in more people. People don't think that FGC is this and that in a negative sense, because we're not. We're really a big, huge family, but obviously there are going to be some bad eggs in there that just kind of ruins it for other people, because it's, you know, like they make it like only towards that victim, and then that victim is going to get hurt and they're going to feel a certain way, and it ruins their experience and it ruins other people's experience, right? So those three are like the really most important thing. And I would say if I have to add a fourth one, like during COVID, the one thing that I'm really happy to see during COVID is that people didn't give up, right? The fact that we did not give up and we started running our online tournaments, everyone started streaming. The streaming in terms of just the numbers are going higher and higher for just fighting games. And you could just see that the love of fighting game is there, and it's not there, and people are just not there for the money, right? Obviously, money is always good; it's always nice, but you could actually see the passion from people streaming nonstop, back and forth, just running tournaments and just running streams and running like just like sets with everybody. Like obviously, you see Ultra Trend always running their weekly shows, but they're doing their individual streams all the time now as well too. Jabali running his tournament streams. He's entering online tournaments when you don't even need to. Right, I'm streaming all the time as well, and then you see other streamers doing the same thing, and I really love that. Like, I feel like this has actually been the most that I actually been stream monstering, just other people's personal channels. Like, I mean, like the fact that I was able to see Tupperware versus Flow on James Generation Spacing stream was like the most amazing thing in the world. I mean, I felt some salt in there, but it was a great watch of salt. You know what I mean? And then Danny Pham doing the heat check sets, those are great, right? And even Sanford Kelly, man, like I really do like his rants, man. Those are really fun. And I actually was able to play Duck Joe, like a person that I haven't played in tournaments since the year 2000. Like in a long set, like I mean, like they're like, even though COVID definitely like gave us a big L, we're not taking the L. We're not just gonna just sulk and do nothing. We're going to fight back. You know what I mean? We're gonna try to make sure that FGC's still here when things are better, that people still remember us and we're still fighting. So overall, I mean, yeah, I know 2020 does suck, but I still look forward to the future where fighting game community is still gonna be there for us.
Yeah, and two comments I have to add to that. The one thing. I think everybody, even if you weren't a celebrity before, you're going to be a celebrity at these events. We're all going to go to an event. Like, I honestly guarantee, I don't care where in the world it is, the first major event I'm going to go to just to be there, just to see people and be like, hey, I've been watching you on Zoom calls for the last year. Can I get an autograph? Shit like that. And then the other one, the thing that we're going to notice the moment we're back is, as much as good of a time online tournaments can be, when you look back at some of the best memories, Evo Moment 37, right? The first Street Fighter 5, like the Tokido and Infiltration fighting each other, like in Ryu coming out of nowhere to win that tournament. Like, those memories last a lifetime. Name one memory outside of somebody complaining about netcode from an online tournament in the last 6 months. Like, they don't even compare, you know? So the moment we're back in live, like, I really think we're all going to be an even better family together. Hopefully the games are popular and we're getting those, those people that only come to compete, not to win. Like, I hope they come back and haven't fallen off. Or even me, I'm scared to run tournaments because I'm going to be a Fall Guys professional player by the end of the year. Like, that's all I'm playing, and that should be a fighting game. But when we come back, like, all the online stuff will be great, keeping us together, but I think we're all going to be ready for it. And again, as all these guys have said, like, just better community. Now that, I am happy that a lot of people have come forward and we're doing our best to protect them for the future. And it just opens doors that I used to make a tweet every once in a while. I have now updated CEO Gaming's policies, and it was a twit longer, and you click it. Rule number 1, don't be an asshole. And then everyone would reply like, yeah, that covers everything, so little things like that. I think we will come back. It just, again, as an organizer, a lot of stuff is out of our control. I'm a facilitator of events with Pro Tours and players and all that, but we're hoping that the momentum that fighting games had up until this year, like Combo Breaker's growth after the last couple years, how massive of a public, Persona Evo had and ESPN, stuff like that, that we didn't lose that momentum. And I hope we can just get right back to it as soon as possible. So that's the hope. And the dream of fighting games, because if we didn't love what we do, we would not be on this right now. After I think I met Justin 2009 for the first time, and we've all met each other at live events, and so we miss that. And I hope the momentum continues and we get back to where we were, and we don't have to bitch about netcode anymore. Hey, I have an offline tournament, I'm gonna go win that, and then maybe I'll enter the free online tournament because I got nothing better to do. So I'm waiting for that option again.
I'll just say one thing I never thought I would say. I kind of miss hotels right now.
A lot of valid
Oh my
points.
God,
I miss exhaustion of running these events. And the one thing I will say, people that have watched me have seen the wrestling shows.
A lot of valid points.
I was gonna say real quick about the live wrestling shows and the crossovers. It was to get the name out of fighting games to more communities to see that. I think again we're gonna be good on our own. We've always been good on our own, whether esports have taken off or gotten bigger and stuff. And I think CPT still doing an online tournament was a great way to do it, because I was in the early talks of, hey, we might have to cancel the Pro Tour for CEO and shit, what's gonna happen? And as soon as that happened, everyone else kind of followed suit. So I think with online, again, we'll come back stronger and have offline and online be good by the time everything's normal again.
Yeah, like I was going to say before, all valid points, all good points all around. Again, this is a very nuanced conversation, and one that we could just continue on for hours. But as always, with all good things, they always got to come to an end, unfortunately. So hopefully you guys watching this now for PAX Online really enjoyed the entire conversation. Because again, there's so much stuff from all these great people on here, all these peeps that love fighting games as much as I do, probably even more in a lot of instances and stuff. But let's run down the panel where everybody can be found on social media. James, where can everybody find you right now on socials?
Basically, it's Jay Chenzor on everything, on Twitch, Instagram, Twitter, and then also Ultra Chen TV on YouTube and Twitch as well. So it's either Ultra Chen TV or Jay Chenzor. Those are always going to be the two places you can find me.
Justin.
Oh, okay. Twitter and Instagram
Awesome.
for
David, because oh no,
carry on, Justin. Where can I find you on YouTube, buddy, for all your unboxings?
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter and Instagram for Jay Wong, Jay Wong with 3 Gs, and then also on twitch.tv/Jay Wong with 3 Gs and youtube.com/Justin Wong. I got a special hookup to get that name down, so I'm pretty happy about that.
Yes. So I'm Alex Jabali, twitch.tv/CEO Gaming. It used to be CEO Jabali, but now that I've done DreamHack and other stuff. But the one thing I'll also give to you guys is to communicate with us. We're here at home, and if you want to get more involved in fighting games, if you want to lead to how to get into Fightcade and join and play yourself from home, just reach out to any of us here. Twitter's mostly where I do all my stuff, and at Jabali, which is my last name, but I like just having that name, so that works. I think, yeah, most of us are the only guys that have our real names as our nicknames, right, Justin?
Yeah, I mean, I just never thought of a cool handle.
Yeah,
alias.
Yeah, I was thinking Swordsman 626 or something, but I was like, I'll stay with my name instead.
I would have called you Chinatown Fair MSP or something.
The original plan.
Your turn, David.
Hey, all right. Yeah, you can catch me at Twitter at UltraDavid, which it says right here, and I stream at UltraChen TV. Those are the two.
Awesome. And then you guys can find me at Jake James Lugo on Twitter, Gamers with Gains channel on YouTube. Again, doing a bunch of different fighting game / other types of gaming related content. You guys can find all this great fighting game content that these guys do. Again, I appreciate you guys for being part of the panel, being part of this conversation. Hopefully everybody gets a kick out of it. But from all of us here, we will talk to all of you again very soon. Peace out and stay epic, everybody. Thanks for watching.
Kung Fu Kickball is a team-based fighting sports game where the best ball kicker wins. You gotta punch, kick, and headbutt your way across the field to smash the ball into your opponent's bell and rack up points. Hi there, my name is Jonah Wallerstein. I'm the designer and main developer for the game. I really wanted to make something that would be fun to play with friends, but also has the depth to be taken seriously at a competitive level. But a lot of getting skilled at Kung Fu Kickball is really understanding the jump. It takes some getting used to, but when you do get that perfect moment of hitting the ball out of the air at just the right angle so it bounces off the wall and into the bell, it feels great. So please look forward to Kung Fu Kickball coming out soon for Steam, Xbox One, PS4, and Switch.
My name is Ata, I'm 26 years old, and I come from Turkey. In 2013, things became problematic in Turkey. First, there was the largest protest the country had ever seen, and then a corruption scandal. After that, dozens of terror attacks, and then, in 2016, a coup. So this political instability affected me and all my friends and everybody we knew. We wanted to look at this issue because it affected us so much. We wanted to deep dive on why this is happening. And it's not an issue that is related to a certain country when you look at the broader picture. Throughout time, these events happen. Why do they happen? That is why we created this entertainment product that is a story about politics, but lets the player take a pivotal role in it.
The year is 1954, and you are the newly elected president of Swordland. Embark on the personal journey of Anton Rain. Will your decisions repair the country, or lead it to further ruin? Discover the alternative reality of Suzerain, with different countries, cultures, religions, dotted with more than 40 characters with different goals and ambitions. Execute your own political vision as president of a country. Will you heed the calls for reform and change the constitution of Swordland? Or will you embark on a more security-focused path to ensure stability in your country? Shape the future of your family by making key life decisions about your son, your wife, and your daughter. Try to tackle key subjects like the economy and the ongoing recession, or welfare and the inequality within. There are a slew of societal challenges and issues that face Swordland. Will you be bold and go against the structure to make the changes necessary? Or will you maintain the current order to benefit yourself? Internal subjects are not the only thing to worry about. There's a massive global rivalry happening between United Contana in the east and Arcasia in the west. How will you position Swordland in between these two vying superpowers as they threaten to rip the world apart? Many of the decisions you will make in this game will change your endings, and how Anton's life will continue or end. The question is, how will you lead Swordland? What kind of changes will you make? What type of a leader will you be?
Hi there, I'm Dr. Mark Adams with the Queensland University of Technology in Brisbane, and our labs are based at the Translational Research Institute on the Princess Alexandra Hospital campus. And my primary research focus is on lung cancer. We're also looking to extend some of the findings that we've made in lung cancer to other solid malignancies, such as colorectal cancer and certain types of breast cancer. So I've been extremely privileged and fortunate to receive funding from Cure Cancer. And this funding was focused on my work to improve the sensitivity of lung cancers to chemotherapy. And that's a lot of what our work is in doing, is finding ways to exploit some of the molecules that might be upregulated in disease or dysfunctional. And if we can target these molecules and combine these targeted agents with chemotherapy, this might be a strategy to improve the effectiveness of chemotherapy and to save a lot of the toxicities that are associated with chemotherapy and improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients. Of course, as an early career researcher, it's extremely challenging to attract funding to drive our research. We don't have immense track records. So this is where funding agencies such as Cure Cancer step in. They really do focus on supporting the early to mid-career researchers to enable us to answer, to try and answer some of the research questions that we have, ultimately with the ultimate view of trying to improve the health outcomes for our cancer patients.
Incoming. Viewer event incoming. Viewer event incoming. Incoming. Gladiator versus the Bombardier. Viewer event, Spin Doctor. Viewer event incoming. Room complete. Viewer event incoming. Room complete. The boss approaches. Room incoming. Entering the cell block. Trap kill. Room complete. Kill. Room complete. Viewer event incoming. Viewer event incoming. Viewer event, Spin Doctor. Room complete. Room complete. Viewer event, nuked. Room complete. Room complete. Victory.
The next chapter in Firefly's classic real-time strategy series, Stronghold Warlords is the latest in a line of unique castle sim games. Developed by Firefly Studios, creators of the original Stronghold and Stronghold Crusader, Stronghold Warlords introduces new RTS mechanics, classic Stronghold units, and 4 unique regions. In Stronghold Warlords, players must first design, build, and manage a fully realised castle economy, before taking the fight to rival opponents lifted from the pages of history. But you won't be alone in the fights, with the addition of a completely new way to play Stronghold in the Warlord system. Players will besiege Great Khans, Imperial leaders, Shogun commanders and more as they grow their castle economy and construct new gunpowder-fueled siege weapons.
Hey, what is going on, everyone? Welcome to our PAX Online panel of Uncovering Black Women's Voices in Esports. I'm Red Infamy. I have also on the panel Janae Benet, Aziza Brown, and Professor High Kick. So all these wonderful women that's in esports, we definitely have a very important topic to discuss. But just to start off, I'm gonna start with you, Janae. Pretty much like give us your journey as far as like how did you get into esports?
Oh man, so it started when I was born. No, I'm just joking. So what happened was I was really into journalism, and how I got into journalism is literally cartoons. I'm talking about Kent Brackman from The Simpsons, Kermit the Frog, Spider-Man, Superman with like Lois Lane, and Spider-Man being a photojournalist. So I really got into journalism that way. Fast forward, I had internships at Comcast Sportsnet before it was NBC Sports at NBC. And I learned that my skin is not thick enough for real news. So I transitioned into video games. Then I kind of transitioned into video game journalism when Gamergate was going on. And that wasn't a very pleasant experience for me. And because I love sports so much, I was like, why not do esports? And that's pretty much how I got into it. And there's a lot of people to thank along the way. The community that I ended up building in Colorado was extremely great. It started with the fighting game community, and I would do fighting game tournaments as well as like esports tournaments, mostly like Madden, 2K, and things like that. So that's my journey.
Right, and we got Aziza Brown. Aziza Brown, you're CEO of Dynamic Focus. Let us know your journey. You do have your own esports team. So let us know your journey as far as like how you got into gaming and what came about for you to want to own an esports organization.
So my journey into gaming was pretty much my parents. Like my parents are gamers themselves. My mother has a gaming computer and she currently is playing and swearing up and down as a senior citizen, playing not the much shooters anymore because of her reactions, but like puzzle games and stuff like that. But yeah, like my journey through gaming was basically I grew up in New York in the bodega arcade culture where you can just pop quarters into a machine and play, and I was a casual at that time. Went to college, came back, and learned that there was an actual like I thought that Evo was like an invitational that you had to go to. I didn't know that you can just walk, you could just get up and go to Evo at one point in time. I didn't know there's more tournaments around. So later on, after college, when I became an engineer and stuff like that, we learned about an underground New York scene after the arcades have closed. So there were like different bars that you could go to and play video games and stuff like that. And then afterwards, I learned about ECT, and we went to ECT with my best friend who was competitive at the time. I wasn't competitive because I was.
I said
Yeah,
East Coast Throwdown.
East Coast Throwdown, yes. So I went with her, and I was like kind of her cheerleader, and then I started getting into esports and everything like that. I was on another team as a project manager, and then I left the team and just kind of segmented off because of differences. And I created Dynamic Focus because I used to shoot um, photography. I have a Sony camera and I usually shoot in dynamic focus. So that's how the name came to be.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know that, and I've
I like
known you
that.
for some years now.
I like
I didn't even
that.
know that.
Yeah, that's why the bird has a shutter eye, because of the fact that like I'm still a photographer, you know. I just need a new camera.
Okay.
Yeah, my camera's kind of busted, but you know, with COVID and stuff like that, I don't really need another camera until it
Get out
come,
and
you know.
about again. And
Yeah, I'm looking at the 7000 series right now, and I'm just like, yeah, I really want one.
And Professor Highkick, of course, we know you as a player as well, but also as a well-renowned, I'm going to say well-renowned caster, especially in Tekken and other scenes as well, too. So let us know how you got the name Professor Highkick as well. And your journey of venturing off from gaming from young all the way up into making this a profession and leading your own esports community.
Okay. Well, I got the name Professor High Kick. Oh, can you hear me?
You good?
Yes, you got you.
Okay. I sound so low in my headphones. Like I'm like,
That's that.
can y'all hear me? Okay. Well, I got the name. I got the name Professor High Kick because my first move made is always a high kick. So, and as a kid, I used to always tell people what to do with video games. I learned not to do that because people don't appreciate that as much. But
you that backseat gamer.
When I was about 5
That's
years
backseat
old.
gamer.
I'm not trying to tell you suck or nothing like that. It's just, you know, maybe if you did this or maybe if you did that. Then I learned, you know what? Let me not do that at all. Let me just play the game. If you lose, you lose. You win, you win. That's it. So, I've been playing since I was 5 years old and then after I had my son, I stopped. But I did radio for a little while, and I actually like doing radio. But the radio show that I worked for went down, so I stopped for a little while. And then I was introduced to Tekken 7. I was playing Tekken for years, but I stopped, and then I started playing Tekken 7. And I said I want to compete in this. I just didn't know where to begin, so I started online. And I competed in an online tournament. I forgot the name of the online tournament, but I wanted to continue. And then I heard of NLBC, and I went to NLBC on my birthday, September 13th. That was 3 years ago. And from then on, I said, you know what? I'm gonna compete, and I'm gonna keep competing at NLBC. So we went through in New York. We went through a time where we didn't have Tekken.
Yeah.
So then Health came along. That was like 2 years ago. Then Health came along. Then we started going to iFix for Tekken tournaments again offline. And that's where I got my start. Actually with commentary. It was a small place. And then I think about 6 to 8 months later, that closed down. And then he went to NLBC. And everything started taking off from there. I did not expect to be on commentary as much as I did at NLBC. So I appreciate Health for that. And during the time I was with Kick Punch Block as well, and I met Aziza as well.
Shout out to them.
Kick Punch Block.
Yeah.
Kick Punch Block. Shouts out to them.
Without them, I would have never met Aziza. So I'm grateful for that.
I love how everything kind of like branched and we kind of got to know one another as well. So this is really an important topic as far as like a lot of times, not even a lot of times, all the time in esports, us as Black women, our voices get muted. We're not thought about, we're not considered. It's like we're not even there. And if so, it's always either the same personality of someone always get picked over and over again instead of them actually seeing the huge amount of input that Black women have provided to this industry, from executive seats to, of course, owners to like Janae and I, who are journalists and media personalities in this space, players, athletes like you, and owners of communities. So this is something that really needs to be said. What inspired this a lot, Cuddlecore on Twitter, she mentioned how, you know, a lot of Black women that are pro athletes in the fighting game community, like, just doesn't get considered at all, doesn't get spoken upon. And I was like, that is true. We all need to do some type of signal boost to meet one another, to know who is who and what other people are doing. So just to further the discussion, like as far as being a black woman in esports, I would start off with the positive. What have been something that's been pretty much positive in this space that lets you continue against all those adversities of, okay, well, no one wants to listen to us or pay attention to us? What kept y'all in this space to this day? Because y'all are vets, you know what I'm saying? So what kept y'all in this space?
It's you guys.
Yeah, I was gonna say same thing.
You guys a lot. It's having the support of being like, man, you should do it. Or like, I know that this is difficult for you, or like, it's gonna be worth it. And not to get super off topic, this one show I think I may destroy you. And she said something really interesting. No spoilers, of course. But she was like, do I even know what it's like to be a woman? I've been so busy being black and poor all of my life, and now it's like there's some things. And it's just pretty interesting to have other people who are like, other black women who have had adversity outside of the space and then come into the space and be like, this should be easy. This is people's hobby. This is turning into a business. This part should be easy for us. We shouldn't have to battle like everything else out in the world. And that's just not true. Everything we go through outside of the gaming industry, outside of video games, everything we go through, even trying to enjoy our hobbies, is difficult. And having other black women who understand that, and having other black men who don't understand but can acknowledge that there are difficulties, and to have everyone come together and pretty much be like, man, I understand what you're saying, but I also support you.
And Aziza, you wanted to shed light on that too, like especially building and creating a esports team. You don't really get to hear that a lot as far as black women actually owning an esports team. And if so, a lot of women, like we was mentioning offhand, why not even want to come forward and say that this is actually owned by a black woman? Like, you've been the face of your organization. How has it been, like, building it from the ground up and staying in this industry over all like BS that comes about with it?
I'm gonna say it like flat out. It sucks. The truth of the matter is that the reason why I came out as a black woman owner is because at one point in time I just said I won't be visible unless I'm unique. And that was a decision I made for my team members because of the fact that like there's so much like that I need to say to people to understand that what I go through as a team owner and how I'm structuring this thing for my team members, because a lot of times we sit down there and we watch how people move and how like we need as a people that if your friends or your colleagues are doing something or they're working a certain way and it's positive and it's good for your scene, you should definitely acknowledge them on any platform because your voice is stronger than you actually really think about it. And this is the reason why we're getting into trouble right now, or not getting into trouble, or not getting the businesses that we want to get, is because a lot of times we are not vocal unless we think that it's like for clout or anything like that. Yeah, businesses are basically definitely looking at your reach and your likes and everything like that, and the support that we need to actually give each other is to talk about each other in a positive light. Whenever you see a positive light, you have to retweet it. You see my board full of people doing stuff all the time. Like, that's what my Twitter feed is all about, because I'm just like, I'm noticing this problem.
Yeah.
That we don't talk about each other. You know?
Yeah, it's something that it should just come as second nature. That's why even with myself, I was like, anybody that's in esports that is a black woman, because I think we get, and this is a topic all the time, we always fail to always say people of color when we know damn well what we're trying to say or want to say, which is black women or brown women. Like, we always want to do the people of color. There's other people of color that are taken care of and not like marginalized at
Yeah.
all compared to the black
Right.
woman. uh so Professor, like, how have you also, like, they always say this is a men's game, especially when we play, and especially in the fighting game community, and that's something I really wanted to touch on too. How have you stayed afloat and, like, stood out all the drama, especially being a commentator, because you're on the forefront for that scene. You'll become like the face of that scene because they'll see you commentating on, whatever specific game, primarily Tekken. Of course, we don't see sometimes it's been a lot of Koreans playing Tekken, or it's been this, type of people playing Tekken besides just the American scene. But as a black woman, as a commentator for Tekken, how has been like your experience?
I'm here, Grandma. Look at me.
You drowned out in the end.
Look at me.
Oh, how has it been for you as far as like staying as a commentator? Because I'm pretty sure, like, in the fighting game community, especially in the Tekken scene alone, being a commentator, a black woman at that.
Hold on.
I can still hear you.
Okay.
Oh, no, we understand. We understand
Oh,
completely.
we understand. I still hear you, sis.
Well, as far as the drama goes and so forth, like, I tend to ignore that. You can't answer everybody. You can't really I'm trying to figure out the right words to say. You can't answer to everybody because people want to stir up drama. But as far as being a black woman afloat, I mean, you just got to keep going. Like I said, these women inspire me, but it inspired me in itself that there aren't many black women out there, and I hope that maybe I or anybody else that sees me will want to commentate as well. Because I've seen women at ladies' night, some black women at ladies' night that said, "Well, I want to commentate too," and they'll ask me for advice. And if they can get further than I can, then so be it. I would love to. I would love to see them do it. I'll encourage it. I retweet them. I tweet them. Everything else. They inspire me, and I inspire them. And empowerment would be key. So we can all empower each other, and it's not a race.
Thank you.
I want
for
everybody
saying
to
that.
succeed.
No,
Thank
it's
you.
not a race.
I think that's one of the things, especially as like forming a sisterhood, like to just counter and have something to answer that, is that a lot of times because we face so much adversity, we think that, okay, let's say if I seen Janae, right, and she got 2 panels lined up, and she also is hosting, let's say, a show. I'm like, well, damn. People will be like, well, damn. I think I gotta do 5 times. No,
Exactly. I'll put you on to something. That's how that works.
Yeah, like
Exactly. It's not
collaborate.
competition
Like,
at all.
if you feel that you're being behind this, we already feel like we behind this ceiling. They always talk about the glass ceiling with women. We got a gate. Saying, like, forget shattering a glass. Like, we have to cut through a gate. And it's like, okay,
wall.
a wall, we need a sledgehammer, all of that. So, like, if I see one of y'all doing something, I'm like, yo, I'm retweeting the mess out of it. I want to know. I want to speak to y'all at that. I think a lot of times things gets a little weird when people just don't introduce themselves as a whole. And it's not a race. Like, we all need to we have. Like, I think that's something that's missing is and people want to take offense to that, and I'm looking at them like, well, your whole organization spelled that out. So why are you getting upset that you want to make sure that so and so is doing what they need to do or what they need? A lot of times, and for example, Gary V. Gary V is someone that I'm like, yo, he really gets it. And the reason why I'm mentioning him is because he'll give some advice to somebody and he didn't get paid for it, but that person later on might need him for something else. You know what I'm saying? Like, just
Yeah.
because of that. And that's something that a lot of times, and that's why I was like, I want to find people that we don't get to see that much, be on something. And this is going to, of course, extend. But yeah, it's not a race at all. Like, we just need to definitely uplift one another and find out, okay, if there's something missing, what's that missing piece that you feel that you don't have and you're insecure about? Well, here's an open door. You can hit me up on Twitter. That's why I did that. I'm like, I'm on Twitter. You can hit me up. You need advice for something. I don't mind taking time out, sitting down and just saying, like, fixing your crown. You know what I'm saying? Like, that you're still a queen. So
Right.
I think definitely that's something that needs to be. Another thing I wanted to ask y'all
I
about.
think so too.
Oh, go ahead. Go
Can
ahead.
I add on?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think people think something about I've heard a lot where women that be supposed to oh yeah, I don't want her to take my spot, and it's like that's not what this is. I don't know if you are doing what you have to do. No one's gonna quote unquote take your spot, but you can always help somebody out. I don't see what the problem in that is. But she's gonna take my spot. I'm not gonna be number one anymore. Who's really wants to be number one? You know.
Himself,
We all
right?
can be one.
Yeah,
Right.
we all
all
be,
can do that.
and we all can eat. Because the thing is that the more people that are in the pool, the bigger the pool becomes. Actually,
Exactly.
that's the problem. People think that, like, if I'm the one that everyone goes to, then I will get all the benefits. I'm like, no, you're actually making a funnel that goes through you only. So all these opportunities are just kind of in the air, not being given out because you want to be that, and you can't do it alone. It's an international business now for worth billions of dollars. There's no way you can be the one that controls everything. Being a supervillain is
you only
not
one
a
person.
thing, It's like, this can't be a monopoly.
We see that all the
the deal.
time.
We see it all the time.
I want to be the only black woman or the only black dude. So, and I'm like, how do you think that's so? You want to be the token of, like, and gatekeep from other opportunities that people that look like you or someone that's younger than you. That's like,
yeah,
wow, I think I could do that too because I seen such and such do that. Have y'all ever had like people come up to y'all? I remember a professor, you just said, like, in your community too, that you have with ladies night, like, I want to commentate. Has anyone ever come up to y'all as another sister and was like, yo, you really inspire me, and like, and have y'all given them advice?
Yeah. Yep. A lot. Even where I've come to some of the girls in ladies' night and asked for advice. It's not just a one-way street. And like I said, we're all there to empower. Like even at NLBC, I've had women come to me and ask me for advice, and I've even done it to some of the women. In particular, Spag. I commentated with Spag at NLBC, and a woman came up to me and said, "I like the way you commentate. Like, I was listening to you. Do you have any advice for me?" And I said, "Sure." There was at DTN. I saw one of the women commentators there, and I asked her for advice. Like I said, it's not a one-way street. It's a two-way street. Not even a two-way street. It's if people need advice, you can give it. It doesn't matter who you are, where you stand, or your role, or anything like that. Everybody's gonna need advice somewhere down the line. Inspiration, empowerment, anything. We all gonna need it eventually.
Thanks. So
I know I need a lot.
I always need it. I was like, yo, I'm still in this. Am I still in this? Like, so
that'd be me.
I understand a lot of times. So another thing I wanted to shed light to, as far as, like, of course, the obvious of who we are and what, has there ever been any doubt? Like, okay, you'll see this one, as far as like with esports, and a lot of times I think the forgot the organization was saying as if like 1% had identified as like African American or Black female in the gaming industry as far as developers. Like, has there anything that like have y'all seen those different statistics and was like, how is that 1%? And kind of been like, nah, I need the signal boost a little bit more. Has it ever come across like that?
Yeah, for sure. You're wondering because when it's 1%, you more than likely be like, oh, that's all three of those people that I know, and then that makes you sad. So, and on top of that, you also don't feel like you're doing your research because I feel like if we and we do it all the time where we tag people in these Twitter things like, oh, I know 10 girls who do this. I know 10, like we can easily name 20 people. You know what I mean? And that's probably from like one state or like one region or something like that. And so when they have 1%, one, it makes me definitely want to do more. Two, it also makes me feel like that they're once again not even including us in their data. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like it's a two-sided thing where it's like I do believe that it's that small compared to how many like white men or white women are into it, but then you're like but I feel like I know more than 1%. I feel like there's more than 1% just off the people that I know.
For me, like it depends on what the statistic is actually showing or anything like that, because sometimes when they say, well, as a developer they are counting people who've developed a game already, or they're not counting the indies or anything like that, so we don't know what the statistic really is, because I've known a lot of people who a lot of women who are out there, and then some places like even the modifiers aren't acknowledged. And just today with the Sims community, where all these black modders and all these black they're programmers just got acknowledged, and now EA is actually changing their game to what the modders have actually created. And when they made the statement, they didn't acknowledge the fact that these modders are the ones that gave them the inspiration to do it.
Shouts out to Ebony Sims.
Ebony Sims and X Mirror Mirror.
Yeah, and X Mirror.
I mean, and X Mirror Mirror was on TV. Like, how can you not acknowledge this woman?
She's on a whole season on TV, 12 episodes, and y'all didn't acknowledge her then. And she's been doing this for what, almost 10 years.
Yeah,
like, and you didn't acknowledge it. Like, you saw that. Y'all saw that.
I saw.
I even
we
had her
all
on
saw
the
it. Like, that's the reason why it signal
I'm
boosted.
I'm talking about everybody else. Like, even in the stream, like they even had on her Twitch streams and stuff for The Sims, but she still didn't get any recognition for that. That was really messed up.
Yeah. So that's the reason why, like, we have to acknowledge each other, because they're not going to do it for us unless we speak up, because the power of our voices is so amazing, but we don't understand it yet. And we have to start understanding the power of our voice, trying to push the positive message that we are out there and we are changing the world right now. And we need to, like, I'm sorry, but I just like remember now we have the Netflix show of the person who actually created console gaming. The engineer that came out creating consoles, now getting acknowledged after 9 years after his death.
Yep.
I wanted him to be King because he has the same name as my granddad. I was like, relax.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Godfather of consoles. It was so strange because recently, I think it's the inventors, the Hall of Fame inventors, and I was like, so why isn't he in the Hall of Fame? And they mentioned how, like, they were speaking about Bear and everyone else. I was like, why isn't he in the Hall of Fame yet? And they was like, actually, and someone explained it to me, and that's going to be a call to action. Is to actually, you can actually go on their website and nominate. It's the people nominating who they want to be in the actual Hall of Fame. So that definitely should be done for sure. As far as the inventors, there's been so many different black inventors, especially a lot of black women who created all kind of things that is current now.
Yeah.
From the GPS system. And I was like, what? You know what I'm saying? But that's like something that always need to be done. And just like some people that's behind, even in the industry we're in, I was like, I had no idea, no clue, because it's just not amplified in the signal boost. Like, especially now because of unfortunate circumstances of our brothers and sisters losing their lives to
Yes.
corrupt authority like in our nation, that it comes
Right.
to the point that we have to signal boost. As far like I was saying, keep that same energy
Yes.
like as far as supporting one another. You know, that's where it
Right.
starts first, is having that foundation of supporting one another. It's very simple, very simple to do. It's support. All right,
Very.
Aziza says she needs blase blah. If I can help in any sense, because people think by supporting is just by some type of monetary like figure, and I'm like, doesn't have to do anything with money. Like, you might know someone that knows someone that can help someone, like just to get there. Because every other
like-
community does it, but we definitely, especially as Black women, on one of the topics, definitely we want to speak about is how the protection of us is just not there, even in this industry alone. So, one of the things I wanted to segue to that, especially in the fighting game community, we've had the discussion on how there's Black women in the fighting game community, but not even their own Black male counterparts accept them unless they look a certain way, or if that's like a trend alone. It's like, well, damn, if my own don't accept me, like what's going on? Like, can y'all shed light further on that disparity that's happening in the fighting game community? Because we have Fight for Change right now. Shouts out to that organization and Perfect Legend, where there's a lot of harassment that's happening, sexual assaults in esports alone. And a lot of times the topic of Black women being protected is just not there, or even accepted is not there. So do y'all mind like shedding light on that? Because a lot of people don't know that this is actually happening.
Yeah, and I kind of think it's sad that they don't know. Oops, I'm sorry, Aziza.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I mean, the reason though, what I wanted to shed, a person I wanted to shed light on who talked about it was actually the first woman who actually was sponsored by a fighting game organization, esports organization. That was Burn Your Bra. Like, she has in Event Hubs all these articles about how she was treated as a Black woman who wasn't aesthetically pleasing to everybody. So she was talking about how she was treated and how the fighting game community needs to change that horrible aesthetic that they do to us. You know, that we have to actually point a finger at, like please stop doing this to us. Like, we're just, and Burn Your Bra was bad. She was great. She was amazing. I wish I met her. I know Q, but I don't know.
Yeah, no
I
Q.
don't. Yeah. But it, like, all these, like, there have been founders of like the of women, Black women who are competitors who were literally drowned out by the fact that they were Black, they were women, and nobody tried to acknowledge them. You know, and it's sad.
Yeah, it's been happening for a while. I do want to shout out Empire Arcadia as far as having Black women, like as far as having a their own sector for Black women in esports, whether it's with Guinness World Records. A lot of people don't know they're the most winningest esports like organization period amongst all as far as any Echoes, Eve Geniuses, all of that. They're the most winning. It's a Black-owned organization, but you know,
Right.
that's how I met Q, and through Triforce. So it is something I didn't like while I was in the FGC scene for a short period of time, I would say. But when I seen it, I didn't see a lot of women that looked like me, but I did see the praise of Asian and white women, like always
Yeah.
being glorified,
Yeah.
and the skills wasn't even up
Yeah.
to par like that. And of course, we already know from the situation at hand, from a player that is in the FGC, and he's of color himself. He's brown.
Yeah.
Was explaining as far as like Black women are not great or good in fighting games, so they should just like wrap it up, you know. And then we have all these great Black women in esports and fighting games that will bust your ass in these games
Yes.
alone. So it is something that we even see from our Black and brown counterparts, like not even giving us the you know, as far as the confidence or wanting to help us or teach us, you know, whatever, guide us in any way, and just give us the respect. Nobody's
yeah.
asking like for friendship. It's just being able to be comfortable sitting at a tournament alone without being like, well, you don't look like this anime character, so this character that's in the game.
Yeah.
So
Well,
why
yeah,
should you exist?
you're not somebody that I find pleasing, so I'm just going to root against you. Like literally, like Burn Your Brow would in articles. Burn Your Brow was like, I'm sitting next to another player, another female player who is, you know, who's a different race than me, and people are shouting out
I
against
remember that.
me, and it was upsetting because it's like your own is actually like they're rooting
Yeah.
against you,
And the fighting
you
game
know,
community is mostly predominantly
the
Black
men.
Yes.
Yeah.
and that was happening to her for
Yeah.
no reason.
No reason. But the fact that they found the other woman cute and not her. And that's not fair at all. At all.
It just adds to the myth of like, oh, if you get good, you'll be respected, and that's not true.
It's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah,
It's
that's
not
bull
true.
for me. That's
Respect.
bull, period.
You don't respect
Look at Cuddlecore, for
women.
instance.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
look at
That's
Cuddlecore, for instance. Look at what she's accomplished. For how she's been in the FGC for 6 years, and she came pro, I think, a year ago. But she still goes through crap now. Like some of the stuff that the guys do to her, that the guys say and do to her, like it's really ridiculous. And she can actually kick their behinds in tournament.
Yeah.
She's even shown that over and over and over again. But instead, oh, she's not good. Oh yeah, she's only respected because it's in third. She's got proof that she can kick your ass in tournament. She's got proof on that stream. But y'all still sit there and say something else, you know?
Just
And
because.
it be a lot of Black men, and
Yeah.
it's ridiculous.
Now, of course, we've seen, you know, that's one of the problems that's in the FGC alone. And not saying like there's, like I mentioned in prior Arcadia, which of course is a Black owned by a Black man. And there's been other players as well too that don't tolerate that. But it's something that has to be signaled to stand up when it is happening. When you do see things like that happening to your fellow sister, okay, like yo, you need to chill. Like, are you serious right now? Like that could have been your sister, that could have been your mother. But even Janae, like as far as some of the things you've done as well on your end to kind of, because I think the one thing is like we could announce all these different things that a lot of people don't know about, but something that I had loved that you did was you created something, and also you two, all of y'all have created something that has been a safe haven for people that look like us but don't get the respect as it. How has that been an experience for you creating what you did back in Colorado, and also reporting on things as a journalist?
It was really cool at not at first, like, you know, and then it went down south, but it was really interesting because I issue is someone doesn't give me the chance, I do it by myself, right? And I was working, like for example, I was working at a radio station, and it was like owned by a whole bunch of white people, but they wanted to like play a whole bunch of black music, and for like whatever reason, I got fired from it, and then I was like, I'm gonna do my own radio station, and that's kind of what happened in video games as well. I did see a lot of people who looked like me. Um, and when I was in school, everyone used to be like, dang, Janae, you a game head, you a game head. And I was like, I just want to play games. Like, y'all want to play? They were only playing like certain things or whatever. And then I found other friends, but it wasn't like a lot of women that played with me. And even when I was in Colorado, I started to find more women, but like to me, it wasn't enough. You know what I mean? Like the women to man ratio that I found was kind of like heartbreaking, because I'm like, I want to just talk to more women. I want to be around more women. Like, yeah, it's cool being around all these dudes. But when I got to be around more women, I felt like that's when I really got to shine, like doing game nights and stuff like that. And it wasn't always video game related. We play like any type of cards, like, whether it was spades or like Cards Against Humanity before we found out those people were trash. We would just play anything. And it was really exhilarating for me. It really made me feel like I had a tribe. I really enjoyed that, just having some people you can relate to, and even meeting other women who like respected the fact that I was into video games, but they weren't into video games. They were pretty uplifting as well. Like, on that journey because they liked what I was doing as well. And especially when I started doing stuff with after school programs with kids, they were like really into it. They're like, oh, I want you to be a part of like my summer camp because this is important. And then I found other Black women who were into STEM who were like, oh my gosh, we need more Black women that are into tech, into this, into that. And so it really kind of just started this trail of being like, let's not only support Black women that are in the space, but let's pull more in.
So Aziza, I know you have your organization as well. What has been something as far as like working along with other women or even other Black men as well that has created like a safe haven? Because a lot of times, even of course, us as women, Black women go through stuff in this industry, but even being accepted as someone Black in esports is also a problem. How's that been like as far as creating an organization and going against other orgs and being respected in the same sentence as organization?
Damn, can you repeat that? Okay.
I would say as if like having a safe space. A lot of times we don't have a safe space in esports. A lot of people think they don't, but besides just competing, just having something like an organization like you have, even though it's an esports team, it's also like a family. How has that been like building that and still being a respected esports team? Because even though you're a family, y'all got stuff to win, against these other against these other teams. How has that been like building respect upon your organization? Same sentence.
It's how I hire people, basically. All the men and women that I hire, they have shown themselves to be really hard workers, and to actually be a good competitor, you have to be on the grindstone like full time. Like you can have a full time job and you have to be a full time gamer at the same time. You have to practice a lot and to be respected and learning about conduct and learning about your branding and developing all these characteristics in each and every one of my players is important. Also, hiring people that come to you, which is very important, and I'm trying to convey that message to more women, because I've seen a lot of Black women just go and say, I don't see any Black women being hired by other organizations. And I was like, have you applied? And there will be no response. And I'm like, this is the thing. Like, you have to put your name out there.
Yeah.
No matter, like, because the thing is that you talking on Twitter doesn't mean that anybody's looking at you. Like, you literally have to email people and to get yourself known. Like, I would hire more black women if I knew who I was talking to, you
So
know?
y'all see this. Y'all see this now. All the ladies out there, all the melanated ladies out there,
Yes.
all the sisters out there that are apprehensive. That first
Mhm.
step is just contacting somebody.
Contacting somebody,
Contacting
understanding.
somebody, not being too shy. You behind a computer screen, so you should get some, you know,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah,
just
like,
just hit somebody up.
yeah, that's the thing. Like, me emailing people, remaining, giving yourself a consistent, like, base. And I don't mean like viewer base or anything like that. Giving yourself a consistent schedule so that you can draw upon it, so that they know that, because every single organization actually has hiring requirements, and just doing that will get you in the right direction when it comes to getting sponsored by an org or by a team or anything like that. They have a lot of standards, and they a lot of them, like me, I like to vocalize every single one of them. I'm not telling you how much I pay, because some people don't, and then, well, now I'm exposing myself that I do pay. Oh no. Anyway.
So the segue, so you don't expose yourself for the pay. But
Yeah.
But Professor, you have your
Mhm.
organization, Ladies Night, which is very much needed in this community. Like building that sisterhood. I know that's one of the things I want to lead off with all of us. Is like building that sisterhood. Even if you don't know the other person, just be like, yo, what are you doing? How can I help? How did you build Ladies
Right.
Night to get the women in esports to kind of come along and be as one?
Ooh, that wasn't easy. Like it took 3 times in order for it to actually happen. But I just, I invited a few of them into the chat at first because I happened to be to see them in tournament. I happened to see them on stream, and I just asked them if they wanted to join. I let them know. I let them know, and from then on, when I told them like safe space. This is a space to empower each other, and they started inviting people in. They liked the idea. Aziza was one of them. I asked her if she wanted to join. She said sure. And she even let the ladies know the first thing we should do is talk about each other positively.
Yes.
And then Sweet started going out about the other women, positively about the other women. Oh, she streams, she does this, she does that, and that's what we need. We need a signal boost. We need an empowering boost too, and that's what we needed. I even do it on Ladies Night Twitter page.
Yeah,
If
definitely.
you didn't know about her, you know about her now.
Now you know about her now.
So go follow her.
I love that.
Go follow her. Yep.
Shouts out to Pretty Love Pink. I wish I would have had her on this panel. Missing you, Hazel. Children's get better.
Yeah.
But just like in the 2K community, Ball Like Her is an organization where a lot of women in 2K is able to have some type of safe haven to go to. Just like when I had the pleasure and honor to interview Shakita, who was the very first woman, the very first Black woman at that, and only woman so far in a 2K league, was just explaining how it was hell, like getting even into the draft pool, because
Yes.
people didn't want to pass her the ball because they knew she was. And I love that there's organizations where we all can grow in. One question I wanted to ask before we almost wrap it up: do y'all believe, for even women as a whole, and especially Black women, because of course we have some building to do, and it's not hard, of course, supporting one another to get our names out. That's the call to action. You see someone that's in the industry, and you're like, wow, we need more Black women voices to be heard. Tweet them like, yo, this is such and such. This is what she do. This is what she play. This is her Twitch. This is her YouTube. Like, that's a call to action for everyone to do. Whether you're Black or not, if you're a Black or whatever, you feel like you feel that our voices need to be heard, do that. Okay, that's the call to action right now to do. But do y'all feel that there needs to be a separate league between, okay, just like how traditional sports are, there's women's basketball and then there's men's basketball. Do y'all think that is something that is smart to do as far as having a women's league to compete against and then venture off? Because it's like the numbers is really low seeing female counterparts in esports compete against males.
I'm waiting for someone else to speak before I start speaking.
That's always a hard question. I left the
I'm not, and it's an easy question though.
It is.
It really is an easy question.
I'm on the fence about it because, like, think in games is not like everybody has different size hands. I mean, it's like fighting games specifically, or even PC games. So it's like there doesn't need to be a different league. Like I'm talking about basketball, where they're like, oh, the ball's smaller for women because they're blah 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 blah. So I'm on the fence about it because like we don't need to be separated. But then it's like I know that as a woman, sometimes I'd be like, I just want to be around my sis, and that's it. And so that's why I'm on the fence because it's a good idea because it's always nice to have things that are like set apart for us. But then I feel like it's a hard decision to make because it's like you want to play with everyone else because I feel like regardless, people are going to have something to say. So if there's like a women's only league, like, oh, but you can't play with the big boys, and you're like, you sound dumb, you know? So there's always going to be like somebody trying to say something about it. But like, I'm like for it and I'm not for it. Like I'm for it as long as we get to like integrate the league, everyone. But yeah, so I'm always on the fence. Like,
So
Yeah, I'm on the fence too.
How do you?
I'm on the
You're on the fence
I'm
too.
on the Yeah, I'm on the fence too because it depends on who is sponsoring the league or who makes the league, you know, and for what reason. That's all. Like the whole thing of, oh yeah, you're separating the women, like Janae said. It's like separating the women from the men. It's like, no, that's not the point. It's like if like with Capcom, for instance, it was males making an all female league, and it's like, well, okay, I have questions, but at the same time, it's like I don't think this is intentionally for the for actual I think of the right word. I don't think it's necessarily for like entertainment or for them to get better, like you're claiming it is. That sounded like separation itself when they came out with Cap with that. But like I said, it depends on who it is. If it's for the women by the women, I can understand that. You know, but not saying that the men that the men have an issue at, that the men might not have the same premises we do. It's just that I feel like for the most part, like women like us would do it better.
Got you. Just like how in battle rap, if y'all pay,
Yeah.
and a lot of times they'll go against the other male leagues and stuff like that. So, Aziza, what you think?
Right, because they use the B word, and they might smack or something for talking to a lady like that. But you never know.
Yeah. For me, the answer is simple. Yes, there should be. And the reason why is because if you deal with competitors, you understand their anxieties, you understand their what they go through every single day just to compete. You're going in front of cameras, audiences and everything like that, and you're sitting down there compound with thinking about tech 24, trying to calm your nerves or ride the nerves to actually compete. Now, put that with being a woman, right? And then your audience is automatically against you because of your phenotype, like the way you look. Yeah. It compounds on top of that anxiety. That's the reason why, like, having an actual women's league would actually not to actually divide everybody, because that's what it's like, because every single person's like, oh, I can't get to this money because I want to get, like, no, this is it's not for you. It's for development. If you have a league that develops women because they have a space that eliminates your nonsense.
Yeah.
If it eliminates your nonsense and they can do whatever they need to do, yes, you should have it. That's it. I mean, we've done it wrong in the past because a lot of times with that was it a COD house or something like that, or Overwatch League or whatever team they had full of women, and they made it a Foxy boxing kind of thing, and that's the reason why it actually left.
That's
But yeah, so we had all these things compounding on top of us, and then we have to work through that again. Yes, there should be a league because you need to find places to actually practice and calmly practice. That's the reason why you see successful women, because there was somebody there. There was not just one person, but a
Yeah, we see
group.
teams now. We see even like Rainbow Six teams, Valorant teams popping up
Teams,
versus
yeah.
all women.
On women or something like
I don't
that.
have a
And
problem with
I don't
this.
think, and also if there's a woman inside a team that is doing well, don't take her out. The reason why she's doing well is because of the synergy of that team. There's a lot of synergy happening in every single sport because they practice amongst each other. They learn tech, they learn everything together, and they communicate. And having somebody that communicates with you helps you grow. That's the reason why having ladies' night and everything like that, where everybody sits down there and practices together and grows together, you're going to find more women who are competitive from this because they're sharing, they're communicating. And that's the reason why I say yes, because you need to develop more communication networks among women to feel and lessen the pressure of women. It's like, if I can lessen the pressure of racism, lessen the pressure of genderism and any kind of isms out there for a competitor, because you have so much build-up anxiety.
It's a lot.
Let it happen.
A lot, yeah.
Let it happen.
So,
I
ladies,
think that's really interesting. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think that's really interesting because I definitely agree with you. Removing one of the larger pressures for a league would be amazing. I think my next question is like, my next thought is like, okay, so then we're probably going to have to continue to break it down and compartmentalize it. Because even like within that league, there's still going to be pressures. You know, we were talking about it earlier, how like some women don't support other women and things of that nature. And so I know for some people who have not had the camaraderie of sisterhood and stuff like that, maybe a bit apprehensive to it as well. But you know, overall, I do think it's a good idea, right?
Right.
I think, and everything you're saying is definitely true. It's just kind of sucks that like even we can't like 100% be behind things because you know then it's like, oh well, then we got to make our own because this person's making us feel uncomfortable, and it's not necessarily like, oh, this is a person who identifies as a man and he's harassing someone who identifies as a woman.
Yeah,
it's a lot of things to take in. It's kind of like no right or wrong answer. It's just like how it's going to be organized and who's going to be doing the organization.
Yeah.
Right.
Part of it, which is interesting. But to leave off, because we're almost there at the finish line. As a whole, what do y'all think needs to be done, like to segue and build upon that sisterhood? What do y'all feel to end this off to make sure that our voices are always heard? Not that because I'm not the one to beg anybody to hear me. Like, you gonna hear me, and if you don't, then I got my sisters over here. You gonna hear all of us. Like that's how I think and move. So what do y'all think is the next step to make sure that that sisterhood is there and to inspire others to get in here and feel like they can do it too?
I specifically wrote a book of my experiences for this exact reason, and it's to encourage other women to get in, other Black women to get in. Black women, you know, is because I was Black before I was anything. Encourage like Black women to get into writing or get into tech or get into gaming, and so that's how I ended up coming up with the idea of being like, I want to share all of my knowledge. And, just tweeting about it isn't going to do it. Somebody may miss it or they may not. And then if you make a thread, it may get old. And so I ended up sharing my experiences to be like, hey, it's not easy, but here are some tools. Because I didn't have any tools to get to where I am. Everything I did, I winged it. Okay? You guys found me out. I'm a phony. I winged it. I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't have anybody really giving me anything. Oh, if you try, oh, if you network, oh, but they didn't tell me how to relationships with devs, you know what I mean? How to apply for press passes, how to, interviewing people. I went to school for journalism, so that's a bit different. But how to get in contact with these people to like interview them, to talk about games, to talk to the players and things like that. So my encouragement is one, all of the things that I do, because I wrote my book and then I told anyone, I'm like, if you have any questions, just ask me. Like, I'm not going to be phony with you. Like, I done already gave you my information. So like, it's nothing for me to also give you my time and be like, look at these mistakes that I made. And you don't have to make those mistakes. So that's my encouragement, because that's always something I want to do. I want to be the liaison for Black women in tech, Black women in gaming and things like that. I want to be able to have a directory of Black women that I could be like, oh, you need somebody who does this? Here she is, here's this, here's that. And my book was just, a piece of that, of what I'm doing.
What about you?
Mostly the improvements is just like I'm just being more vocal right now because of the fact that like there is a disconnect that we have in esports and stuff like that, in FGC, the nerd communities, that we are not vocal, and also we don't understand the power of our voices and how we can grow our communities without the help of a big corporation or anything like that. If we actually learn that word of mouth advertisement is the best advertisement ever, like you can't buy it, and it's also the strongest form of advertisement for anybody out there. So like if you see a friend or you see somebody like Janae that has a book out there, you're supposed to talk about it. You're supposed to say, oh, I'm retweeting this, I'm tweeting this, I'm liking this. Like she's out there bringing her story to light so that other people can learn from it. I think that there's a long way from actually, it actually being the truth or something that everybody understands right now, because I've dealt with that even in my own team, like to remind people that you vocalizing yourself and mobilizing yourself is the way that all these other people are doing it, by like you teach somebody that they have to go to instead of just going to your tournament and trying to see if somebody will give you something, that's not going to work out. You need to go to conventions and to dev to dev conventions and everything like that to actually grow yourself. You have to go into different avenues. There's no single way to get to your promise, because there never was. Building relationships and communicating.
Right.
I said my dream is to have, like, how the hip hop community has, where they have communication networks. That at one point in time we have to have a communication network the way that they do.
Yep. Professor, what's your take on it? I mean, you have Ladies' Night, which is just that alone, and an invitation to anyone that wants to come and join the board. What is your take on it?
I agree with Aziz. Like word of mouth, talking about everybody and so forth. That's what, like I said, that's what the ladies do on Ladies' Night. So that's what I do. My number one thing when I'm on the mic, I talk about the ladies. I talk about the ladies and Ladies' Night. You have to, and like I said, that's a form of empowerment, but also it gets everybody's name out there at the same time. So it's like you didn't know who those girls were, and if I talk about them on the mic, now you're gonna ask who that is. Now you're gonna start to wonder. Oh, you can follow her on Twitter. You can follow her on Twitch. You can follow her anywhere. Oh, she's about to go and compete tomorrow. She's gonna compete right now. Since you know about, since you're hearing about her now, go ahead and I'm watching her right now. I'm gonna commentate this match. So you know. So like seriously, word of mouth does help out a lot, and even the safe spaces, like you said before, that helps out too, because it all comes hand in hand. To be honest, it could all come hand in hand, and. My cheerleader in the back, excuse him.
Yeah, he's been running in and out of frame, and it's been the funniest thing. Like sometimes you see me just giggling.
Hey, that's the gaming mom right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
no.
And he wants to be seen.
Yeah, he does.
But I appreciate all of y'all stories, y'all voices. I'm so proud of y'all. I'm blessed to know y'all. Of course, y'all, my sisters, and we got a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
Even within our community. So definitely, everyone, please go check out Janae Benet, her work as well. Janae, is there any you want us to know where we can find you at? Drop it.
Everywhere. Yeah. If you Google my name, I really do pop up. You just have to know how to spell it. My book is called How to Become a Successful Video Game Journalist. Janae Benet is my name everywhere. Also, handle is like the Natural Hair Gamer. Not my handle, but like one of my aliases, the Natural Hair Gamer. So anything you want to know about me, you can head over to Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. I have my link tree in the description. So if you want to know about like my merch, my book, what I got to say, you know, why I play so much, you know what I mean? You can just go learn all of that stuff on any one of my social media.
Aziza.
Hey. Okay, so you can find me, especially on Twitter, as ZZ Down. But for my organization, Dynamic Focus, it's Dynamic Focus almost everywhere. Like we have dynamicfocus.com too. So we do have a website. Very happy about that. And
I always get the K mixed up. Tell us.
Yeah, you get the K's mixed up. Okay.
It's right there on the hand. It's everywhere right now.
Yeah. It's because, well, it's backwards. But the dynamic is the dynamic has a K. Yeah, the dynamic has a K, and then the focus. But no, focus doesn't have a K. Focus C. Okay. But whatever. Exactly. Where else you can find me? Also, I'm Googleable too. Like Aziza Brown is Googleable. You can find my articles out there. Anywhere that you Google or anything.
And if you go to my website, you'll see an article about her because that's how well we're connected.
That's how we connected too. I have an article with Janae.
You'll see a podcast with Yep.
And Professor, where can we find you at? We always see you, commentated on the latest and hottest fighting games out there.
Yeah, you mostly find me on Team Spooky when I commentate. But you can find me on Twitter at Tanisha James. Ladies Night, you can find them on Twitter. You can find us on Twitter too for Ladies Night. Ladies Night FC. And I'm Google, and you can Google me as well. Yes. Just Professor Highkick. You see a whole bunch of stuff come up.
Yes, and me and Professor
Highkick
find me on
Twitch as well.
Podcast for Spawn on Me, so that's also where you can find her.
Yes.
Me too.
And also on Polygon as well.
Yes,
on
Polygon too.
Well. Shouts out to the Polygon article. So yeah, we need more stuff like that. I am Red Infamy. That's what I'm known for. But Tamika Moultrie is, the government. But Red Infamy, I could Google me as well too. Geek Game Tight is actually my company that I founded, which is pretty much a signal boost to topics like this, and just letting everyone know that Black and Brown in the gaming and geekdom space does exist. We're creators, we're founders, we're inventors, we play, we're athletes. So that is my outlet as well. And please be sure to follow these ladies. Thank you so much, PAX, for letting us host this incredible topic. I can't wait to do more as well. So everyone that's watching, thank you too for tuning in. and enjoy PAX online.
Yes, enjoy PAX Online. Have a good one. Oops, almost.
Here we go. Hi, everyone. Thank you.
Have a good.
Bye.
The Invisible Hand is a satire about the high-risk, high-reward casino capitalism in the financial industry. You are a trader, your job is simple. Make money, lots of money. The more you make, the happier your boss is, the richer you become, and the more you have to invest. The question is, how far are you willing to go? Our goal is to show how anything can be turned into a commodity, how these commodities are valued in our society, and what happens when they end up being perceived only through numbers on a computer. We want players to experience the conflict between the sanitized environment of modern workplaces and the hidden human costs of the economy that supports it, to realize the disconnect between the office microcosm and the outer world. We want the player to confront the corporate diffusion of responsibility, letting them choose whether or not to follow orders. They'll have to make this decision with limited information, beyond the promise of retribution, only to realize later what that implies. We've aimed to show the contrast between the contemporary glamorous representation of the financial industry when compared to the reality of the excesses of capitalism. We've also brought our personal experience of disillusion about biased meritocracy and the grey areas of work ethic to this market-driven dystopia. Do you have it in you to keep the cycle going? What's the price of your success? What is the value of your achievements? These are all questions players will be faced with in the Invisible Hand.
Hello everyone. Welcome to my Untitled panel. This panel began at PAX Australia when I requested a slot for a panel, which Ryan Hartman dutifully gave me, even though I didn't have a description for it. And as time went on, I figured I would have a description for it because I have a lot of ideas and I can come up with something, I'm sure. The date crept closer and closer, and they needed the description, and I did not have one for them. But that's okay because it can be sort of a meta, self-aware panel description. That's fine. I can make that work. I will have time in Australia to work on the actual contents of the panel. The trip to Australia came. I did not have time to work on the content of the panel. That's okay. It was in a weird time slot, and I didn't expect more than 30 people to show up anyway, so that's fine. The line was full. It was maybe 400 people, and I had zero content, and I was panicking. I did get upset. I was upset. But to my credit, I managed to go for a full 20 minutes with nothing to offer. And thankfully, my friends in the audience who had come to watch the disaster, eventually, after they decided that I wasn't doing a bit, I was really floundering, they came up and they helped me finish off the remaining 30 minutes, which is great. And I'm very grateful. Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Tristan. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Paul. Good humans, and grateful to have them. The next year I did it again. Same thing, a little more organized. This is the third year, and it's very different when I don't have an audience and I can't gauge their energy. But rather than do that this year in this momentous, unprecedented year that we've all had, that we've all been thrust into without our asking, without our say-so, I thought, what if I turned this panel into a place of peace, into a place of healing, into a place of rest and comfort? And I think it would be a good use of the time and a good way to pad hopefully the full 50 minutes, but if I got to figure something else out, I will. But let's just see how we do. The term ASMR gets thrown around a lot, and it means different things to different people. Most of them have some sort of a fetish, I think. But it doesn't have to be that way. It's really about phrases and a comforting tone of voice. And for me, ASMR isn't so much the sounds made. It has more to do with a guided meditation. Something to calm and soothe, and comfort, and just provide a space to forget and recover, convalesce. If I can provide that today for everybody watching, I think that it's going to heal us as a community, it's going to unify us, and it's probably some of the most important work I've ever done. Consider then that we're all missing each other. We're all missing PAX in person this year. PAX is online, and I'm excited to be a part of it, but I'm less excited than I would be if it was not in my home. I've been in this room for a long time now, and it's not easy to get work done. It's hot. Temperature is hot. I don't live in a place that's known for its heat, but for whatever reason, this room in the house gets incredibly hot, and I cannot turn on the air conditioner without compromising the audio quality that I think everybody's come to expect. And so I'm warm, and you know, what better circumstance to have some of that soothing, cooling nature of the human voice, and that voice happens to be mine. I might not experience it while I'm doing it, but maybe I'll listen back to it and say, oh, this was a great comfort. I can soothe. I can rest I could put people to sleep. That's been said before. And I'm happy to do it. I will happily take on that charge because sleep is a thing that does not come easily these days. So, everyone out there, if you're seated, if you're lying in bed, if you're standing up for some God-forsaken reason, why? Settle in. Nestle down into whatever you got nearby. Maybe it's a gravity blanket. Maybe it's cinders. It might be ash blowing in the air around you. Just get comfortable with it. Relax. And let me guide you to a beautiful place of sweet rest. Let's start with becoming aware of our breath, focusing that energy down there right under your nose. Your mouth is right there too. You got 3 holes for breathing, and let's use them all. Deep breath in, deep breath out. Do whatever sound you want, make it natural. Breathe in, breathe out. I just did it silently, couldn't even tell. Evacuated my lungs without you noticing. That's Navy SEALs training. Now breathe in through one nostril. Don't use your hand to close the other nostril. Just breathe in through one nostril. Believe in yourself. And breathe out through the other nostril. Now breathe out through the other nostril and into the other nostril. Create a circular breath. And that's going to deplete you of oxygen that keeps you awake. It's a lot like the room I'm in right now. I read an article about how a boardroom that's closed with no fresh air circulating in and out, the oxygen level goes down, carbon dioxide up, and that hour-long meeting that you thought was going to be productive just becomes sort of a recycled air sauna for your coworkers and yourself. And you're all just breathing in each other's previous contents of their lungs and making those your own. Your bronchioles are searching for scraps of O2, none to be found. No wonder you're sleepy. It's probably after lunch too. You had a big meal, tacos. I know how it is. But if we can use that natural sleepiness to center ourselves, ground ourselves, as we experience PAX Online, we can actually project ourselves mentally with our imagination. I don't actually mean like a projection. You're not going anywhere. If you open your eyes, you're going to look around, it's your dumb bedroom still. So don't expect too much. There we go. Imagine in your mind that this isn't just PAX Online. This is your favorite PAX, whether that's PAX West, East, Oz, Unplugged, South, Dev. I don't think it's Dev. It's probably not West either. Pretend it's not. Pretend it's in a convention center with like a layout that makes sense and that is navigable. Let's just do East. Let's go to East. Okay. We're there now. Look around. You feel safe. You feel like you've come home. You belong here. And you look down, there's no mask on your face. It's not N95, it's not cloth. And that's because this is a fantasy. If you actually go out, you have to put your mask on. And that's part of why this is so stressful. But let's invent a time that may no longer exist, where you can be in public and not worry about the contents of the air and whether or not someone less than 6 feet away from you has washed their hands. Because ideally you'd wash your hands. Why wouldn't you do that? They got them in the bathroom. You can wash your hands right there at the sink. It has everything you need. Soap. Just do it. Why would you leave without doing it. That was a problem before. It probably is going to continue to be a problem. I'm getting stressed out. I need to come back. Okay. This is good for me too. You're walking down the expo hall and all its attendant noises and spectacle. Oh, there's that game you're looking forward to standing in line to play. Whoa, there's another announcement being made, and maybe you'll check that out. It's all really coming alive with my descriptions, isn't it? Powerful suggestion that you are actually there and enjoying the space. You look down in your hand and you see a convention hot dog or a pizza or both. You take a whiff. It's not good. But you know that eating it is not going to make you sick. It's going to make you feel better. It's what you need. So you take a bite, let all that salt just get in there and taste it, saturate the tongue, get it all in there. Big swallow, gulp, it's down, she's down. And now you feel a little bit brighter, stronger. You're in your element. You've done as the Romans do here in your favorite convention center at your favorite convention of all time. Now, as you walk around, notice the tension in your body leaving, flushing out. All the tension in your body is evacuating. Almost a little bit too fast, in a way that, if it wasn't the tension leaving, you'd actually be anxious about how relaxed you're getting, like you've been drugged. It's a little bit scary how deep this relaxation is. Why is this happening? Was your food drugged? Was there something in that hot dog or pizza? Was it both of them together like a binary compound? Did the Joker do this? We don't know. But we don't have to know. Because as soon as that tension melts away, you're once again comfortable about your business, clear-eyed. You realize that everything is safe here, everything is calm here. Nothing will harm you. A friend comes up. Hey, how's it going? He says. He goes in to shake your hand. You shake his hand or her hand, and you're not upset about it. You don't immediately panic and rifle through your things for your hand sanitizer because, again, this is a relaxing fantasy that we're trying to engage in here for your mental health. There was a time when you didn't worry about it. We should probably continue to worry about it for the rest of our lives, but not here, not in your own mind. That idea just bummed me out. It's not relaxing, but go with me for a second. Imagine it's so prevalent that even in dreams you have to sanitize your hands. All right, let's come back. As you move through the convention hall, into a different adjoining hallway to take you somewhere else that you would like to go, you feel that sense of calm well up inside you and explode from within in great plumes exiting your body. Oh, yes, that's good stuff. That's what I like to see, you think to yourself. Imagine taking a huge fat rip from your vape pen and just blowing the sickest clouds imaginable. Oh, it's dense, it's thick. Oh. And you're just doing it right there in the hallway. But it's about your anxiety instead. It's not about the delicious flavors and the nicotine. It's more about getting rid of the bad stuff inside. So you're sitting in that hallway just going, blowing it out, and there it goes. And the people around you are so impressed that they begin to applaud. They say, good job. I wish I could get rid of my bad feelings like that, one of them says. One of them looks like me. They say that. I wish that it was as easy as just taking a deep breath in and out and just looking at that thick white puffs just spiraling out, blowing some of those rings. Oh, I'm looking at them now. I want to ghost my own anxiety. But it's not possible. You can do it though. You've done it. And so the person that looks like me recedes into the background again and just becomes one of the nameless applause givers. Bolstered by that, you stride forward into the hall before you realize, uh-oh, I don't know where my badge is. I've misplaced it. You look down. Your lanyard, it's not there no more. It's gone. Maybe you dropped it. Maybe you got in here and one of the guards didn't notice you weren't wearing it. And now what are you going to do? You can't go to the next area without it. Just then, a very helpful enforcer shows up and says, hey, noticed you were missing a badge. I think this one's for you. And he hands you something. You take a look at it. It's not your badge. It's a different badge. A strange and powerful new badge. It's a color you've never seen before on one of these badges. And I think they've pretty much used them all. But this one they did not use. Maybe it's like a chartreuse. Look at lavender. Something like that. It's a weird color. It's kind of an ugly color. It's not a great color. That's why they didn't use it. But it signifies a special badge status. You say, this isn't mine. I'm an attendee. They say, I think it is for you after all. And you look down and the badge, it says relaxed. It's not my best, but you are relaxed though. It kind of fits the mood of this enterprise. You put it on and you flip it over so it doesn't say relaxed outwardly, but it still looks like a real badge because you are calm and you feel good about things. And you walk forward, and the guard in front of that doorway doesn't mind. He thinks it's fine. Yeah, he thinks it's fine. It's not weird. So it worked. You salute the enforcer that gave it to you, and you move forward into probably the best part of any PAX, which is Brandland. It used to be called Bandland. This is the place where sort of the friends of PAX can proffer their wares. And I will tell you that this is a panel that I request, and it's a sort of a community panel. It's about conveying an idea or discourse, discussion, investigating some social construct or gameplay mechanism, things like that. All of the types of panels you see at a given PAX. And as such, I'm not allowed to advertise my own work during it because then it would cost me money. I can't have a panel and then I just have a sales pitch for the whole thing. That's not allowed. That's like a sponsored thing. So I can't do that. But I will say that you go to Brandland and my booth is there. Doesn't count. It's okay. We're not there yet. Doesn't count. And it's about relaxation. So you come up to my booth and maybe you know who I am. Maybe you don't. But there's something good about this guy. Something affable and nice about him. You think, he looks like he would not shoo me away, even if I'm not interested in what he's selling. No problem. I'll just kill some time and just see what's going on. And besides, some of it looks pretty good, even though I don't know what it is. It looks like something nice that maybe I need to have, possibly. Still not Doesn't count, Ryan. We're still safe. And it is me there, and I look up and I say, "What's going on? How's your convention?" And you say, "You know, it's good. I'm really relaxed. I'm very restful today." And I say, "That's pretty cool. I like that. I tell you what, it stresses me out to walk around. I mean, I'm glad that they got places like, the Diversity Lounge and AFK, so you just sort of cool off, because it's stressful and people don't, there's no shame in that whatsoever. I'm glad we're destigmatizing this, because it's a lot. It's a lot to walk around in those spaces. It's not a joke. That's the real deal." And that's what I say verbatim to you. And then you say, "I agree. I think that's really positive, a good outlook on things. I'm going to buy all of your products in fantasy." And that's what the viewer's doing in the fantasy, Ryan. So relax. So I say, "Wow, you made my day. Would you like to know about any of the stuff that I do, any of the work that I do?" And you give in to that curiosity. You think, why is this guy here? I would like to know. Yeah, I'm genuinely interested to know why you are allowed to set up here, because in Brandland you got loading ready run, you got the bands that are performing generally. It's really just kind of friends of the show. And I say, "Well, my name is Kris Straub, and I used to do a lot of web comics. I did Checkerboard Nightmare, Star Slip, most recently Brood Hollow. I also did a strip called Chainsaw Suit, and I also wrote the horror short story, the creepypasta Candle Cove. And I'm also working on another horror series on YouTube right now called Local 58, which is about a spooky moon." And you say, "Wow, that's really impressive. I am honored to meet you." And I say, "Oh, shucks, I'm no hero. I also did the All Houses Matter strip on Chainsaw Suit, which you might have seen in social media, used as a good metaphor for understanding why the Black Lives Matter movement is so important, and how all lives matter is not even remotely equal to that." And you say, "Yes, I have seen that, and you are a good man and a good person, and I'm proud of you." And then I say, "I'm proud of how you are saying this to me, because I feel good about myself." And then we both stand and applaud each other. And then you see those hands going back and forth, and it's like a slow motion. You're just watching those waves blast out. And as those applause waves are sort of just penetrating in here, you feel good and better as a person and more rested. And there's no forehead tension or left shoulder tension in your body. You get the receipt from me, and it's probably in the neighborhood of $330. And you say, "This is a lot of stuff. Can I leave it here at your booth?" And I say, "Yes, because it's a fantasy. You can leave it here and you'll get it back. That's fine, because we're just doing a meditation, and you shouldn't have to stress about carrying all this stuff around." And you say, "Thank you." And I put it behind the booth, and it's gone. Just don't even worry about it. You're not going to see it again in this exercise. It's fine. The money's still in your wallet, for that matter. Why not? You decide it might be time to take in one of your favorite panels. Fortunately, it's early enough in the convention that you'll get to attend the Penny Arcade Q&A, which is a fun and free-spirited panel where anyone in the Penny Arcade or PAX fandoms can ask Mike and Jerry questions that have been on their minds, and both of them are lively figures, incredibly funny, personable, and you know you're going to enjoy this panel very much. Fortunately, with your new badge, you can get right in, and you don't even have to worry about the line. The enforcer in front takes a look at it, and he says, "Relax, that's weird, it's dumb. But maybe by now it says something cooler." That's good, that's it. That, as an exercise, think of a cool thing that your badge says that's not what I said. That's That's good. So you are admitted right up there to sit in the VIP section. Maybe the section that's straight up like your own section. Why settle for VIP? Let's say that you can go sit on the stage. That's how special this PAX is. And you're honored. And Mike and Jerry are honored to have you there clapping. And everybody is applauding and clapping, and they're giving you an ovation. And it's just a thrill. It's just a thrill. And you don't have to be nervous about making any mistakes, because it's still clear, even though you're on the stage, that you are an audience member. You have not pierced that veil of viewer turning into performer. You don't have to fret about it. That would cause a lot of anxiety for a lot of people, but that's not the case here. You can feel it intrinsically. That's not going on. You're listening to that banter. You're enjoying it. Uh-oh. Another common convention occurrence takes place. You feel that pizza and that hot dog rising up, getting to work downstairs. It's not good, and you know you need to take care of it, which is a shame because you've been looking forward to this panel. So, without a word, because none is necessary, you excuse yourself and walk out to the nearest restroom. And again, this being a fantasy, we don't have to worry about the distance, the cleanliness. We don't have to worry about any of it. You open the stall door. Opens easily, firm, sturdy. It doesn't give, it doesn't shake any. It's brand new practically. You shut the door, close the lock. Nice tight lock, it's working well. And the gap between the divider and the door, oh my gosh, it's engineered to the gnat's eyelash. This thing, you'd think this thing would swell in hot weather, and then you'd be trapped in here. It's such a tight fit, it's perfect. But that also means nobody can look in, and you're not nervously looking for, that like an eye, like you're not looking for, hair and then flesh color and then a brow and then eyelash, and then you're just looking at a white surface, eye color, pupil, and then the reverse of that, almost like a Morse code of color that means somebody's looking in at you. That's the worst thing. You don't want to see that in the bathroom. No, thank you. And it doesn't happen this time, so you're feeling pretty good about that. Plenty of toilet paper. Don't even fret. You feel good. And unlike any bowel movement ever taken in a public bathroom, you leave that stall feeling clean, emboldened, powerful, like a better person, not like an animal, not like a beast that squats in a cave, given to these bodily demands that you didn't ask for, that you want no part of in your life. You don't feel like that. You feel like a real human, a real person. You can make eye contact with people when you leave too. You decide to continue on your journey, heading down the hall, ducking your head into any of the panel rooms that have a name that might interest you. Not just the theater names, but the names of the panels themselves. You poke your head into a speedrunning panel where they're trying to do the games fast. And you take a great comfort in seeing that it's exactly what you thought it would be. They're playing the game very fast, and they're exploiting some mechanic that it's kind of misused here, but it lets them jump over this part of the level to the next part. And just like it says on the tin, the game gets done and the speed run is successful, and they feel good about that. And that's good. You feel like this is exactly what you thought it was going to be. And that's restful. There's a panel from Sid Meier. He's talking about his gaming. He's talking about the computer games he's made. He's made Civilization and the other Civilization games, and he's informative, and it's interesting, nuanced conversation that you didn't know a lot of this stuff about that, and it's edifying. You get a sense of, purpose from it. You go, that's cool. I like that, and I'm comforted, reassured in my own life that there was a good panel to go to. You like it. You did like it. You managed to check in on Meganauts, one of the middle rounds. Maybe it's round 3 or 4, and you peek in at what they're doing, and it's Space Team again. And you watch for a moment, and you see the looks on their faces, the excitement, and the tension, the concentration, and you can't bear to look. You can't bear to look because there's too many of them to love. There's too many of them to enjoy and get to know and think, I hope they make it. And you're pulling for each and every one of them. And it gets caught in your throat thinking about it. You just want the best for them. And God love the Omeganauts. There's a panel on Saturday. It's about whether or not sex scenes in video games are good or dumb. And everybody on the panel says that they are dumb because a lot of attempts have been made to make them good and adult and refined, nuanced experiences for a mature audience. And you just end up with these two sort of human-shaped geometries occluding one another, textures, they don't make any sense. It's just a mess, and I don't know why they're so long. I don't know why we have to watch this. I just want to go back to Mass Effect. I was having a good time with the alien stuff. I just want to upgrade my gear. Sunday, there's a panel on video game mindfulness, meditation, and it's a good panel, but this panel is, what I'm saying now is also as good, so you don't feel so bad if you miss it. There's another panel called Video Game Shark Tank that you stop in for a little bit of, and you think to yourself, is this why we're not doing Pitch Your Game? Is that why? Is this, Jeff, are you responsible for this, or is this somebody else? How do you feel about it? Pork fry, is it upsetting? Are you aware of that panel? Because I wasn't made aware of it. But it's a good panel, probably. I mean, so long as we're keeping it light and positive, you do enjoy the panel. There's a Better Advice panel from AC Inc. and the C Team, and it's a really good panel that you should check out for real. I think it's right after this one on the PAX, the main channel. If you want to flip over there, no line cap because this is all online, so it's a good show. But in the fantasy version that I'm telling you about, it's also a good show. And of course, Acquisitions Incorporated, you are in for a real treat with the special guest this year, Strix. And you're delighted that she's back, and it's America's favorite trash witch, and Jeremy Carver's got some cooked up, hot, and sizzling, so you know you're in for a ride. So put on your safety belts, but make sure the shoulders straps fully down to right into the clasp, because the ride is ready to start hot for you. And finally, with the show behind you, that wonderful day of PAX Online in this strange non-liminal space, physical space that you can inhabit. You feel that glow of love around you. There's only one thing left to do, it being a PAX evening, and that is to catch up with a lot of your friends who you haven't seen in a while and attempt to go have dinner all together in a restaurant within a 2-block radius of the convention center, which ordinarily is, in real life, is a challenge. And I would say it's not going to go well. But for the sake of self-actualization and feeling good, let's go on a journey together. You go to the yard house, and the lady at the front says, it's very busy, by the way. The sound down there is incredibly loud. There are many people here. The lady in the front says, how many? For a table? And you say, yes, I'm here with 13, maybe 14 people, and 7 of them are coming later. And she says, right this way. And you don't have to wait for the others to come. It's ready for you now. You may take your seat, and I will guide the others who are straggling to you as soon as they arrive. And the lady picks up the right number of menus and beckons you to follow. But before she does, she takes a look down at your special badge and gives it a wink. And let me stipulate, she did wink at the badge. She did not wink at you. She looked at the badge and said, like, oh, I see what you got there. But it was for the badge, not for the person wearing the badge. And then you have a good meal, and that's it. I don't know if I'm soothed because of the words coming out of my mouth, or if it's close to 80 degrees in a very small closed room that I've been in for over an hour recording this, and maybe the oxygen level is low here, because I do feel my eyes want to close, and I don't think it's because they're irritated from the ash that's in the air, which is also a thing, which also is making them close. I'd like to believe that you feel as relaxed as I do, because of the skill I have with the words, making them sound good, although the words aren't really coming to me as easily as they were at the beginning. Yeah, I gotta open a window in a bit, but before I do, let's come out of this incredible trance that you all are in right now, and just come together in that spirit of community and joy for these incredible pieces of media that we've all gathered around. It's an amazing show, whether it's in person or online, in any form that it takes. I think that the people here are really some of the best attendees and audience members in the world. They're great fans, incredible humans, this thing that brings us all together. So as you feel that unity, take another one of those deep breaths that I told you about earlier. One deep breath in. Try to extract as much life-giving oxygen out of the room. Breathe it out. Try and get all the CO2 that's sitting heavy in the lungs now, if you're in a room as small as I am. It wouldn't hurt to get a drink of water too, for myself. It's for you too. That's not just a note for me. And then we'll just count you out. 5, feeling powerful and healthy and strong, big muscles, very as tall as you want to be, with a eagle's gaze, powerful eyeballs, and the retinas behind them. 4, mitochondria is firing, turning that food energy into something good for the rest of your time. You're gonna enjoy it. 3, More of the breaths are coming out of the mouth and in again. The music is soothing you and making sure you got no problems anymore, Buster. All good.
In the spirit of reconciliation, PAX acknowledges the traditional custodians of country throughout Australia and their connections to land, sea and community. We pay our respect to their elders past and present, as it is their knowledge and experience that holds the key to the success of future generations. We extend that respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples today.
Hi, I'm Gareth Damian Martin, the solo developer behind In Other Waters. In Other Waters is a narrative exploration game that casts you as the AI assistant to a xenobiologist as they explore and study an alien ocean. Played through a unique interface that offers a distinct perspective on the water world of Glies 667cc, In Other Waters paints the picture of a unique and complex ecology through an immersive array of signals, descriptions, and sounds. As well as offering a compelling mystery as you help Ellery Vass track missing scientist Dr. Minei Nomura and uncover the complex history of this planet, In Other Waters also rewards free exploration and scientific study. with detailed taxonomy entries complete with biological sketches to be unlocked for each creature. Imagined as an alternative to the militaristic and colonial focus of most science fiction, In Other Waters is a game about humanity's relationship to the ecologies that surround us, and our insatiable curiosity about the natural world. In a time of climate crisis and ecological destruction, can we imagine a different future, or are we doomed to repeat the mistakes of our species' past? Find out in this unique and beautiful dive into another world. Available now on PC, Mac, and Nintendo Switch.
The next chapter in Firefly's classic real-time strategy series, Stronghold Warlords is the latest in a line of unique castle sim games. Developed by Firefly Studios, creators of the original Stronghold and Stronghold Crusader, Stronghold Warlords introduces new RTS mechanics, classic Stronghold units, and 4 unique regions. In Stronghold Warlords, players must first design, build, and manage a fully realised castle economy, before taking the fight to rival opponents lifted from the pages of history. But you won't be alone in the fights, with the addition of a completely new way to play Stronghold in the Warlord system. Players will besiege Great Khans, Imperial leaders, Shogun commanders and more as they grow their castle economy and construct new gunpowder-fueled siege weapons. Taking players from the jungles of Vietnam and the Mongolian steppe to the warring states of China and finally feudal Japan, this new setting is built into each aspect of our castle sim gameplay. Popularity with your subjects is influenced by a wider variety of factors than ever before. A granary full of rice, meat and vegetables might keep your peasants from revolting, but in order to raise taxes, an army, and get the most from your workers, they'll need more than just full bellies. Quality clothing and housing, temples, tea houses, medieval entertainment, and even torture devices all have a role to play in the continued happiness and obedience of your peasant population. Fail to stay on their good side and peasants will abandon the player, leaving you without farmers, blacksmiths, diplomats, and indeed soldiers with which to defend your keep. Introducing new cultures, mechanics, and historical detail to the series for the first time, Warlords is built around the central Warlord system, a grand strategy mechanic that allows players to recruit, upgrade, and command 8 unique warlords across the battlefield. Once under your command, either through force or diplomacy,
I serve a new master. My army is ready.
Each warlord boosts your strategic prowess with unique perks, characteristics, and upgradable abilities. Early on, players can boost their diplomacy and gold reserves with the help of the Crane Warlord, who also has a unique perk that boosts popularity within the castle. Later in the game, we might turn to more military-focused warlords, like the Tiger and Dragon. These more aggressive warlords can do everything from increasing melee damage and offering spiritual guidance, to growing your army with special units and even launching a full siege attack on the enemy. Utilize each warlord to boost your industry, fortify borders, forge weapons or launch a pincer attack, and you'll dominate the battlefield in no time. Each mission and multiplayer battle means a fresh set of warlords to command and new dynamics for every castle built.
With all the warlords in this region, we have the numbers to launch a single great assault on the castle.
To defend their castles, players will take command of Mongol hordes, Imperial warriors and samurai clansmen, as they prepare to besiege everything from Japanese castles to fortified Chinese cities. In addition to classic weapons like the trebuchet and mighty siege tower, Warlords also introduces gunpowder to the series for the first time.
Hi, I'm Joel from Generosity. Generosity is a charity marathon that happens biannually. We call it a guerrilla charity marathon because we pop up, we run from a physical space for 48 hours to 96 hours, and then we pack it all down and we disappear with 100% of all money raised going directly to the charity that we're supporting. With a variety of streamers, content creators, YouTubers, musicians, dancers, it's got everything. A typical Generosity is a physical event that we take over a location, and for 48 hours plus, we have all these content creators, streamers, musicians, dancers coming through the door and doing different segments in this little studio that we built. This Generosity is going to be a little bit different because it's all virtual, it's all online, but it's going to be really good. It is. We're still going to be just as silly. Everyone's just going to do the exact same thing that they've always done. They might not be able to do it in some sweaty little room that we've managed to take over. They can do it from the luxury of their home. They're able to use all of the different antics and gimmicks that they have with their own streaming setups and still raise money for charity and have a lot of fun. It's an entire event of people giving up their time, giving up their skill set, giving up all of their wild ideas that they have to raise money for a good cause. This Generosity, we are raising money for Cure Cancer, which is the same charity that we raised money for last year at PAX 2019. Cure Cancer is an amazing charity. They've been around for 53 years. They've funded over 500 research grants, all with this very meticulous, very focused method where they want to take the money that they raise and spend it the best possible way that they can spend it to essentially cure cancer. They're very good at what they do, and it's why we want to keep supporting them as a charity. If you would like to donate to Cure Cancer, you can head over to generosity.com.au. We've got a donation widget there. It's really simple to use. It's an amazing way to make your donation. If you don't want to donate to Cure Cancer, donate to Cure Cancer. It's a really good charity. What are you doing watching this video and just sitting there being like, I hate cancer? So donate to Cure Cancer. Cure cancer. Cure cancer.
Hi everyone, this is Ollie and Phil from Kaizen Gameworks.
Our first game as a studio is Paradise Killer, first-person, open-world murder mystery set on the bizarre Paradise Island, home to a secret society of dead alien god worshippers.
You play as the investigation freak Lady Lovedeyes, called out of exile to solve the murder of the ruling council.
The demonically possessed prime suspect was found with the murder weapon outside of a locked-door crime scene. Is the official story correct, or do you suspect a conspiracy centuries in the making is at play?
With Paradise Killer, we want to make you feel like a real investigator. There are no narrative tests to pass. You simply investigate the crime in any order you want and come to your own conclusions.
When you think you've got enough evidence, you can go to the judge and start the trials, accusing anyone you want so long as you've got the evidence to back it up.
We're very excited to be part of PAX. We've been to the show before and had a wonderful time. We hope that one day in the future we can do it again in person.
Paradise Killer is out now on PC and Switch with a special 20% launch discount.
We hope you're ready to breathe life back into paradise.